Hello everyone and welcome to the ultimate guide to mastering eBay dropshipping. If you are ready to unlock the potential of e-commerce and build a profitable online business, you are in the right place. In this comprehensive course, we will take you step by step through the entire process of setting up and scaling your eBay dropshipping business venture. Whether you are a complete beginner or have some experience, you will gain the knowledge and skills you need to succeed. Here is a glimpse of what you'll learn. How to create and set up your eBay account. Proven strategies for finding profitable, high-demand items to sell on eBay. How to effectively use powerful automations tools like TrackerBot, AutoDS, ZIK Analytics to streamline your operations and save valuable time, and much, much more. This free course is brought to you by TrackerBot. And if you find it helpful, we would love for you to share it with your friends or anyone interested in dropshipping. Now, get ready to dive in and transform your eBay dropshipping journey. Let's get started. In this lesson, we are going to answer one of the most fundamental questions for anyone starting out in e-commerce. What is dropshipping? By the end of this video, you will have a clear understanding of how dropshipping works, why it is such a popular business model, and how you can use it to build a profitable eBay store. Let's dive in. So, first of all, let us start by answering what is dropshipping. At its core, dropshipping is a retail fulfillment method where you, as the seller, don't keep any stock, don't keep any products that you sell. No storage, nothing of that sort. So instead, when a customer places an order on your eBay store, in this example, you purchase an item from third-party supplier like Amazon. Kind of this graph right here. Walmart or AliExpress or any of those other suppliers that we will talk about in more depth in other lessons. And have it shipped directly to the customer. This means that you never have to handle the products yourself or worry about inventory space, storage, so on. So let's break it down into a real-world example. As you can see in this example right here, you list a coffee maker, for example, on eBay for $150. A customer buys it for that price, you order it for $100, and your profit is $50. There's a lot of other variables that play a huge role on your profit margin. Just don't expect this type of profit margin. It's usually around 20%, I would say, but this is a rough estimate and it might differ from a business to another, from a supplier to another, from a website to another. And as I said, a lot of variables come into place. So, as I said, that's the essence of dropshipping, but this is just an example. The profits are just, as I said, an example for it. And yeah, so basically, as I said again, the person buys, you as the dropshipper tell the supplier to ship it to the customer's address, and you've got it. First of all, you might be wondering, how does it differ from traditional retail? Well, let's put it in this way. In traditional retail model, you buy products in bulk, you store them in warehouses, and you handle shipping yourself. This requires significant upfront investment and ongoing costs for storage and logistics. So, with dropshipping, you don't need to buy inventory upfront and you don't need to worry about storage or shipping logistics. This makes dropshipping a low-risk, low-cost way to start an online business. However, there is a trade-off. Since you rely on third-party suppliers, you have less control over shipping times, product quality, and so on. If your supplier runs out of stock, for example, or the shipped product gets damaged, you are responsible for resolving the issue with the customer. And that's a very important point. Customer support is also a very, very important thing when it comes to dropshipping, and you have to be all professional about it and good with it. So yeah, that's why choosing a reliable supplier is a critical thing in dropshipping. A good supplier can break or make your business. So keep that in mind. As you can see right here, the essence of it working on your side is that you list the products on your online store, a customer buys it and pays for it, you order the product from the supplier. As I said before, the supplier ships it directly to the customer, you keep the profit. That's about it. So, why is dropshipping so popular? Let's break it down. First of all, I'll get started with low startup costs. No need to invest into thousands and thousands in inventory. All you need is a laptop, an internet connection, and a small budget for tools like product research, software, and so on. Flexibility. You can run your dropship business from anywhere in the world. This is a very good point. Scalability. Since you are not limited by inventory space, you can easily scale by adding more products or expanding to other platforms and so on. And finally, is that you can have a wide product selection. You can sell almost anything without worrying about storage or space because, frankly, you don't have to care about that because the supplier does that for you. But remember, dropshipping is not a get-rich-quick scheme. Success requires strategy, research, consistent effort, day in and day out. That's about it. So yeah, as I said, all of those things are listed here. Low startup costs, no need to buy inventory upfront. It's less risk. You can start with $100, but the more budget you have, the more flexible you can be. So that's a good point as well. But yeah, no storage or warehousing. Supplier handles logistics of the shipping of everything else. No need to stock on the product. Do not bother with product handling basically. Work from anywhere, easy to scale, and you can sell almost anything as long as you can afford the shipping fees. But yeah, I would also like to debunk some common misconceptions about dropshipping. Before we wrap up, let me address some common myths about dropshipping. So to set your expectations right, if you enter dropshipping thinking any of those things that I'm going to talk about right now, trust me, it's going to be a short time before you get hit in the face with reality. So keep that in mind. So the first myth is that dropshipping is easy money. Well, it has low barriers to entry, but it requires hard work, researching products, optimizing listings, and providing excellent customer support. If it's easy, everybody would have done it. So it's really not. This is simply not the case, and it's difficult, not to a point where you're studying engineering and whatnot, but it is pretty simple. So you don't need any money to start. Well, costs are low at the start, but you still need some capital for tools, software, and initial marketing, depending on the strategy you take. So, and the third myth is that you can sell anything and make a profit. Well, frankly, not all products are profitable. You need to research, do market demand researching, competition, and profits margin. I mean, shipping alone can break your business. If you're shipping something heavy, that could cost more than the product itself. So yeah, understanding these realities will help you set realistic expectations and approach dropshipping with the right mindset. So keep that in mind. The other question that I hear a lot is, where can you dropship? Well, you can dropship in a lot of places: eBay, Amazon, Shopify, Etsy, Facebook Marketplace, and a lot of other online spaces. Any of those spaces work very, very well. And finally, I would like to finish this lesson with saying that there is big potential in dropshipping. It can lead you to bringing more money to your home, turning the side hustle to a full-time business, and overall having more free time and freedom. So in short, dropshipping is a fulfillment method where you sell products without holding inventory. It's different from traditional retail because you don't have to handle storage or shipping. Dropshipping is popular due to low startup costs, flexibility, scalability, but however, it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's not very easy to instantly get success, which requires, by the way, as I said, research, strategy, and effort. So now that you understand what dropshipping is, you are ready to take the next step in the following lessons. We'll explore, first of all, why eBay is one of the best platforms for dropshipping and how you can leverage the features to grow your business. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. In this lesson, we are going to explore a critical question. Why should you choose eBay for your dropshipping business? By the end of this video, you'll understand the unique advantages that eBay offers, how it compares to other platforms, and why it's an excellent choice for both beginners and experienced sellers. Let's get started. So let's get started by eBay's massive customer base. One of the biggest reasons to dropship on eBay is its massive customer base. eBay has over 135 million active buyers worldwide over multiple niches and whatnot. So these buyers are actively searching for products every single day. Unlike other platforms where you need to drive the traffic, you need to drive people to your store and make people trust your own store. So eBay brings the traffic for you. That's why they take a percentage with you. So as I said, for example, if you list a product like a wireless keyboard, eBay's search algorithm can help your listing appear in front of thousands of potential buyers who are already searching for that specific item. This built-in audience is a huge advantage, especially when you are just starting out and don't have a large marketing budget. Because if you are going to do your own store, then you have to be spending a lot of money on Facebook ads, on TikTok ads, and maybe the creatives are not that good, or you wouldn't even know until you test the creatives and find out that you've spent already a lot of money on that marketing. So eBay takes this out of the equation, but rather replaces it with doing SEO and doing great product research and whatnot, and making sure that the keywords are on the right spot and whatnot. So yeah. The second thing is low barrier to entry. As I mentioned previously, since eBay strips a lot of those things where instead of doing Facebook marketing plays, you just have to focus on working on the keywords that is great for you. And that's another reason that eBay is great for dropshipping, is that the low barrier for entry makes it great for you. Unlike platforms like Shopify, where you need to build the website, drive the traffic through paid ads, or maybe ranking on Google, which is another whole story, eBay provides a ready-made marketplace. You don't need to worry about web design, hosting, SEO, domain name, and so on. So yeah, here's a realistic example that I would like to say. Let's say you want to start a Shopify store. You need to pay for the domain name. That's already maybe 10 to 20 to 30 bucks that you have to pay. Potentially hundreds of dollars in ads just to get your first sale. On eBay, you can list your first products for free, start selling almost immediately. Plus, eBay fees are transparent and clear, and you only apply when you make a sale. So you don't have to pay anything upfront, and that's just a little bit of percentage that's taken from your sale. And let's not even mention that in Shopify that you have to pay for Shopify itself, and that's a monthly subscription by itself. So yeah, for you, there's no upfront financial risk. Focus on the keyword, financial risk. And if that didn't work, simply you list another product, like Shopify, where you have to test the creative, change the website, the funnel, and everything else we have just mentioned. So yeah, keep that in mind. The second thing is trust and credibility. eBay has been around since 1995. I mean, can you imagine that? It is a very old website. It's even older than me. So it has built a reputation as a trusted platform for buyers and sellers alike. This trust is a huge advantage for new sellers like you. When you list a product on eBay, buyers feel confident making a purchase because of eBay's protection policies and the ability to see seller ratings and reviews. So yeah, for instance, if you're dropshipping a product like a phone case, buyers are more likely to purchase from your eBay store rather than an unknown website because they trust eBay's platform, obviously. This credibility can help you build your own reputation as a seller much faster than starting from scratch on a standalone website. So yeah, think of it as a mall shopping center. The store in that mall is your own store. People will come and trust you more because you are located inside of the mall rather than a weird alley. So yeah. Moving on to eBay Managed Payment System. eBay's Managed Payment System is another reason to choose this platform for dropshipping. With managed payments, eBay handles all aspects of the payment process, including processing fees, refunds, payouts, and so on. So even starting out, making sure that you have a payment processing is a lot of pain, especially if you don't live in the US and those countries that have Stripe very accessible. So yeah, keep that in mind. This simplifies your operations and ensures you get paid quickly and securely and without any legal trouble. Here's how it works. Simply, when a customer buys a product from your store, eBay collects the payment and deducts its fees. The remaining balance is then deposited directly into your bank account. This eliminates the need for a separate PayPal account and reduces the risk of payment holds and so on, even your account getting suspended. So this can be a common issue for new sellers or other platforms, or even if you're trying to do your own platform, especially if, as I said, you don't live in countries where Stripe is very accessible and you can get it very easily and so on. The next point is that eBay offers incredible flexibility and scalability for dropshippers. Whether you're selling 10 products or 10,000 products, eBay's platform can handle that volume. You can start small, test different products, and scale up as you find winning items. For example, let's say you start by listing 10 products in the home decor niche. After a few weeks, you notice that one product, a set of LED string lights, is selling very well. You can then focus on scaling that product by optimizing your listing, increasing your stock, and even expanding to other niches. eBay's platform makes it easy to grow your business at your own pace. We rely on the platform itself, and this is an important one to pay attention with. You are under the mercy of eBay, but that's actually not as bad as it sounds. If you respect the rules, the TOS, terms of services, provide great customer support, you don't have to worry about anything. Always think of the customer and you will be in safe hands. That's 100%. No closed stores, no suspended accounts, simple as that. So yeah, by understanding these challenges and planning for them, you can set yourself for success with eBay. eBay's massive customer base gives you access to millions of active buyers. The low barrier to entry makes it easy and affordable to get started. eBay's trust and credibility help you build your reputation as a seller, and the managed payments makes your life pretty much easier. eBay's flexible and scalability allow you to grow your business at your own pace. Now that you know why eBay is a great platform for dropshipping, you are ready to take the next step. In the following lesson, we will walk you through the process of setting up your eBay account and configuring your payments options. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Hello there, and welcome to this lesson where we will be creating an eBay account. So make sure that you are in your favorite web browser, whether that's Chrome, Firefox, or Brave. Make sure that you head to ebay.com and then click on this button, register. Right after clicking into that button, you will be redirected to this page where you can create an account. So right in this page, you'll be filling your own personal information, first name, last name, email, and then finally password. Make sure that you have a secure password so nobody would be hacking into your account. Keep in mind that you can also use Google or Facebook or Apple to create an account with eBay, but you will have to update the first name and last name. So I'll fill this information and I'll be right back with you. Right here in this page, you'll be adding your own personal phone number. After adding your phone number, you'll be receiving a security code in the form of an SMS. So make sure that you enter that correctly right here. If you would like to simplify your login, you can allow the PIN phase or fingerprint, but for me, I'll be skipping this phase right now. And that's it. You have created your own personal eBay account. Go ahead to this top left corner where you'll be able to see your name. And then basically you can click on account settings. This is where you will have to fill in some other information such as street address, city, and so on. I'll be filling my personal information and I'll be back with you in a minute. So right after providing the information, you will be met with this dashboard. When we talk about settings, you will be going over to the top left corner and going to account settings and accessing it right from there. You can see a lot of things and a lot of options are right here, from personal info, payment information, which we'll be going over in this course. And right here as well in the top left corner, you can see the store name. If you will see, this is your store page. So with that said, this is the eBay account setup creation. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are diving into one of the most critical aspects of setting up your eBay store: payment options. eBay offers three main payment methods, but the options available to you will depend on your location. Before we get into that, let's start by understanding how does eBay receive the payment from the buyer. Well, first of all, eBay offers buyers a variety of payment options. That's credit card, debit cards, PayPal, Apple Pay, gift cards, and so on. By offering multiple payment options, you can cater to a wider audience and increase your chances of making a sale. And that's what eBay's handle on their side. So yeah, for instance, if a buyer prefers to use Apple Pay, they are more likely to complete the purchase if that option is available. So yeah, but what are the payment methods that are available for you? Well, eBay provides different payment solutions depending on where you are based. Let's break them down. So first of all, you've got the left side, which is USA, UK, Australia, Canada, and maybe some other EU countries, and on the right side, the international part. And they have two different kind of solutions. So basically, the first one is that eBay is managed payments for mostly US sellers, but it really depends. I will explain it later. So if you live in the US, as I said, UK or EU, Australia, you might have this option. So yeah, when a buyer purchases an item, eBay collects the payment. eBay then processes the fund, deposits them directly into your bank account. This process usually takes a couple of days, ensuring a seamless transaction is happening. This method is straightforward and eliminates the need for third-party payment processors. The second two methods are for the international people. So yeah, you've got PayPal, which is for the sellers outside the US. They might offer you PayPal as a payment method. You receive the payments in PayPal and eBay will take their cut percentage before you receive this payment. And then you've got Payoneer. It's basically just another payment option for also international people. It works similar to PayPal, but buyers pay through eBay. The funds are sent to your Payoneer account, which then you can link to your bank account. It's like a middleman between you and eBay. It can accept different payments as well from different banks in different countries. That's why it's also a popular bank option. Make sure that you choose the right payment. The payment method will depend on, as I said, your country, your location, the regulations of the country. But when you sign up on eBay, the platform will automatically assign you one of these three payments method that I've mentioned previously. So if you are in the US, you will use eBay's managed payments. And if you are outside of the US, you will use PayPal or Payoneer. But there is some common payment issues that I would like to talk briefly about, which is that even with a streamlined payment system, you might encounter these issues. So one of them is payment holds, where eBay might hold your funds if you're a new seller for a longer period or if there was an issue with the transactions. To avoid this, as I said, maintain a good track, good communication with the client, and make sure that you have a good record to resolve any disputes very quickly. Failed payouts. If a payout fails, double check your bank account details and ensure your account is active. The third type is unauthorized transactions. If you notice any type of those behaviors, contact the customer support immediately. Make sure that by being proactive and addressing these issues promptly, you can keep your payment process running smoothly. eBay's managed payments system simplifies the payment process for sellers. Buyers have multiple payment options, including credit cards, PayPal, and mobile payments. So in the next lesson, we will go deeper into this payment method option, and I will show you in more details how to connect Payoneer to eBay managed payments. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lesson. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, we will be going over through connecting Payoneer with your eBay managed payments. So right here, you can see that you'll be receiving something like this in your inbox. We are pleased to notify you that you can register to have your payments managed by eBay. eBay will be partnering with Payoneer, a leader in global payments. This is what we're going to be using to be the middleman, as I explained in the previous lessons, to enable sellers to easily receive funds associated with their transactions on eBay. This partnership will enable sellers to manage their transactions on eBay, providing a streamlined selling experience while also providing flexibility in managing funds. When eBay manages your payments, payouts will be made to your Payoneer account, as I said right here, not your PayPal account. Payouts for all sales will be made in US dollars. So to register, all you have to do is connect a Payoneer account, which I will show you how to do right now, provide an existing account or create a new one, which I will go about through as I said, sync your eBay and your Payoneer profiles, enter your credit or debit card information to cover fees and expenses, such as those arising from refunds, claims, or disputes, and finally submit your registration info. So if you haven't gotten that email, this is okay. It will come later on in a later date when you start selling on eBay. So this is completely okay if you haven't gotten this email, or if you live, as I said, using the international thing and the US, UK based, you will get this email eventually. So yeah, don't worry. This is very normal if you don't get it right now. And you can skip this lesson and come back to it when that is done. So right here, you will see this page. Connect a Payoneer account, sync your profiles, add a credit card or debit card. Will be in step number 1. And you will see, do you have an existing Payoneer account for this person? If you have, you'll click yes, sign in. If not, you'll click no, create one. And I will go through the process of creating a new one soon. So you have right here, if you have a Payoneer, connect else create one on Payoneer.com, which I'll go over through. And finally, when you connect your account, you'll see this: sync your profiles, sync your eBay and Payoneer profiles. Before I talk about this, make sure of one thing that's very, very important, which is basically in your case, if you have eBay set as a personal account, like I showed you with PayPal, for example, you have personal or business. If you do your personal account and you do your personal address, home address, and whatnot, make sure that you also do that with Payoneer. Otherwise, it might not get synced and you might get rejected from Payoneer and have to reapply. So keep that in mind. As I said, if you've done your business account, make sure that you put your business information in Payoneer and create a business Payoneer account, not a personal one. So you can see right here that you will see this page. All you have to do is click on continue. Make sure that this information that's blurred right here is exactly the same information with your Payoneer account number, which is right here, your residential address, date of birth, government ID type, and so on. All of those information are pretty important. So yeah, after this step, you will have to connect your credit card. All you have to do in this third step is add your credit card or debit card information. So as we said, when eBay has a dispute, when eBay has something and your Payoneer doesn't have funds, they can take those funds from your credit card when that happens. So yeah, and finally, all you have to do is click submit request and all of those steps will be done. And once approved, you will receive an email letting you know that you've got in. As you can see right here, right after submitting, you will see this email particularly. You'll see you are on the list. You will soon get to experience a new way to sell and get paid on eBay. Once we confirm your identity and business information or personal information, we will email you and notify you in my eBay messages before activating your account managed payments. When your account is activated, you will automatically update your listings to reflect the different ways buyer can pay. Then you can enjoy all the benefits. You can see right here that there's no transfers needed, no more ways to pay the buyers, and simpler fees. So yeah, simply make sure your information is accurate. I don't want you to make a mistake and have to redo the account more and more. So just double check everything before clicking that submit button, because it's quite important actually. So yeah, as you can see right here, I'll also show you right now how to do it in Payoneer. So if you don't get that page and you want to create a Payoneer account, meanwhile waiting for the eBay account to send you the email, all you have to do in your browser, type in Payoneer. As you can see in the screen right now, this is how it's written. And go to Payoneer.com, the first link. You'll see this page right here. It will be in English for you, of course. And you'll click on Get Started, as you can see right here. And once you do that, once you have clicked on Get Started, you'll have to choose one of those. As I said, if you are, for example, a business or something like that, you have your business registered, your company registered in the US, and you've done that with eBay, click on here. Otherwise, click on individual. So you can choose the Payoneer account type appropriate to your business. I need advanced payment card requests, send and receive money between friends and family, get the full Payoneer power in terms of sending and receiving global. I will choose this one right here. And then in this page, all you have to do is click on Get Started. And the process is pretty straightforward, just like we've done with PayPal so far. All you have to do is right here, do no, my work is not registered. Yes, I own or represent a registered company. Enter your first name, family name, email, the email again, date of birth, and then you will have to add in contact information. That will be basically your email and phone number. Once again, safety details, those are the QYC. So basically you will have to verify either a passport or an ID card. And with that, the buyer will take a couple of days to verify all this information. And once that is done, it will simply tell you that, hey, your account has been created successfully. And that's pretty much about it. Thanks a lot for following in this lesson. I will talk more about this in the next lesson. Hello there. In this lesson, we are going to be doing a full walkthrough when it comes to eBay managed payment system. In the previous lesson, I have showed you how to connect Payoneer to the eBay account. In this lesson, I'm going to go through the eBay managed payment system. So make sure that you are in your eBay account logged in. Go to the Sell tab right here, where we are going to be looking into the payment section, because that's how we are going to be managing everything. I'll click on all transactions. And then once in this section, I'll be met with the following right here. I can see all of the transactions that happened in my account. I can see the payouts, the reports, the earnings, the taxes, and everything else. We are going to walk through everything else in very good detail. So the first thing I would do is head to the summary section right here. Once I am in the summary section, I will be able to see this beautiful dashboard that can tell me a lot about my business. First of all, I would like to also mention one thing. Keep in mind that eBay will be late a little bit when paying you. Meaning, for example, when a client pays you, it might take 2 to 3 days for eBay to process that payment or even more. It depends on your case. In this case, you would need a budget that you will be able to order the orders on and supply them to the buyer. Meanwhile, the payment is getting processed. So, for example, if you know that in a certain week you are doing $500 of volume in sales, it's preferable that you have $500 as a budget so you can buy the products and give them to your clients. So yeah, with that said, that's about it. So right here, you can see your total funds and you can see this question mark right here, which will be able to help you navigate through things. So as you can see right here, what are total funds, what are available funds, and what are hold on funds. We'll go through all of them. So the total funds are the funds consisting of all of your earnings, whether or not they're available to be paid out to you. So let's first of all explain this concept of being paid out. As I said previously, so for example, when a payment is being received, eBay receives the payment from the client, and let's say that's $100. Well, that $100 needs to process. But in this dashboard where it says your total funds, it's going to show you that amount of money right here. Whether it's being processed or not, is going to show you that. So under that, you will see the available funds. And if we go back to the frequently asked questions, you can see that these funds are available for payout and not include your processing or on-holding funds. So these funds are available for payout, meaning that you can receive those funds in your Payoneer depending on your payout settings, which if you scroll down below right here, you'll see them. So for example, you see right here payouts, and you can see that the payout schedule is set to daily in this case. So in your case, you'll be able to hit manage, and then you will be able to change it to whatever you like. So for example, maybe you like it to be weekly, maybe you like it to be bi-weekly. It really depends on you in your case, but daily works generally for everyone. You also need to have a payout method. So as we said, the Payoneer is going to be what most of you will be working with, because that's just how eBay works with it nowadays. It's just Payoneer. And the selling costs right here, you will need to have a payment method, because as we have previously explained throughout the course, that there are some fees that are included when selling on eBay. So you need to have to keep that in mind, and you will need to connect a valuable credit card or debit card, so that, for example, when a payout is still not available, eBay will charge your card for those fees. So keep that in mind. You also have right here in the right section, payment reports and taxes. So you can see that the earning reports, you can click see report, and you can also export it if you want. You can also create reports, financial statements. So as you can see right here, it's a PDF that you can download that you can use for your legal things or your business things. So keep that in mind. You can also create tax invoices and some forms that will help you when it comes to your country specifically. So you have also payouts and charges. You can see that the payouts, you can see that the recent $80 to Payoneer on March 16th was done here. You can see charges and payments. You can see that this was 0.54 was charged from the Payoneer account. And yeah, you can see also, as I said, again, available funds. You can see payout schedule daily, on hold. So those are the payments on hold. If we go back to the frequently asked questions, you can see right here what are on hold payments. Well, these funds are on hold while we are confirming shipping details or resolving disputes. So for example, let's say you entered into a dispute with a buyer or something like that, you will have on hold payments, or if the shipping details are still not resolved yet. So they are not part of your processing or available funds, as we've mentioned. Also, there's processing funds. These funds are not available for payout, but you can use them to cover selling costs. So those funds are currently processing for you to be able to get paid out, but you cannot get them at that instant, but you can use them to pay the fees without being required to get charged on your card. You will see also on the right side right here, the recent activity, which will have everything right here. So it will have basically like a timeline of what happened on a specific day or whatnot. So yeah, you will have things like this, and it will be different for you in your case, of course. And you can also see in the left side under the payment, we can see all transactions, which will show you all the transactions that you have done. As you can see, for example, these are all of the transactions done in this account. We can also see the
following, which is about the payouts. Yes, as you can see, the payouts right here. You can see that, for example, on February 20th, the payout was sent. As you can see, funds sent, and it was this amount. In this time, it was sent as well, and in those time, it was sent. So it will have the history, the full-on history of all of your details in more details, obviously, other than the summary. In the reports section, you will be able to see the financial overview. You'll be able to have reports, for example, for the current month, for the last month, for last year. This is very, very important for you to understand how your business is performing, how you are doing in regarding to the months that previously are done. And it will give you a good summary. So, for example, the orders, the refunds, the expenses, the fees that you paid. So as you can see right here, it's $16 in fees, and you can click on the fees right here and it will give you a detailed explanation about it. So if you click on the fees right here, you'll be able to see it. So for example, transaction fees, or what type of fees they were, whether they were, for example, advertising fees and so on, other type of fees. So you can see also net transfers. You can see those are the transfers that are done. You can also have some financial documents, as I've shown you previously under the summary tab. It's the same thing. I'm not going to go through them again. You can also see in the earnings tab right here that the earnings that you have done, the gross amount, the expenses, the refunds, and so on. All of those things, you will be able to see them right here. The orders sold for last month, and you can filter the results by the amount of listings in the page. And that's really about it for this lesson when it comes to eBay managed payment system. You need to understand how your payments work, how you can work with them, understand how they can be a good tool for you to work with. And that's about it. Thanks a lot for following alongside, and see you. In this lesson, we will talk about PayPal. So make sure you stick along. And in the next 2 lessons, I will show you in detail how to create a PayPal account and how to link a bank account to your PayPal or a card. With that said, in your favorite browser, search for PayPal. I will also explain briefly about fees and some location restrictions that you might have. So type PayPal and then click on the first link that says paypal.com, as you can see right here. And in this, we already have the option to either log in or sign up. And by the way, if you have already a PayPal account, you can skip this video and the next one. Click on sign up, and this is where you'll be able to create your account, which I will be doing it in more details in the next lesson. You can either choose personal or business accounts. If you have a business, I would recommend you to go with business account. If you don't get what I mean by having a business account, that means having an LLC set up in the US or Europe or whatever country you live in. But for most of you, we will be going with personal accounts. Keep in mind that it is the same steps for both of those cases, so don't worry. One thing that I would like you to also understand is the fees. As you can see right here, PayPal consumer fees. Buying and sending money can be easy, fast, and secure when using PayPal, but there is fees. You can find everything right in here. So there's about currency conversions. If you're working with another currency other than US dollars, you will have those fees as well. Withdrawing out of PayPal, how much does it cost and everything. I would suggest you to head into this page by yourself and see what country you live in to see what will the case be for you. But there is also another thing that I would like to discuss, which is basically the list of the countries right here. And it's available in 200 countries and supports 25 currencies. And you can see this in this following list right here. If you go ahead to your browser, type PayPal countries list, as you can see right here, you'll find this page that I'm talking about. Look at your own country and see what kind of things do you have. Is it even allowed in your country? Is it not? And so on. I will show you how to create a PayPal account. First of all, head to paypal.com in your favorite browser. Click on the sign up button. And by the way, if you're not following alongside from a computer, I would suggest to do so. But if you're using it also on a phone, you can do the same thing in Play Store or iOS Store. Type PayPal, and then you will find the proper to install it and also do the same steps with me. So I will choose personal account, but as I mentioned in the previous lesson, the setup is the same for both. Click on continue. Here you will be able to enter your email. I'll enter my email and I will be right back. So right after entering your email, you will be prompted to enter your phone number. After putting your phone number, you'll be prompted to create a password. I would suggest you to go ahead and type online password generator so that you generate a very secure password for your own account. Right here, you can customize the password length, copy it and save it somewhere safe. So right after that, you'll finish by putting your personal information that contains your nationality, first name, last name, national ID, the ID number, and date of birth. Right after that, you'll be prompted to enter your address and then click agree and create an account. Once you've done all of those steps, you can see that we have this page. I'll click Not Now. And then we will be prompted to link an ad card. If we want, we can link it right here. If you don't see this page, don't worry. In the next lesson, I'll show you how to link a card or a bank account. I'll click Not Now. And that's it. You have successfully created your own PayPal account. I'll show you how to link a card to your PayPal account or a bank account to the PayPal so that when you receive a payment from eBay to PayPal, you can withdraw that payment to either your card or your bank. With that said, let's get started. First of all, make sure that you are on paypal.com. Log in if you are not logged in already. And here in this page, the process is pretty simple and straightforward. Go down all the way, you'll be able to see some things. One of them is set up your account. You have to confirm your email, and then you will be able to link a bank account or link your cards. To confirm your email, all you have to do is click on this, send the email, so that the email is sent to your own inbox. And then later on, if you have the email set up in Gmail, type in gmail.com and you will be able to log in into your account and see if you got the email. Right after verifying your email account, go back to PayPal and scrolling down on set up your account, click on link your cards. In this section, you will be able to enter your card number, select the card type, expiration date, security code, and then the billing address. And once you're done, all you have to do is simply click link card and the card will get linked and be verified. The same process goes for the bank accounts. In the home page, you'll see link a card or a bank on the right section right here. Click on it. You'll be prompted into this page where you can link a card or link a bank account. Let's say once you have a payment coming in and you have a balance in your PayPal, you can click on send payments and choose the option to transfer to your bank. You'll click on this option. And since there's nothing in this account, you can see that there's nothing to transfer right now. But in your case, you'll be able to put in your bank account details and then transfer the money accordingly. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lesson. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, we are going to be covering eBay shipping policies in very depth. So try to stick around till the end. So first of all, eBay shipping policies, you can Google it right here, eBay shipping policies, and you will be finding this page, which is exactly this page right here. So setting up your shipping options. So first of all, let's understand why setting up shipping policies is very, very important. Providing your clients with free shipping is a very necessary thing because it's a psychological thing. If somebody sees a price on something and the same price of that thing is deducted plus the shipping, they might be hesitant to buy that item from you. So you need to understand that this is very, very limited by your suppliers. So in the case that you're doing with China, it might take a lot of days and you might be limited to the countries that you are selling to. In the case of Amazon, that might be the case as well. So it will be very, very different for every person and every product, but let's go through it together and I will show you every single case. So right here, you can see that there are many ways to send items to your buyers. By offering more than one delivery option, you'll be able to attract different types of buyers. You can also provide shipping that's like premium and very fast, but they will have to pay a price for it and that you can also make some profit on it as well, because it's just free money at that point. So for example, if you charge $5 for that advanced or premium shipping, you might take $1 for you and it's good to go. So right here, you can see that there's integrated shipping carriers and everything else. Let's go into eBay to see what's there. So in eBay, click on your username on the top left corner, click on account settings, And even if the UI changes in the future, this is the same method, is going to be very, very similar to this. So under the selling tab, which is this tab right here, you can see you are going to find the business policies. So I'm going to click on the business policies, and right here we can see very, very different policies for our business, for our eBay store. So in this case, we are going to be focusing on the shipping business policies. But remember, in the future, whenever we talk about policies or business policies, you're going to be coming to this tab, and you can find there's 3 types of policies. There's the payment, there's the return, which is we're going to cover in the next lesson, and there's the shipping. I'm going to click on the shipping policy right here, and we can find those policies are the policies that we have created ourselves. So I'm just going to click on action, and I'm going to click on edit, and then I'll show you how to create your own policy. So you can see right here that this is the first thing, the policy name, which is flat standard shipping, free 3 business days. And then we have domestic flat standard services in the description right here. And then we have the shipping method, which is standard shipping, small to medium items in this case, because our item is just a very small cable. In this case, it's going to be pretty much the same for you, because as we've already talked about this, when working on eBay dropshipping, you don't want to be shipping big items. Only if you're working with other suppliers that are, for example, Home Depot, and they can send out the big items for free. So yeah, we have the primary service, which is standard shipping, and the buyer pays 0 and it's additional 0 per item cost. So offer free shipping right here. And then we have a rate table, which is set to none. And then that's pretty much about it. And then we have some excluded locations, which is I'm going to talk about in a second. So for yourself, if you want to create your own shipping policy, what you will have to do is head right here to create policy, and then you will choose the shipping policy. So once you have done that, so for example, I'm going to do test policy, but obviously for you, it's going to be named, for example, free shipping policy, flat rate for XYZ. So right here, we don't need a description. Actually, it is quite optional for that. So it's just additional text to help you identify the content of this policy without going through it. So in this case, it's just a test example. I'm not going to be doing that. But in your case, it could be, for example, called free shipping, excluded countries, XYZ, and so on. So also right here in the shipping method, there is 3 types of shipping. There's no shipping local pickup. Obviously, we don't want to do that. There's freight, large items that require special handling. That's not the case, and it's going to be small to medium items. So once we have chosen that, we have the domestic shipping. So here, cost type, I'm going to be choosing the first option. So because we want to keep it at the $0. So I'm just going to click on add primary service. And right here, we can see a couple of different services. So right here, what we are going to be looking at is under the category of economy services. And under the economy services, it's going to vary and depend based on your supplier. So it's going to be very, very different, as I said, based on your supplier. So for example, if you're doing for China, I would really suggest that it's somewhere between 5 days to 12 days. And if we scroll down, you can see right here, it's this one option is one between 1 day to 10 days, which is going to be very good for our case. We can also find under standard services, other services right here that are going to be handling the shipping for us. So in also economy services outside the country, we are going to be looking at these options with setting up additional services. I'm going to show you that in a second, but let's just say we are going to be choosing the first option right here, which is going to be economy shipping with adult signature required. I'm going to click on it, or we can just do economy shipping normal. So whatever you would find, what depends on your product, you can select up to 4 services right here. And I'm just going to click on this one, economy shipping. So I'm going to click save. And then here we have to decide how much that does the buyer has to pay and each additional cost. So basically this is saying that if the buyer orders 2 quantity or 3 quantities, how much they have to additionally pay. In both cases, we are just going to type 0 because as we said, we are offering free shipping. So I'm just going to click also on the offer free shipping right here. Entice buyers by offering free shipping for your primary shipping service. So right here, we have the additional shipping services. But before we jump into that, I will jump into the handling time. So what is the handling time? The handling time is the time it takes you to basically get the tracking number from the supplier. If you're working with Amazon, it's going to be usually 2 to 3 business days. But since we are working with suppliers from China and we don't know that, how many it's going to take us, it's very safe to do 4 or 5 business days. I'm just going to do 4. But keep in mind, handling time, the longer it is, the bad it is for your listing. So at the start, I'm just going to work with 4 to 5 business days, and then I'm going to see my supplier, how fast does it take them to provide me with that tracking number. And for example, if it takes them just 3 days or 2 days, I'm going to come back to this shipping policy. I'm going to click on the edit as I showed you before, and I'm going to click, for example, 2 business days. But in this case, it's generally safe to put 4 business days, but keep in mind that it does actually hurt your business. So also right here, we can have add other shipping services, which is going to be basically international shipping for others. So if I click on this, it's going to be right here. And what we can do is click on additional locations. So right here, let's do destination. And what we're going to be focusing at the start is Europe. As you can see right here, Canada, UK, or never mind, it already includes UK here, so there is no need to do it twice. Germany, Japan, France, Australia. So all of those are going to be chosen. So you can think of those as the people or the countries that are very high paying, and it's actually very cheap to kind of send to them, just like the US. And we are going to go to basically the service. So we're going to click add service, and we are going to do economy shipping from Greater China to worldwide, which can take between 11 days up to 35 days. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to click save right here. And for example, what we can do is charge the client $2.97 for this shipping. It depends for your supplier. As I said, it really depends on that. And that's about it. You have set the additional shipping right here. And if you want to add other services, so for example, I'll click on add other services. I'll be able to add another service right here. Maybe, for example, if that's a service that is very speedy or very fast at delivery, and we can add it just like that. And that's pretty much about it when it comes to this. So what you can do, for example, is that you can set other services. You can set other countries that you would like to do this for, but yeah. And now let's configure the excluded locations. So I'm going to click on here. So we'll be excluding Alaska. We will be excluding all of those 3 because it's kind of difficult to ship to all of them. And we can just click done, or we can, for example, click on Asia and just choose, for example, right here. Let's clear all of this and choose China, because why would people from China buy from you when they can buy directly from other suppliers that are close to them? And when we are done, just click on done right here, and you have excluded the locations, as you can see right here. So just make sure that it's correct and make sure that there's nothing else that's been triggered right here, and that's about it. So make sure that your business policy, make sure that your shipping policy is set to right, and click on save, and you are good to go, as you can see right here. Now that we have worked on the shipping policy, there is quite an important thing that we have also to consider, which is the return policy. So now for the return policy, I'm going to go back to the account settings, and what we are looking for is the selling preferences. So once we are under the selling preferences tab, we will see this page right here. And in here, we can find the automated feedback, which is going to be automated by the software we're going to use. And we have the return preferences. If we click on edit on the return preferences, we have this configuration right here. RMA number. Make sure to give me the option to add the return merchandise authorizations to each return label. Well, why is this important? Well, first of all, this is quite important because eBay, if it finds out, for example, your return policy is 30 days supposedly, and then the buyer returns the product within that 30 days period, it's going to automatically approve that, and that's going to hurt your business because the return address is still not available. Therefore, it might take some time for you, at least maybe 1 day, 2 days, to actually figure that out. And in that case, eBay will hurt your business automatically. So once you have done that, you can also see that there is the return automations. If we click on manage right here under this section, we can create an automation to do that, but we are going to be avoiding this because returning we should look into it and understand the reason of the return, and it should not be something to quite automate, and that's about it. So right here we have actually set that up, and now once we have done that, what we are going to be looking at is we are going to click on personal information. We are going to click on addresses, and right here we will see the return address. So right here in this case, we will add a return address. So right here in the address name, this is the message that I suggest you to basically do. which is please don't send to this address or do not send to this address. It could be customized, or you can just copy this message. Seller will provide you with one. And in the street address and whatnot, you can just type basically your normal information that you have done in the previous things. So this is pretty much about it when it comes to setting up the return address. Under this tab right here, we will go back to the selling, and we can go back to the selling preferences as we have some settings else that we can go to. So basically here, listing stays active when you are out of stock. It's very, very important to enable this. Why? Because eBay will literally delete your listing, delete your sales when the listing is out of stock. So for example, let's say that your listing is out of stock and your supplier is out of stock, so the automation is going to basically set the stock to 0. eBay is going to delete this, which is very, very bad for you. It's going to delete the listings, and we need listings with basically sales history, because that's what's going to build that trust between you and the buyer. And also we can see buyers can see exactly how many items are left. We should enable that as well, because in our case, it's going to be clicking 111 is going to be showing always 1 in the basically stock, and that's very good for us because eBay will literally put a message, this seller has 1 item left in stock, which gives a sense of urgency, which is very, very important sales tactic. And we can see right here that this is about everything under the selling preferences tab, but we can go to the shipping preferences and set some things up. So what you can see right here is this here, eBay International Shipping. I am opt-in into this option, but in your case, it will not be opt-in. So if you go ahead and search for it, in your case, it will be there will be a button for you to opt in to this option. So you can see right here that this is the eBay International Shipping, which is basically the way it works is that basically if you are eligible, you will be opted into the program. eBay International Shipping will become your default international shipping option when you don't offer any other international shipping services, and we will automatically add eBay shipping to your current listings. So what does this mean? If you are eligible to this program, eBay will add you automatically to it, and you will be already accepted into it, and everything will be smooth. And then the listings, the existing listings that you will have will basically have options or policies just like the ones we were setting up earlier, automatically configured for you. This is in the case that you don't have. So as you can see right here, if you have provided self-shipping international options on your current listings and your items are eligible, buyers will be able to choose which service they prefer. If you only want to ship with eBay, you may need to manually update your listing and remove that international shipping policy that we set earlier. So for more information, we'll visit the help center, but it's very easy. I'll show you how to do it. It's basically, again, the same thing. You'll go back to your account. You'll go back to basically business policies. Under business policies, you'll go to shipping. You'll edit that policy and you'll remove that international shipping. So for example, let's go into this one and we have to click on edit, and right here you will come into international shipping, and if this was enabled, you will just click on disable and you will be good to go. That's pretty much about it. That's what they mean right here. So if we go back to that page, we can see that this has some benefits. And by the way, I would like to also explain how does this work. So basically, for example, eBay will have a warehouse in the US and you will have to ship to that warehouse. Once eBay receives that item, they take care of the rest of the shipping. It has some costs, obviously, because you are paying eBay for shipping that. So when you ship internationally, you are responsible for sending the item. But when you are using the eBay International Shipping, they are responsible, the obligation to refund the buyer, eBay money back guarantee cases, payment disputes, return in service metrics, negative or neutral feedback related to item handling during international shipping, and so on. The eligibility is above the following, so you have to be above standard or top rated. eBay account is registered in the US, eligible for seller protections, and have all of those things. And the packages also gotta be small. And the cost does not have to exceed $2,500. So shipping and tracking your items when shipping the item to this domestic shipping hub. So this is the hub that basically that you are shipping to, and eBay is shipping from to there. to their clients. Always add tracking details and include the reference number and on the label to make sure that it's safely arrived. This is done automatically if you create the shipping label on eBay, but in this case, we're not going to be doing that. So yeah, it's going to be look of the following. If you have an order cost more than 1,000 or the listing is an auction, this is going to be combined shipping, so we don't care about that. And that's pretty much about it when it comes to international shipping, which can be a very lucrative way to make some side money right here. But going back to shipping preferences, you can also exclude shipping locations and click on edit and choose to exclude some locations. As I said, things like Puerto Rico, Alaska, things like this, you'll have trouble shipping to them because it's very, very important to make sure that you have that set in your shipping policies. And that's about it for this in-depth lesson about business policies and shipping policies. Thanks a lot for following alongside. I will see you in the next one.
Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, we will be understanding all of the business-related fees when it comes to PayPal and eBay. So stick around. First of all, what I suggest you to do is head to Wise and then type PayPal fee calculator right here, as you can see. And for example, we can simulate some things. So where are you based? Let's say that that you are as a seller based in US and the buyer is also based in US. So basically the buyer sends you $100 and the PayPal fee is 2.99. If the buyer sends you, for example, $10, the PayPal fee is 3 cents, and so on. If you do $1,000, it's $30. This is just the PayPal fee. We'll talk also about eBay fee. There's something called insertion fees and selling fees. I will talk about them shortly. So this could be different for you. So what I suggest you to do is head in your browser and type in Wise PayPal calculator, and you will find this link right here, the first link. Click on it. And then you will be met in this page that I will just showing you. You can type in your country, the buyer's country, and you will get an idea about those fees. With that out of the way, let's understand selling fees when it comes to eBay. What their fees that are you paying in eBay? So find out what it costs to sell on eBay. So basically there's two things. There's something called insertion fee and final value fees, which I'm going to talk about in right now. So let's go to insertion fee. Every month you get up to 250 zero insertion fee listed. So you can list up to 250 items without paying anything. Or more if you have an eBay store, which I'll talk about more for people that are thinking of scaling this. So after you've used your zero insertion fee allowance, insertion fees are non-refundable if your item doesn't sell. So basically you are paying a fee to list the item on eBay after surpassing the 250 item limit. So charged for listing and per category. So if you list your item in 2 categories, you will pay an insertion fee for the second category as well. So if an item belongs to 2 categories, which we will talk about more, the categories thing, it will be paying for both insertion fees in both categories. So you're charged for the original listing, and each time you choose to relist the item as well, you're charged per listing if you create duplication auction style listings for identical items. So you'll pay for that as well. You're charged only once per listing for listings with multiple items. So keep that in mind. So yeah, what I need you to worry about this is you don't have to worry about it right now, only after you surpass this limit that you need to really understand what you are paying for. So keep that in mind. So let me give you an example of insertion fees. You can see right here, final value fees by product category. So you are charged different rates per the category that you are paying for. This fee is calculated based on the total amount of the sale, including the cost of the item and shipping, sales tax, and other applicable fees. So most categories, exceptions apply, of course. I will talk about them in a second. So you're paying final value fee plus the per order fee. So 13.6% on total amount of the sale up to $7,000 and 2.35% on the portion of the sale over that price point. So for example, here you can see categories. What I suggest you to do is go to your browser, type eBay seller fees, and then you will be prompted into this page. And right here, you will be prompted to it, and you will see everything related to what I'm talking about and see the category that you work with.
So for example, if you're working with sneakers over this price point, you're paying 8% on the total amount sell, and the per order fee is not charged. So you're not getting charged that. And basically, watches and other things, you are paying 15% on the total amount sell up to $1,000, 6.5 if it's between 1,000 and 7.5, and 3% over $7.5. So you get the idea. These are all things that you are paying for. It depends again on the category, as I said. You can also head to calculate your fees, as I said. Right here, if you type that, calculate your fees, you'll see this page that I'm talking about. And if you are an eBay store subscriber, which is basically a thing that you pay eBay as a monthly price to make your fees less. So whenever you start seeing a lot of success with eBay, you can come here and subscribe to the eBay store subscriber, which will minimize the fees that you are paying for and make it form into a monthly subscription, especially if you are doing well. So as I said right here, every month you get 250 free listings. Those listings can be used for auction or fixed price items, and additional listing costs. This is the insertion fee, basically 0.35 cents per listing. You only pay this listing fee after using the 250 monthly zero insertion fees, and those reset basically after every month that you have. So you can do 250 this month, 250 next month without paying any insertion fees. So yeah, let's talk now about the other things. So we have here final value fees. We charge one final value fee when your item sells, and you don't have to worry about third-party payment processing fees. This fee is calculated as a percentage, so keep that in mind, of the total amount of the sale, plus a per order fee. So for example, for orders below $10 or less, the fee is fixed. As I show you with the Wise calculator, it's 30 cents. For order above it, the fee is 0.5 plus the percentage that they're taking from. So yeah, the total amount of the sale includes the item price, any handling charges, any shipping costs collected from the buyer. Some exceptions apply. You can click on here to see it. Sales tax as well. If you live in US, you're paying for gas, for example. And an order is defined as number of items purchased by the same buyer at checkout with the same shipping. So if you need to refund the buyer or cancel the sale, you may be eligible for fee credits as per our fee credits policy, which you can check it right here. So this is the fee credits, and you can find situations where things happen. And yeah, generally you have to try to avoid situations like this, which we'll be talking more about in depth in the customer support section. And so you can see your category, as I said again, and search for the exact category that you have, and you will find everything, as you can see, accordingly right here. So yeah, fees for classified ad listing formats, you can find them right here if you're doing that. Real estate listings and optional listing upgrades. So also there is international fees. So if your registered address is in the US and you offer eBay international shipping for your eligible listings, you won't be charged an international fee when your eligible item sells. If you're not using eBay international shipping to ship your item, we charge an international fee. So either the delivery address of the item that's entered by the buyer during the checkout is outside the US, or the buyer's registered address is outside of the US, regardless of the delivery address for the item. So keep that in mind. This fee is 1.65% for international stuff. And yeah, that's basically pretty much it. So I've also talked about the store subscription. I'm going to explain it right here in a minute. It's basically you choose, for example, how many items do you plan to list each month? So 1 to 500, or for example, you say I'm a casual hobbyist or I'm a new small business. You see that you have $5 monthly that you can pay for, and you get 250 free auction listings, 3 cents for so on. So this is something that you just have to keep on your mind when you do very, very well, and that you will be paying, for example, less insertion fees. As you can see right here, for this one, you pay $60 per month and you get 10 cents insertion fee, a third of the 30 cents if you're listing a lot of items. And as I said, that differs from business to business, condition to condition, and so on. So, and finally with Payoneer, there's also the withdrawal fees, which are basically when you withdraw, I'll click on withdraw right here. So for example, when you want to withdraw to your bank account, if you want to withdraw in local currency from a Payoneer balance or a different currency, you'll pay up to 3% of transaction amounts, as you can see right here, with withdrawal in local currency. So for example, if you have USD balance and you have a USD bank account in the US and you are paying, as you can see right here, for customer located in the US, you are paying 1.5 for US to US, 1.5 euros to euro, and 1.5 pounds from pound to pound, and so on. So if you withdraw above $50,000, it will be 0.5. If the bank account is in the same currency, is in the same country basically, and everything checks out, you're also paying 0.5%. So if you are doing it in non-local currency, which might be the case for most of you, so for example, you have USD balance and then you're getting paid out in Europe, you're going to pay 3% of the transaction amount, and that's basically it. And that's pretty much it with business fees. This is all you have to know about business fees. As I said, PayPal or Payoneer on your case, and eBay. And that's pretty much about it. Thanks a lot for following alongside with this lesson. I'll see you in the next one. In this lesson, we are diving into one of the most crucial steps for your dropshipping success, which is setting up ZIK Analytics to uncover high demand, low competition products that can help you build a thriving eBay store. So let's get started. First thing first, what is ZIK Analytics? Well, you can see right here, this is basically ZIK Analytics. This is a dashboard. Later on, I'll show you how to basically get ZIK Analytics. In this specific video, I'll show you how to create an account, how to get the free trial, and how to get started with ZIK Analytics for just $1, as that's their offer currently. So yeah, let's answer the question. What is ZIK Analytics? Well, it's a powerful tool designed specifically for eBay sellers and other platforms also, such as you can see right here. We have Shopify, AliExpress, Amazon is coming soon as well. So yeah, it's designed for those marketplaces at the moment, and it analyzes market trends, track competitors, and identify profitable products. Think of it as your secret weapon for making data-driven decisions into your dropshipping business. Without it, you are essentially guessing what might sell. With it, you are equipped with actionable insight to maximize your profit. So you might be wondering, why do I exactly need this tool? As I said previously, it will help you analyze, take decisions more accurately, and most importantly is that you can't be wasting time doing a lot of manual product research. So this kind of automates the process for you and makes it less time consuming. And when you do it manually, it's often ineffective. So yeah, it will also give you data about like what's trending on eBay. As you can see, trending eBay products, as you can see, trending eBay niches, trending dropshippers, and so on. It will answer all of those, even how well your competitors are performing, which products have high demand but low competition, and so on. So as I said, I'll show you how to create an account and everything at the moment. So simply in your favorite browser, head to the URL tab, or you will find the link in the course notes below. You will type trackerbot.me/ZIK, and you'll be redirected to this page. We have basically partnered with ZIK Analytics to offer you 50% off the first month on all monthly plans and 30% off on yearly plans. So all you have to do to activate it is click on Start the $1 trail. Right after entering your email, you'll have to enter your full name here, a password, and then click I'm not a robot. Right after that, you'll be met with this screen. Click Let's Go. Now all you have to do is click on Start $1 trial, and you'll be good to go. The payment method, for example, you can use Payoneer, credit or debit card, and PayPal. And then it will say that they are processing the payment. After a few minutes, it should be done. And that's it. After a while, it will say payment completed, start using ZIK, and then you will be redirected to this page. So I'll skip all of this for now, and let's get started with the tutorial. And now finally, you have created your ZIK Analytics account. Let's go through how to use it. So you can see right here in the top corner, we can see Market Insight, tools such as eBay, Product Research Tool, Category Research, Products Explorer, and so on. I will go through everything in the upcoming lessons, so don't worry about it. We can see right here, we can choose the language. There's notifications, there's news as well. There's advanced tools that are for premium subscription, I believe. And there's also upcoming events. So for example, if there's something coming, it will show it up right here. So Women's Day gift, so on. So this is the trending keyword for International Women's Day. You can also see trending eBay products, which are right here. Trending eBay niches as well, trending dropshippers, and in the left tab right here, we can see even more options from product research, competitor research, Products Explorer, Category Research, Title Builder, ZIK Pro. As you can see, this is for VIP members, competitors' products. This is what you add in your personal products and competitors. Tutorials and trainings that are related to ZIK. Some quick settings right here. You can, for example, change the marketplace, the shipping location, the source website. So where are you trying to look? The break-even location, which is basically a calculated estimated profit for the break-even point. You can find more advanced settings as well right here. If you go ahead to advanced settings, you'll find every advanced setting else. For example, for product research, store analytics, you can choose the store, competitor research right here. If you want to do sales date range about for example, 14 days or 17 days, integrations and source website. So this is the source website that you'll be looking at basically. So you can log out, you can change also the theme from white to black, and that's pretty much it as well in this dashboard. And you can also see the support here, which is pretty important in case you have a problem. You will come to this bottom right corner, you'll click on home, you will send the message. They typically answer pretty quickly. And you can also find the frequently asked questions or getting started. So yeah, that's pretty much about it for this tool. I'll see you in the next lesson where we'll be going into more depth about this tool. In this lesson, we are going to tackle one of the most exciting parts of dropshipping, finding products from Amazon that sell quick. By the end of the video, you will know exactly how to identify high demand products from Amazon and list them on eBay for maximum profit. Let's dive in. So first of all, make sure that you have two things ready, ZIK Analytics and Amazon bestseller. You can Google Amazon bestseller and you will be redirected to this page. In this page, you will find the product that we are going to be searching. Also in ZIK Analytics, head to management panel, head to advanced settings, and then head to competitor research and make sure that you have the sales date range set to only 7 days, because we want to see what was the most trending thing in the last 7 days. So with that said, make sure that the marketplace is US, shipping location is also US, and then click on save. Right after that, click into source website, and then make sure it is amazon.com and click on save. So what's this process going to be like? The workflow is 2 steps actually. Step 1, find dropshippers that source from Amazon, and step 2, find their best selling items. So let's get started with that. So as I said, head to Amazon bestseller page. This idea is going to be that we're trying to find products, and by finding the right product or products that sell very quickly and make very good profit margin, we can find good sellers. And those good sellers will high likely have a lot of products that sell quickly and do this thing. So this is what we're trying to find. So if we can at least land on 1%, we can find the right prospect to be following and understanding product trends for. So yeah. And by the way, these are the metrics that we are looking for. We're looking for at least 2 sales in 7 days. We are looking for 10 competitors max in that perfect product. And we are also looking for a price advantage. I'll explain every other of those in more details. And by the way, this is why we did 7 days in our ZIK Analytics dashboard right here in the competitor research, because we are looking for just the quick sales that happened in the last 7 days. So as I said, make sure that the sales date range is 7 days. So now head to Amazon, make sure that the delivery is set to the US. You can just send 10001, click on apply, and it will be set to the United States. Click on continue, and then you will see that right here, it is set to United States instead of your country. This is a very important step. So let's simulate the process of trying to find a product. Well, in this case, I'm just going to try to find any product just to make sure that you understand a lot of the features that come in ZIK Analytics and that you can use them for your own research, because this process can change from time to time. Not the research process, but rather the products, what type of products, and so on. So don't try to copy me as I'm doing it, but try to understand the tools I'm using, how I'm using it, and so on. So as I said, the first thing is we are going to select a category right here. In the category, for example, I'm just going to choose baby. It does not matter what category you choose, as long as you think that there is some demand in that category. And most categories will have that demand. So I'll click on baby, and then I'll just click the search bar to see the top results that we get. So we can see right here in the baby section that we will see some activity in gears, some feeding items, and then we'll scroll even a little bit more. And what we are looking to look for is this bestseller. This is a very important thing. This bestseller thing, make sure that it's telling us that Amazon thinks that this product is bestseller, not just by the product and its subscription, everything, no, by the sales, by the reviews it does, and so on. So yeah, go and scroll down a little bit more, try to find even a better product for this. I'm going to scroll down all the way and click on see all results right here. And then the research will be even more defined right here. As we can see, a lot of bestsellers right here, Amazon choices. We are going to still be looking for it. Also try to avoid, if you think an item is very, very heavy or something like that, try to avoid it because in shipping, it will cost way, way more than you think and it will really not be good. So this item right here looks pretty good, to be honest. I'll open it in a new tab. I'll click on it. And what I'm copying here is the keywords. So I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to head to ZIK Analytics. I'm going to click on product research, make sure that I have everything set up. I'll paste and then I'll click research. It will take some time, but I'll be right back. As you can see, in this case, this product is not really working well on eBay, most likely because the keyword or it did not find the right product. Actually, it did. So we can see right here what we are going to be using right now is the analyze competitor. So click on control and open a competitor right here. Because as I said, right now I'm not trying to find exactly a winning product, but rather just show you the process of finding this. Because this research could take hours and hours. As we said at the start of the course, research is one of the most important things. If you just take a shortcut with it, you're really going to burn your money and you might even end up losing. So make sure that you hit to ZIK Analytics. As I said, we opened this competitor by clicking Control Enter and it opens right here. I'm going to go back to this tab of this competitor and I can see in the last 7 days, this person has done the following things. So in 7 days, he sold 9 items of this product. And by the way, this warning right here just says that, for example, if a product might be copyrighted, it's very, very risky to upload that product on eBay because you don't have the copyrights to resell that product or something like that. Or it might just mean that the keywords being used in that product is dangerous. So in this case, we can see that it's using the keyword Nerf, which is the Nerf gun. You know, it's the copyrighted item, so it might be risky to sell this item. Or for example, if you type in a water gun or something like that, the word gun might get flagged. So just make sure that your description is explaining what exactly the product is. It's a water gun and so on and so on and so on. So right here, as I said, we have some things that ZIK Analytics do for us. And one of those things is the product name. We can find the products right here. We can find any warnings, as I said. The upload date, when was this product uploaded? So it was uploaded about 8 or 7 days ago. The total 7 days sales, we can see that it was $191. The total sold, so that's very good. The product only started selling in the last 7 days. The price is $21. And here we can also see the number of competitors. So when you're doing your own research, take those things in mind. As I say, the sales, we have 2 sales right here. It's hitting that. But the competitors, it's not. It's actually way above. It's 24. So that's a lot for us. So yeah, keep that in mind in your case. But I'm just going to go through with example products. So for example, let's look at this product because it has this feature right here. So in this, we're going to just click it. As you can see right here, it says that the exact product was found on Amazon, which is good. That means ZIK Analytics has found the exact product and it can give us a lot of data without us requiring to do a lot of research. So click on it. We can see this exact product. We can see that the eBay price is the following. Amazon price is the following. The fee is 14%. And the profit margin is 18%, which is pretty decent. 20 to 30% is very, very what we're looking for. The ROI is 28%, which is very, very well. And then the next feature that I'm going to talk on is save to folder. So you can save products to a folder, to a specific folder. So let's create a folder right here. I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to name it, for example, test products. I'm going to click on new folder and then I'm going to choose that folder right here. And then I'm going to click save to folder. So this product is going to be saved into this folder, which will be very, very good for us. Also keep in mind that ZIK Analytics might find the products in AliExpress, in Walmart, Alibaba, CJ Dropshipping, and so on. So for example, let's say we are going with this specific product. I'm going to click on this again. And I'm going to click on Amazon. We can open the products right here by clicking Control and the mouse, as I said earlier. And also, by the way, one thing is, this is very important. The fee and the profit margins and so on are very, very important because it's kind of telling us the research without us having to calculate the amounts and so on. So it's very, very good. So I'm going to go ahead to the product and just check the product right here. We can see it as it is. It has 3.2 stars reviews. So quite decent, but not the best in this case. and we can read those comments and the item things, description, and so on. So this is going to be very, very important for us because, for example, when you are looking at a product, you will be looking at the keywords that are being used in the Amazon. You will be looking at what the competitors are doing. So in this case, it has 19 competitors. We would not go for it, but we would go for a lower competitor tab. So as I said, you would look at the item, the images, you would take the images as well, because as you can see right here, the user is taking those images themselves and reusing them right here exactly. Also the description and so on. You might create another version of it. I will go through all of this in more detail later on, but this is just an example of what we can do. So now that you have found one product, try to find other products. Try to find a lot of other products, especially related topics or related categories. That would be very, very well for you, but it's not a must. So if the product is in another category, that's not an issue. And make sure that you save all of those products on the same file. So for example, I'll look in this product, even though it's irrelevant, I'll click on save to folder and it will save to the same folder right here. As I said, make sure that the profit margin and everything checks out, and make sure that you are checking always those metrics. As I said, 2 sales in 7 days is a must. 10 competitors max. It does not, if it's higher than that, it's very bad for you because you will be competing with other people. And since you are a new seller, it's really not that good. The price advantage as well, make sure that you might have a price advantage and you have some room to make the profit. At least 20-30% will be good. But even if it's a little bit lower, that's no problem whatsoever. So if I just go to this seller and I'll try to find items with that 7 days sales and the price, we can see, for example, it has 7 items. That's good. And it has 14 competitors. That's bad. This item right here, 7 sales. That's good. And 5 competitors. That is good right here. We can see also 5 competitors, 7 sales in the last 7 days. That's also pretty decent. 3 competitors, 6 sales in the last 7 days. Pretty good as well. So yeah, that makes it very, very clear. As you can see also right here, 2 competitors, 5 sales in the last 7 days. That's very, very good. For us, we need to at least find 2 sales per 7 days. That means that we can gain some momentum with time and we can make it work. And by the way, one thing or one tip that I would like to also include is when you're trying to look for items, try to look for the best of the best because you are limited with the amount of listings that you can list. So try to look, as I said, for the best of the best and don't try to settle for something that's not very good. As I said, as long as it hit that metrics, that's very good. But if you find something even better, that might be a gold mine for you. I would like to also mention that we have partnered with ZIK Analytics to offer you 50% off the first month on all monthly plans and 30% on yearly plans. So make sure you go to www.trackerbot.me/ZIK and use code TrackerBot50 as you can see right here in the screen. Make sure to use both the link and the coupon code to get the 50% discount. Again, just to emphasize, in the browser, trackerbot.me/ZIK. So the strategy is pretty simple. As I said, again, find the products and then you will go to sellers. In this case, I will just give you an example of another product. Let's look at this multi-vitamin products right here. Let me copy this, head to ZIK Analytics, type it in, enter, wait for ZIK Analytics, and then we can be redirected to this page. So what we will be looking for is we will be looking for a lot of sellers that are doing very well. So I'll open this is doing insanely well. I'll also open this, and I have 6 sellers. That's already way enough. And we can go right ahead and we do the same thing again and again and again. 7 sales, 13 competitors, 1. This is crazy item right here. So we can click on it. It did not find the product, but what we can do is we can copy this item. You can see it right here. This is the item in eBay that the person is selling. I'll copy this item. I'll head to Amazon and then I'll type it. Hopefully you'll find it in Amazon. Yes, exactly. This is the item. But in this case, I think that the source is not Amazon because as you can see, Amazon is $33. Maybe there is a cheaper one, but he's selling the bigger packet. So I am not very sure. But as I said, you would keep doing research like this again and again and again. And you would go from seller to seller, try to collect a lot of items, try to see how well they're doing, and then try to minimize them and like compete them against each other. So for example, we go again to this seller, we'll see that they have 946 active listings, 3,000 revenue, as you can see right here. And in the last 7 days, this product made 13 sales. it has 100 competitors. So no, we are not going for that. This might be very good. It has 6 sales in the last 7 days, and it has 3 competitors. This one has 1 competitor, 1 competitor. This one has 0 competitors right here, and so on. So you'd go on the eBay listing, you would look at it, you would check it out, you would go into Amazon, try to find the product specifically, and so on. You would go again to another seller, and you would keep repeating this process for at least 5 to 6 sellers, and try to avoid, as I said, items like this. So it says that this is a branded item, this is a brand item, and this keyword item right here, please make sure that your item does not contain some forbidden words, ingredients, components, or other factors that is forbidden to list, and you can look at that at eBay policies and whatnot. And also, by the way, if you, for example, could not find the product by yourself, you can still click on this item right here, and it will be able to kind of scan things and search on. As you can see right here, it was able to search it, but it was not able to find the exact same product. You can find it in Walmart, Alibaba, it could not find it. As you can see, it find it Alibaba some similar products, but it's really not the exact same thing. And you can also manually search for it. So for example, you can click search title on Amazon. It will search the specific title on Amazon, as you can see right here. And yeah, actually this might be the exact same products right here, but you can see that it's really not, Amazon is not the source right here. It might be AliExpress because the item is clearly overpriced right here, $28, and he's selling it for around $7, as you can see right here. So yeah, and you can also use this feature called Analyze Products, which will reanalyze this specific product. And as you can see right here, you'll find that there's actually one seller that's selling this, which is very, very interesting. That might be a very interesting item. You can also see, by the way, those tags, dropshipper and Amazon dropshipper and so on. So yeah, this is a very, very good strategy to understand products, to find the right winning products, and to find sellers that might have other products that are doing very, very well. And again, always again, refer to this right here. 2 sales in 7 days, 10 competitors max. You don't want to compete more than 10 competitors, and a price advantage where you can make the profit. If there is no profit to be made, why would you even list the item in the first place? It does not make sense. And so, by the way, in this case, we found like a one seller that's selling one item that's very, very good. We might be more competitors with him, but there might be something wrong with the item. He might be having a specific supplier or a one-time supplier that he's working with, or he might have something specific for him. That's why not a lot of people are not selling. So that might be a good or a bad metric. You will have to do your own research. You will have to find the suppliers and so on. If you find the right supplier for the right price, you might actually enter competition with this person. So yeah, that might be very, very possible. But let's say you are stuck. You are just looking at sellers. In this case, we would reverse our thinking. We would find items that have very, very high competitors. So for example, let me find an item with that specific metric. So yeah, this item right here, he has, as you can see right here, 24 competitors. What I'll do right now is I'll click on Analyze Products, and in this time, it will show me a lot of competitors, much more than we previously had. So scrolling down, we can see here, you can see 1, 2, 3, all of the 19 people are right here. And you can see that most people, or at least like the first 4 are only making sales with these products, and the rest are making about 0 sales, as you can see right here, especially in the last 30 days. If we even filter it by last 7 days, let me check that, search, we can see, yeah, even only one guy is making this. So really competing with this one person wouldn't really make sense, because there's also other people that are competing with him and are not doing well whatsoever. So he's really controlling the market, or he's really controlling the search results with this one. But this should not be a limiting factor for us. What I would suggest you to do is, for example, even when you find products with higher competitor, as I said, when you get stuck researching products, I would open all of that sellers, as you can see right here, and then I will go and find all that sellers. So for example, now I have new sellers to look at and understand what exactly they're selling and what exactly they are looking for. And that would give me even more data to play with and to understand what are the market trends, what is exactly selling, what's exactly not selling, and so on. And also sometimes when some products have very low sales and whatnot, for example, of course, this product has high, but like supposing it just has low sales overall throughout all the sellers, I would not even try to bother with trying to find the products, because if it doesn't hit the criteria, it's really not worth it to waste the time with. So if it has the automatic product search by ZIK Analytics, I'll go for it. But in other cases, not really. So now that you have found a bunch of products that you're going to be selling, what I would suggest you to do is head to my products right here, and you will find basically the folders that we've done. We'll do, for example, the test products, and you can find all the data again related to those products. What you can do is basically look at the price, check that everything checks out. You can even change information, because we can use this tool to basically put the items in the eBay store automatically and bulk upload them. So yeah, make sure that you have the eBay title and so on, supplier title. Honestly, there's two ways to do it. Either bulk upload them, or once when you're trying to upload the item, upload it one by one and change the title based on keywords and so on. And that was it for today's lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, we are going to be discussing the same thing we've done with Amazon, with eBay and AliExpress, as well as doing it with Walmart, getting items from Walmart. Well, what's the advantage of Walmart? Well, pretty simple. Walmart has what we call a brand, specific brand items that they sell. We are going to go through them in a second. So we can see right here, list of Walmart brands. As you can see, we have the major brands and we have those brands basically and some other brands. And the ones that we're going to be focusing on are brands like Sam's Choice, Great Value Brands, Better Goods, Equate, and so on. So the one that we're going to be using in this video is this brand right here, because it's very, very popular with Walmart and it's very, very popular with dropshipping. Again, the rule is still the same again and again and again. 2 sales in 7 days, 10 competitors max. That's really about it. No more than that. And as I said, if you are doing more sales or if you have an old eBay account or something like that, you might go for something around 10, 20. But realistically, the less you can keep the competitors, the better is for you. And we are trying to find the seller profiles that are doing well, so we can find the items that they're listing, and so we can track their history, and we keep repeating what they do. And we keep repeating just what they do from research and so on, because they have a history with success. So that's what we are trying to find. So in ZIK Analytics, quickly, go to quick settings, type in the marketplace eBay, the shipping location in the United States, and the source website is Walmart. The break-even calculation is the same. Click on apply changes. Once you have done that, go to products research. Again, marketplace, shipping location, date range is 7. And we are going to be looking at that specific brand, as I said. So I'll go ahead to this Wikipedia's list and I'll copy this. But keep in mind that literally any other of those popular brands will also work. So I'll go here and I'll paste it. And we can see that we got some results right here. I'll click on dropshippers only to basically be able to see only dropshippers. And I'll see some items. So first of all, before I do anything else, I'm just going to open the items that are in the eBay listing to get an idea of what I'm looking at. So I'm looking at poster frames right here. I'm looking also at poster frames, so keep that in mind. That's good. We can see that there's about 3 poster frames items that are doing very well. This is the bed pillow. This is a table, so it's doing very well. We can see the price. We can see the total sold. Now we are going to open the analyze competitors. Just like always, this is a huge competitor, by the way. He's doing very, very well. So anyone else that's doing his same volume, not really. I'm just going to stick with those 3. And we can see right here, the first one, the second one, and third guy. So we can see that this is, again, a risky brand. So I wouldn't even think about it. It has a brand name and it might be contain problems, but it checks the list. 7 days. It's one competitor. It's doing really amazing. So this guy is most likely the only person that's doing this. We can see that he's doing the poster frame. 32 sales in the last 7 days, which is amazing. One competitor again, 22 sales in the last 7 days, which is amazing. So again, what we're trying to find is, for example, if we find something like this, it's doing very well and it has a lot of competitors. What I will do is analyze products, and then I'll bring it here to upfront. And when I do that, I can see the following again. I will get a lot of sellers and so on. As we said, we keep the cycle going. I'll come back to this seller that's doing $10,000 right here. I'm going to come back for him and I'm going to add him to watch list. For example, let's see how many successful listings. He has 3,000. So I'll do this, successful listings. As we said, again, we want to save the competitors. We want to stay saving the competitors every time, so that whenever we want to do research again, we have the list of competitors and we don't have to go through them again and again and again. So yeah, I'll, for example, look at some items. And by the way, as I said, with Walmart, one thing I forgot to mention is that you can sell larger items, items that weigh more, that have more pricing, and therefore you can have more profit margins because Walmart is local and it can ship there with very, very low prices, and that would be very good. So let's look at this item, for example, this second item, the Comfort Complete Bed Pillow. We can see that there's 12 sales, so 67 competitors, so that's very, very high. But again, I would analyze the product. I would go to the product. I'll look at what people are doing. I'll look at other sellers and how much they're selling. So this seller will also be very, very well. I'll make sure that it's only drop shippers again, so that the filter results are tailored toward us, and so on. I will keep this cycle going and going until I find very, very good sellers that are doing extremely well. So for example, let's look at this item. We can see that this item does not have the product's ID. I'm going to do a case for one with product's ID and one with no product's ID. So we can find this. I'm going to search title on Walmart. I'm going to open this item specifically here, and I can see that here is the item right here. It's just to plow snow and so on. So I will go ahead and I'll see that here in Walmart, I'll try to find very, very similar item. Where does this guy get it from? So as you can, I can't really find it here, so that's not a problem. I'm going to close this. I'll go back to ZIK Analytics. I will type in search by photo on Google. So it will do this, and hopefully you will find it here. So we'll try to search for Walmart. Nothing really going on. So this product might be not exactly from Walmart, so I'm just going to give up on it. I'm not going to waste any time. As I said, even if the products might not be doing very well, this is the only reason I searched for this item is because it's actually doing well, and I'm able to take the 3 minutes, 5 minutes to search for its manual. So otherwise, I'm going to find the exact products found on Walmart, so this would be the better. I will click on it, open the link in Walmart, as then we can see right here, this is the exact item. Let me open the listing in eBay, and we can see it side by side. This is the item. These are the pictures, and we can see that it's very similar. Yes, even the listing pictures are very, very similar. We can see 2-pack is for $6, and he's selling them for $9. And if we go back to ZIK Analytics, there's 28% ROI and 18% profit margin. So it's very, very good item to basically list. And that's how I'll keep doing it. Again, I'll save this to the folder. It will be saved to the folder. And for example, in this case, I'll call it Walmart items folder. Click on new folder, and then that's it. Save it to the folder, and it will be good to go. So again, as I said, we'll keep doing this again and again and again. But with Walmart, the high specific thing that we can do is we can ship higher value items or even bigger items, because Walmart has very, very good return shipping policy, has very good return money refund policy as well. So it will be very, very good for us. So we only take that to our advantage. So for example, we can also see that this product right here is being priced at $29, and hopefully we can find it in Walmart. Let's search for it. So yeah, we can find it, as you can see right here, $20. And he's selling it for $29. So there's $9 of profit. And we have to do the calculation manually. We have to deduct the 14%. So I'll do 29 multiplied by 0.14 right here, plus 33 cents, which was going to give me basically, sorry. So let's do plus 0 here and just do, 439. So basically that would be 29 minus 439, which is going to give me the cost right here, as you can see, and I would have $4 of profit, which should be pretty decent. But you get the idea. I would go for items that are higher value that I can sell for higher price, and that would be very, very good for me. So yeah, with that said, that's about it for the Walmart section. Again, keep the idea going and moving. This is the same idea for Walmart, for Amazon, for AliExpress, and it's going to be the same. We are trying to find sellers, not exact products, because those sellers will help us find products with the long term. This seller right here, if you follow him, is going to find the best of the products, and you just copy those products. You do what we did in the title building lesson, where you build a good title, you build a good profile for that product, good description, and you will be good to go. That said, I'll see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. In this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to basically find suppliers from Home Depot and find sellers that are doing pretty successful. So first thing, head to homedepot.com. Make sure that you either have a VPN, because the website might not work. A popular VPN that I'm using in this case is called Urban VPN right here. and it's right here in the Chrome extension. Just download it, and then you'll be seeing it in the extensions right here. Click on it, make sure that you are in the United States, and then you will be back here. And set your zip code to 10001 and then type in update. As you can see right here, it will update it automatically. Then we are going to be ideally finding suppliers and sellers that are selling on eBay. This is not going to be directly done by ZIK Analytics. It's going to be a little bit of manual work because ZIK Analytics does not support it. So click on shop all, shop by department. And for example, we're looking for appliances. We are looking, for example, for maybe small kitchen appliances, maybe blenders, for example, things like this that might be selling on eBay. And then right here, we are going to be looking for the best sellers. For example, I'm just going to go for this commercial thing right here. So I'm just going to copy it ahead, the main thing. And in ZIK Analytics, make sure in the quick settings that you have the marketplace eBay, that you have the shipping location to United States. And as I said, the source website doesn't matter because ZIK Analytics does not support Home Depot. But this will give you a general idea on how to do this research for almost everything. So right here, I'm going, as I said, to copy this title. And I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to make sure that the sales date range is 7 days. And I'm going to click on search. So I do have 3 listings. The other data doesn't matter because, as I said, we are trying to find sellers basically. So make sure that you hit dropshippers only. And you can see right here that 7 days total sale is doing nothing. But I'm just going to open and analyze those competitors right here because, as we said, we're just trying to find one seller that will lead us to other sellers. So right here in this case, we can find that he has an item. He has sold one item for this revenue on eBay and is doing very well with it. So let me open this item right here. Let us look at it on eBay. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to make sure that, first of all, this item is valid in Home Depot. And yes, actually it is. We can see that this is the same item right here. And it's basically the same thing that he's using. So that's very, very good for us. We make sure that the seller is actually selling from Home Depot. And we are trying to find products that has high competitors. So this has 8, this has 13. I'll go for this one that has 13 and try to find a competitor that's doing very, very well. So as I said, in the last 7 days, it's really not doing any good sales. But this seller has 7,600 feedback. That means he's been selling this for a very, very long time. And we can click here, analyze competitor. So we will be able to look at what this competitor is doing. So going back, as I said, this seller is not available right now in ZIK Analytics. So we're going to find other sellers that might be very, very similar. So let's look at this one right here. And we can see their page. So you can see that this seller right here has some couple of products that are doing very well. We will go also back to here and trying to find other sellers that are doing extremely well as well. And as I said, the concept is very similar to other platforms. What we're doing is still the same thing. We're finding sellers, we're adding them to our watch list, then we are finding products. We are going ahead and saving that product into a folder. We're creating a bunch of products to have a big folder of products and then go one by one throughout all of those products. So as I said, now we have got this guy in this page right here. We will make sure to look at other products. For example, this one might have other competitors right here. So let's look at it. And we can see that this one has other competitors. As you can see, we have this guy right here that has always changed the filters, by the way, to 7 days. And we can see right here that this product is not really doing well. So I'm just going to go back to Home Depot. I'm just going to go shop all again. And I'm going to shop by department. I'm going to go, for example, for hardware tools. Let's look at, for example, door hardware. And let's look for electronic ones, just as an example. And then I'm going to find the best sellers once again. So this one is top rated. So this one might be good. We have a bestseller right here. I'm just going to copy the name. Going to head back to ZIK Analytics, click product research, put the name here, change the sale date range to 7 days, and click on search. So that's pretty good. I found some results right here. This looks like the image, very close to the image. And I'm just going to open those competitors. I can see that they're doing no 7 day sale, but that's okay. Because as I said, again, we are trying to find the sellers that are doing very well. So we will go ahead, open this and this. This is also doing very well. So I'll look at them and I'll look at the products that they are doing that are doing very good in sales. For example, this product is doing extremely well. And I will copy this. I'll try to find it right here. So either by that or the other way to do it as always is click on this tool right here and click on search by Google Images. So you can see that there is kind of similar products right here, but otherwise we can see that, yeah, exactly. So this is in Home Depot. So as I said, we will add this to our folder. And then after doing that for a couple of products, for example, maybe this product as well, I'll add the seller to the watch list. So Home Depot seller, save competitor. And then I will go based on this. For example, I will go back to this products. I'll find high competitors. I will then search these products, analyze the products even more and more. And then after analyzing the products, I will see that there are more sellers selling it. I will go into their profile. Always make sure that the filter is set to 7 days. Let's do that. 7 days. And then click on search. So I'll scroll back right here and I'll find a couple of products again. And I'll keep repeating the process until I will find some successful products. And as I said, the same criteria even applies here. 2 sales in 7 days is the least, and less than 10 competitors is a must because we have a new eBay account and we want to get some visibility from eBay and not be competing in a market where it's overcrowded and we can't get visibility by anyone. And that was it for today's lesson. I'll see you in the next one.
I would like to also mention that we have partnered with ZIK Analytics to offer you 50% off the first month on all monthly plans and 30% on yearly plans. So make sure you go to www.trackerbot.me/ZIK and use code TrackerBot50 as you can see right here in the screen. Make sure to use both the link and the coupon code to get the 50% discount. Again, just to emphasize, in the browser, trackerbot.me/ZIK. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, I will be showing you exactly how to do the same thing we did with Amazon, but instead with Amazon, we are looking for AliExpress suppliers. So keep that in mind. And by the way, the same metrics apply here. We're looking for 2 sales. We are looking for 10 competitors and profit margin is preferably 30% plus. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't go for less. We can go for something in the range if the product is doing extremely well and we can compensate for that in sales. So keep that in mind. Again, 2 sales, 10 competitors, and so on. And by the way, for the competitors, if you're already doing sales on eBay and you already have a store that has been going for a long time, I would suggest you might be going for maybe 20, 30 competitors, but preferably always lower and lower competitors would be much better for you. So in ZIK Analytics, make sure you head to quick settings, click marketplace AliExpress, shipping location China, the website AliExpress, break-even calculation 14%, click on apply changes, head to the product research page right here. As you can see, head to eBay. And now right here, we are going to be searching for products. So for example, let's search for woman watch. As you can see, the product doesn't really matter. What we're trying to find is sellers that are very good. Click on search. And then right here, what we're looking for is dropshippers only. So make sure to trigger that filter right here, dropshippers only. And we can see that there is 3 sellers right here that are doing it. So again, the idea is that we're trying to find sellers that will basically do all the research for us once we follow them and analyze them. So I'm just going to open this seller and this seller and this seller. We can see this one is from China, this one is from the US, and this one is from Israel. So we're just going to open all of those. We can see that the volume revenue is 89, 0, 663. So the first 2 are pretty bad. I'm just not going to be looking at them. And I'm going to be using this guy to find other sellers in other niches. So basically, I'll be looking at this product right here. This product seems to have a lot of competition right here. And let's click on Analyze Product. Let's open it in the new tab. And we can see that this product is somehow doing better. You can see that there is a 30-day sales. The 30-day sales is not really the metric we're looking for. So open filters. Make sure that you select 7 days. And then click on Search again. So once we are here, we can see that, by the way, you can see that sales earning is very, very low. But as I said, this is just an example. I think if you search for another topic, for example, Swiss knife or something like that, it might be doing very, very well. Yeah, exactly as I said. As you can see here, the knife is doing a lot better. And topics like, for example, man watch are doing even better. I would like to also mention that we have partnered with ZIK Analytics to offer you 50% off the first month on all monthly plans and 30% on yearly plans. So make sure you go to www.trackerbot.me/ZIK and use code TrackerBot50 as you can see right here in the screen. Make sure to use both the link and the coupon code to get the 50% discount. Again, just to emphasize, in the browser, trackerbot.me/ZIK.
So yeah, other topics or other products might have better results, but that doesn't matter. So for example, we're going to stick to the woman watch right here. It's already doing very well. We found the sellers again, and then we open the sellers right here, and we find a decent product. We then clicked on analyze products, and we can see the products right here. Once we find good seller, we can add that seller to our watch list. For example, I'll add a comment for this seller would be like woman watch, for example. Of course, the comment would be more descriptive on your site. So I'll click save competitor, and then I have watched this competitor, and then I can find it in my competitors list. So right here in the left, you can find it in my competitors, and then it will be right here. So yeah, this is pretty much the strategy. And then, for example, you will click on find products by image on AliExpress, and then it will search the products. You will, for example, first of all, make sure to open the main products right here. As you can see, I'll see the pictures of the product. Yeah, I have an idea about the pictures, and then I can see this products right here, open it again, see in AliExpress, and try to compare if this is the exact same product. Yes, the images are pretty relevant. It could be edited, but yeah, the images are pretty much the same. But you can see right here, the price doesn't make sense. So this is not really the supplier here. It could not be. And you will go ahead and search between all of those listings that are put in AliExpress. It will give you a solid idea of who might supplier be, the description, the title. And same thing as I said with Amazon, same thing as I said in the previous lesson. You'll get the title. You will put the title again in the title builder right here, and you'll have a very solid idea on how to put that listing. You will also save the product and so on. So that's about it for today's lesson regarding how to do it for AliExpress. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, we are going to explore one of the most effective strategies for maximizing profit: niche research. So what is basically niche research? What does niche mean? Everything we are going to cover in this lesson. So in this lesson, you will know how to identify profitable niches and find similar products that can help you stand out in a crowded marketplace. So let's get into the first section, which is what is a niche and why does it matter? Well, a niche is a specialized segment of the market that caters to a specific audience. For example, instead of selling general fitness equipment, you could focus on yoga mats for beginners or resistance bands for home workouts. I'll give you very good examples. Here, you can see the example on the left, which is a company that, for example, does logo design for restaurants in Dallas for $3,000 at least, and the size is a small business. So this agency provides logo design services for restaurants in Dallas area that target clients would have the budget of $3,000, are likely to be small business owners. So this pyramid, as you can see right here, this is a very good example of a niche. You see, the main niche right here is logo design. Anybody can do logo design, but they're doing logo design for restaurants, where Dallas, the budget $3,000 and the size is the following. So what does it look like as for dropshipping? So you would see, for example, the niche, the main niche would be, for example, pets. And then we would go down to dogs. And then we would go back to the toys category. And then in the toys category, we would go, for example, recyclable toys, or for example, toys that are non-toxic, stuff like that. So this is what a niche is. And you can niche down very, very much, or you can stay in the top of the niche and the top of the funnel. You're just selling, for example, pet toys. And the right example right here also emphasizes this even more. You have web design and development. This is a service. The budget is 20 to 30K. The size is mid-size. The industry is tech, and the location is United States. So this is also niche, even though it's more broad than the first one. The location here is not Dallas, for example, and it's more broad international, for example, US. It is still a niche. So keep in mind. But like, why does it matter? So niches often have less competition. You need to keep that in mind, and more loyal customers. This means you can charge higher prices and enjoy better profit margins. Plus, targeting a niche allows you to become an expert in that area, which build trust with your buyers. So keep that in mind. So let's talk now about finding the profitable niches. We have three things or three steps that we are going to go through in this lesson. So first of all, we're going to find high demand niches and then identify the niche unique selling point. And then the third, source the product from the supplier, the right supplier that will give us the best price, the best service, everything that's going to be the best thing for the people buying from our eBay store. So yeah, now let's talk statistics as we used in the previous lesson. When we are trying to find a niche, we are looking for three criterias right here. We're looking for at least 10 to 30 sales in 30 days. That's the specific product. We are looking for 500% sell-through rate. That's the niche. And we are looking for 30% success rate. So on your favorite browser, head to ZIK Analytics. As you can see right here, make sure that you're logged in. I'll log in, I'll be back. So when you are in ZIK Analytics in the left dashboard, always going to open this up, we can find the category research. Click on it. It's going to help us find the right categories, aka niches. So the shipping location is United States, and we are going to choose a location right here. So for example, I'm going to go for baby stuff, and I'm going to go for baby gear, for example. I'm going to type baby gear here, and then click on search. And right here, we can already see the metrics that we were talking about. So the sell-through right here is not 500%. So we can see this is not already a profitable niche that we are going to go for, but this is not a problem. We're still just doing research. So we might find other products or other things that are doing very, very well. So what's the strategy, you might ask? Well, it's pretty simple. So for example, we are going to look at this product. So what we're trying to do here with dropshipping, especially on eBay, as I explained in the presentation, we don't need to niche down a lot. What we're trying to find is a product that is in a specific niche, because nobody cares about specifically the niche of, for example, safety gear for cars for babies. No, nobody does it this way. That's why we can see here that the sell-through is weak. And if we think about it this way, this will never be able to find the right category. So for example, I'm just going to take the title of this. So ingenuity, keep calls, stream one, and I'm going to open 3 pages for product research right here. The first one, I'm just going to type in this right here, and I'm going to click search. Here, I'm just going to remove anything that's really not that important. So I'm going to remove all of this right here. And also right here, finally, I'm going to type baby car seat. So something more general, I'm going to click search. Let's go back to the first result. We can see here that this is 100% sell-through, 2 listings, 2 sold items, and the earnings is $64 because this is a very targeted keyword. This is why it didn't able to find a lot of listings. But here you can see that it found a little bit more than it found in the first place, but still this is a very weak niche. And we can see right here, yes, so baby car seat, the more general term, gave us a better idea, and we can see everything about it right here. So we can see that this is actually selling. Total sold is 32 in the last 7 days. It's 27. So if we go back, it's actually within this range right here. So it's pretty well. But sadly, the sell-through is all off. So that means there's not much to go on right here. The success rate is 29%. So it kind of hits it. So it's very close. It's a very decent market, but it's really not what we'll go through in this case. So for example, let's go ahead and change the niche and search for something else. Let's go back to category research, and let's go this time for something more general, something that will have more sales. Let's go, for example, for cell phone accessories. This niche might be good. Let me search. And right here, we can see some results. Right away, we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to open 3 product research tabs right here. I'm going to be looking for tempered glass screen protector. So I'm going to take that ahead. I'm going to copy the title from the eBay. So tempered glass screen protector. And I'm going to do it for iPhone here, for example. And I'm going to search. Same here for Samsung. And the third one, I'm just going to keep it general. So we'll see what the search results first. We found the first one. This is a very good niche. We can see that sell-through is 18,000%. 81% successful listings. That's very good. 83,000 in sales earnings. So everything here checks out. All of those metrics really checks out. So that's very, very good. And we can see that there is also some competition in this market right here. So I'm going to click on Analyze Competitor once again. And while doing this, I'm going to add this to the watch list. I'm going to do Screen Protector Seller right here. I'm going to save this competitor, and I'm going to be looking at the same thing we did in the previous lessons. I'm going to be looking at the competitors. I'm going to be looking. So for example, this one has the last 7 days, has 10 sales. It has 4 competitors, and it's very good. So I'll be looking for it. I'll try to find this product by doing the search in Google Images. And I can see right here that this might be in Amazon. So see exact matches. I'm going to visit this website. I'm going to also open the eBay listing. Again, it's the same process we've learned so far. So we can see that this is the product right here. And currently it's unavailable. So I'll just go back to the Google Images again. I'll search in Google Images. I'll try to find something more relevant. So something AliExpress, that might be it. And since sadly this product doesn't have that, it's found the exact product, I think I will waste some time right here if I were you and understand the product, because this is very good competition, very good numbers for competitors. It's very, very, very good. And yeah, I can see that, for example, yes, this is very, very similar. It's not the same pictures, I believe. Let me check that. No, it's not the same pictures, but we can work with it. $3.22. We calculate the 14%. We add the 33 cents as we used to do in the previous lessons, and we will be good to go. So right here, we will able to find high demand niche. That is a high demand niche. We need to find now the unique selling point of the product. Well, first of all, what is the unique selling product of the product? Well, it might be very, very simple things. It might be, for example, for iPhone 15 Plus, for privacy screen, and so on. Those are unique selling points. So let's go do that now. So back in the product page, as you can see here right now, this is already the unique selling point. So iPhone 16, 15 Pro Max, XR, and so on. And we can see a lot of things about it. So in this case, I'm talking about the tempered phone, but in your case, you'll probably be looking at the other products we found right here, the bow tie or the ties for men. So basically this product, I'll open it right here, and I'll be like looking at, for example, solid color zipper. So we have different colors. That's a unique selling point. We have, there's no need to do the tie. It's just a zipper. You just put it and you just zip it. It's good to go. That you don't need to waste the time. So those are all unique selling points, and we need to keep them in our mind to also find products that are relatable. And now the third thing, which is already we have done it, which is basically to source the products from the supplier. We've already done that. We've already found the product from the supplier. So as I said, we found this product specifically right here, but we can see that this one doesn't have the unique selling point that we were talking about. So we will have to do more research about this specific product, and we'll find what exactly is working for that product and what is not. So that's it for today's lesson. It's pretty simple and pretty straightforward. Again, make sure that you understand the metrics: 10 to 30 sales, 500% sell-through, 30% success rate, and this is for niche, and this is for the products right here. So keep that in mind. Those metrics are very, very clear, and then make sure that you're also following the previous videos where we see the specific products, how is it doing, how is it performing in the market, and that's pretty much about it. Thanks a lot for following alongside in this lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there, welcome. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to build the perfect title and how to optimize your listing to be published on eBay. So first of all, remember, we went ahead to our folders right here in my products. And then, for example, I choose this folder. And inside of this folder, we can see the following. You can see the eBay image. We can see the supplier image. We can see some numbers right here, eBay title, supplier title. So what we are trying to do is build the title. So inside of our ZIK Analytics, find the title builder, click on it right here, and open it in a new tab, by the way. As you can see, we have here the title builder. Make sure the marketplace is eBay. Shipping location, for example, in your case, United States. Sales date range, I'll keep it at 30 days right here. And then we have the eBay title. I'm going to open this listing in eBay, by the way. All you have to do is click on the image right here and it will open it. And you can find this listing right here. So we can see this following title, which is going to copy the main keyword, which is Gildan men's fleece hooded pullover sweatshirt. So just this. Just whatever you think the item is basically. So what word specifically describes the item. and then I'm going to get some results right here. So first of all, let's try to understand what's going on here. There's two type of things going on. There's the long tail keyword and there's the short tail keyword. First of all, I would like to also copy the full item, the full title, sorry, and then I would like to paste it right here, which will show you that the title contains 79 characters over 80 characters, and eBay does not allow more than 80 characters in the title. So you can see that this is the keyword provided. The competition is 100, the average searches is 133, the sales are 73. So what we're looking for is high sales, low competitions on the keyword. So that should be very, very important. So we can see right here that this specific size right here, as you can see right here, it has 7 competitors and 128 sales. So it's very, very high. And for example, also this man pullover, we can see it has 2 competitors and 116 sales. So you can see that the title that this seller is using has already containing both of those titles. So it makes sense why it's good. And we can also here find the generic keyword ideas, which are simple keywords like one-time keywords that are being used. And you can see that the title of the seller right here has all of them. So Gildan, hooded, pullover, sweatshirt, and so on. Heavy, blend, plain, fleece. We can see that he's been using them all over here. I think, yeah, heavy, he's not using the word heavy. He's not using the word plain as well. So what we can do is, for example, in our products, if we're going to find similar product to this, that's different description or that's different thing from what this eBay seller is selling, what we're trying to do is basically replace some keywords, change some keyword place so that we don't copycat. Because if you copycat, you're not going to win with the same keywords, with the same everything. It's not going to work. It's as simple as that. Also, I would like to also open the Amazon listing right here. So for example, I would copy this. I'll head to Amazon, the seller, click on it, and then search for, okay, it's here. This is the specific item. So for example, if we are drop shipping or selling this item from Amazon, this specific item right here, we need the product details. So you can see right here in this eBay listing, if I scroll down a little bit, you can see item specifics. You can see the condition, the type, department, and so on, the brand, and so on. This is exactly the store categories, and this stuff is done by HTML. I don't really suggest you to do it. It's just too much, and it's not very, very good for SEO. But yeah, so basically you can see right here that the item has a description. So this item description is very, very also important. The item material, the size, the every other detail that's relevant to the buyer. Anything that the buyer might search for is very, very important for us. Even if we go ahead to the Amazon, we are going to scroll down a little bit to the description of the product. We can see that this is the description, this is all the information, and so on. So what we're going to do is, for example, if this product doesn't have much description, we are going to take those description and those information from the Amazon selling page. So as I said, we will see all the relevant information. We'll go back to the title. And for example, in this case, we have Gildan's man, fleece hooded pullover. If we're selling also hoodies, we will also do it the same thing. And then we have sweatshirt. And for example, here in the soft warm, we would change it to something like, for example, heavy, because we can see that heavy is actually overworn. So we would do, for example, heavy hoodie right here. And then we have more 5 characters. Of course, a space will take another character. So realistically, we only have 4 characters. So we might be able to look, for example, for plain. We can change this pullover right here. For Gildan's man, fleece hooded sweatshirt, plain, for example, we'll keep the same size right here because we know this one works very, very well because it's ranking very, very high up here. So we've got all of those 5. We've got hoodie, we've got heavy, I don't think we've got blend, we've got plain. And yeah, we can see if the blend will fit here instead of new, because I don't see that the keyword new is very, very important. Even if we go ahead and search into others, yes, the keywords new is literally not important whatsoever. We can see that it's not ranking whatsoever right here. So we've got all of those keywords right here up to plain, I think. And that's already very, very good. Already very good title. What I'll do is I'll copy. I think we can even add the new. Yeah, we can even add new, which is amazing. So what we can do is copy to clipboard right here, and then we will be good to go. We can use that whenever we want to do in our eBay listing, or we'll go back to the eBay title and I'll change it right here to my own title, so that whenever I'm trying to update the item, I'll find that my title is already here instead of the supplier's title. We can also find that, for example, in this case, the supplier title is exactly this one. So this is the supplier for the Amazon listing. And we can get more specific details from here. So what I will take is that, for example, the dimensions, the model number, maybe not, customer reviews, no, that's not relevant to us. So weight, department, manufacturer, first date available, that's really not relevant. That's not something that people will search for. I'll take also important information from here. So I'll take informations also from here. And that will be pretty much it when I'm trying to work on a listing. As I said, anything else that the buyer, that the seller has put that the Amazon listing have not, I'll also try to include it. I'll also try to make sure that the keywords I've added are also included in my description, because also the description plays on the SEO search results. So it's quite important for us. And that's really about it. Just try to keep it simple as much as you can. Do not overcomplicate the process. Don't make this process take a lot of time, because once you list the items, you can come back, change the title, and play with that and see what works and what doesn't work with time. So it comes from experience. It comes from a lot of other things, but mainly just try to get it done. Just try to do your own research. Don't leave the same title, obviously, because as I said, if you compete with the same title, you're not going to perform well whatsoever. So it's not worth your time. And that's about it for today's lesson. I'll see you in the next one. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about scaling your winning products in eBay store. So with that said, let's get already started. So there is three main things that we are going to be following alongside in this lesson. Three main things: identify the winning product, strategies for scaling your winners, and avoiding common pitfalls when scaling. So let's get started already. So it is pretty simple, especially when it comes to identifying the winning product. Well, the first thing is it should be getting consistent sales. As we have previously mentioned right here, that the products, if it's getting 10 to 30 sales in 30 days, we would take it from other sellers. Where it's the same case for us. We will take our own products from our own selling in eBay if it's doing this same metrics, 10 to 13 days right here. And also if the product's from a broad niche, for example, if the niche is not very limited, especially right here, we will take it from the product niche, as I explained in the previous lesson about niches. It also has another unique selling point. If you remember the ties, they had the thing where it automatically sets without trying to tie it and so on. And that's a unique selling point. And if we can find other unique selling points, so for example, a non-sweat tie, very loose, not very, shocking on the neck and so on. So all of those things will be another unique selling point. As long as the product has another unique selling point, we'll be good to go. So those are the three metrics that we are going to be using in this lesson to try and find the products based on our performance. So let's look at an example right here. We've got this eBay store. So you can see that this eBay store is in the niche of medical products, and we can see that there's a lot of products right here. But for example, if we take this product right here, it's itch relief. So we know that. So this is also pain relieving. So this is the same kind of niche, kind of category, and he's going for other types. So for example, this is for cleansing, this is for the scalp, and this is, for example, for people that have problem with nail biting and so on. So this is also right here. You can see oral pain gel soft brush. So it's for avoiding pain. So he has a theme that he's going alongside with all of those, which is the theme of being pain relieving and so on. And we can go down and we will find also other things. So for example, we will find products for cleaning, as you can see right here. We will find products for teeth. We will find again pain relieving, as you can see right here, another product for pain relief, and a lot of other products that are of similar categories. So what this person is doing is most likely is that they're posting products from the product research strategy, are finding the right supplier, they're putting the product, they're getting some success with that specific product, and in that period, they see if the product is getting 10 to 30 sales in 30 days, if the product from a broad niche, which is obviously it is for that guy, it was basically pain relief. So it made a lot of sense for him to keep going for that category once again and again and again and again. And he's just basically built a library of successful products. As you can see, this person right here has 1.75 million items sold, and it's just going very well for him. That's because he has been working on the product that have got him the most success. So that's going to be the same thing for you as well. Whenever you see that a product is doing extremely well, you try to find something that has, as I said, again, another unique selling point, which is basically, again, it's pretty simple. If the color is different, that could be another unique selling point. If the product has another use case, so for example, for the ties, it could be for business meetings, it could be also for maybe church, it could be for something like that. So that would be another unique selling point. Think of unique selling point, just what would people use that product for. So, and then you would come up with literally infinite ideas when it comes to this type of products. So that's the basics of it when it comes to finding the product metrics and what products to kind of go for and relist on eBay. And let's move on. So as I was saying, we have consistent sales, and then the second thing is profit margins. The product must have very good profit margins. Otherwise, the parent or the child of that product would not have also other profit margins, so it would not be very, very good for our time. We might go for less profit margins at the start, but once we start scaling and once we start doing very well, we would like to go for more profit margins. So that's just nonsense if we keep going for less profit margins, especially if we're talking less than 10%. It's really not worth it. We're aiming for 10 to 30%, and it depends from the supplier. So as we said in the previous lessons, if the supplier is from AliExpress, that would be good to go for the 30% profit margin. And we have also customer feedback. We need to make sure that the product is getting very, very good customer feedback. If it's not getting good customer feedback, well, the product is not very good then. And if we scale it, we're just going to have troubles and we might cause our account to be suspended in the future. So we don't want to deal with any of that, and we want to avoid any trouble from that sense, and just make sure that the customers are getting what they want, are getting what exactly they've signed up to buy, and there's no problems with it, and the supplier also doesn't have any issues, so that whenever we think of scaling our store and scaling other similar products, we wouldn't meet an end line where our store might get shut down because of it. So now let's talk about the second point I've mentioned across, is that the strategies for scaling your winners. Well, the first thing right here, we have this right here, we have 5 things: optimize your listing, run promotion and discounts, expand to new markets, increase listing, and diversify your supplier base. Well, let's go through each one of them. Well, first of all, make sure that you update your titles, the images to make them more appealing, use keywords that improve your search rankings and attract more buyers, test more titles with different products that you diversify. So as I said in the previous example, if you have 3 products for the ties, make sure that you test different titles and see what works and what doesn't. For the second point, run promotions, offer limited discounts for bundles using eBay promotional tool to highlight your products and attract more attention. The third thing is expand to new markets, maybe explore markets for businessmen, salarymen, workers, and so on. So, for example, with the ties example I'm giving, obviously. And then the fourth thing is increase your listings. You try to increase the amount of listings, try to hit the maximum amount of listings on eBay. Also, if you hit the amount maximum of listing on eBay and you are doing very well, then consider buying the eBay store subscription that will increase your limits or make it cheaper to list items. And then lastly is diversify your supplier base. Don't be afraid to test with other suppliers, but if you have a supplier that actually can handle your volume and can do very, very well with you, then that's the diamond supplier. I would keep him, but I would keep a supplier else that I might know and just keep the contact with him if in case something goes wrong. So yeah, diversifying your supplier base and not being required with one or limited with one supplier is essential as well for scaling. Moving on to the last point of this lesson is avoiding common pitfalls when scaling. So there are 4 common pitfalls that might occur to you. The first one is running out of stock, and that the supplier doesn't run out of stock in your case. As I said, that's why you need to diversify your supplier base and not be limited by overextending your budget. Well, scaling requires investment. That is very, very true. And it might take a long time for you to collect your profits when it comes from eBay and so on. So try to not spend more than you can afford, track your expenses, and make sure that your profit margins remain very, very healthy. The third thing is ignoring competitors. If you ignore competitors, you are just welcoming other people to step over your eBay store and to just basically crush you. So make sure that you are following what your competitors are doing, you are caught up with the trends, you are also always listening, always making sure that you are being on top, regularly monitoring their prices and adjusting your strategy as needed. Make sure that they're not lowering the price of the market so that they can get on top of you and so on. And the fourth thing is neglecting customer support, which we are going to talk about in a full chapter. As I said, with more sales come more customer inquiries and potential issues. Make sure you are prepared to handle them, increase volume without compromising on the quality, and make sure that you are on top of your game. So as I said, that was pretty about it. We have covered 3 points in this lesson, and we are going to talk more about this in the upcoming lessons. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. In this lesson, I'll go about the eBay algorithm briefly. So let's get started. So first of all, let's talk about what Cassini is and how it works. Well, Cassini is basically the brain of eBay. It's how eBay knows and scans millions of listings and knows how to rank them based on factors like relevance, seller performance, and buyer experience, as you can see right here. So what are the key factors? We have relevance, seller performance, buyer experience, and listing quality. So the relevance is the question, does your listing match what the buyer is searching for? For example, if someone searches for wireless headphone and your title description is not something like that, of course, they don't want to see a wired headphone in this case. So yeah, relevance is a very key important metric that Cassini tracks to make sure that it's ranking the right products in the right terms. So seller performance is also a very strong metric, but since we can't control that and we are just starting on eBay, it's really not something that we're going to be focused on. But other sellers, for example, that's why they rank higher than you, because they have the seller performance and the history to back them. The buyer experience as well. How did the buyer experience go? Listing that offers great buyer experience like competitive pricing, clear policies, and fast shipping rank higher. Happy buyers mean better rankings for you. Listing quality is basically the image, the titles, the description, and everything else that follows. So
just a quick reminder. This free dropshipping course is brought to you by TrackerBot. When you are dropshipping, making sure your tracking info is valid is crucial. TrackerBot makes it easy by automatically validating tracking numbers from suppliers like Amazon and AliExpress directly within eBay. That means better protection for your seller account and happier customers. To help you get started, we have arranged a special deal for course members only. Get 50% off your month on any TrackerBot subscription plan. Sign up at trackerbot.me/free course. All you have to do is in your browser, type in www.trackerbot.me/free course, as you can see it right here. And then you'll be good to go.
So let's find out exactly how it works. By going to eBay and saying, for example, let's do the wireless headphone example. So in the search, if I type just headphone, you'll see that we're going to get multiple things. So for example, I'm going to get a wireless headphone. As you can see, I got also a wired headphone, which is, as you can see, going to be the theme like here. So Cassini here in this case doesn't really check out and make sure that you are exactly finding the right products, because your search term is broad. And we can see right here, if we type headphone wireless, click enter, you'll see right here, for example, those are only going to be wireless headphones. It's not going to be a wired headphone right here. So keep that in mind. That's also very, very important, is that the search intent, the algorithm is very, very keen on things like this. So for example, if we open this listing right here for the Beats Dr. Dre, we can see that one of the most important things that also plays a big role is the images. As you can see, the images are very, very good. The seller can see the product from every angle, the features of the product, how it bends and so on, every single feature right here. And you can see it very, very clearly. The second thing is as well the item specifications. As you can see right here, this has a lot of item specifications. That means if I'm looking for wireless headphones, for example, that are with this feature that's called surround sound right here, I might get the same listing that's going to be first. As you can see right here, I did, because the item specifics also are into the keywords that the buyer are searching for. So it's really taken into account for it. As you can see right here, also suitable for studio monitoring. So if I'm looking like for headphone wireless for studio monitoring, as you can see, that listing actually did not pop up because there's other products that are higher ranking than it, but in that case, it will be the same product if it's very popular in this keyword as well. So it doesn't really matter in this case, but you get the idea, is that the item specifications also play a big role when it comes to listing the item. So make sure that you have very, very item specific things, not things like the manufacturer and whatnot. No, but rather like, as you can see right here, the features and whatnot. Those are pretty important. We can also see the about this product is also very important. Item description also very important. The keywords that are used in the item description is really going to be used in the search term as well. And all of those make the algorithm, all of those things, the algorithm look for in a great products. And if your product matches everything out of those, you will have a higher chance to rank in that keyword, also depending on the competition and whatnot. That's why I told you before that lower competition is very important, because you're just starting out and you want to rank for some items. That's about it for this lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, I'm going to cover title building in more depth. In the last chapter, we have covered the basics of title building and how to do it inside of ZIK Analytics. We're still going to be using ZIK Analytics for this, but now we are going to be doing more research and make sure that our title stands out, because the title is one of the most important things when it comes to our listing on eBay. It's one of the only things that we can control to be pushed up there where people can search for us and click on our product. With that said, let's get started already. So the first thing I did is I made sure to find the product. So right here, I found this product. Typed the products right here. So I typed SATA cable. I've stripped everything else from this and just kept SATA cable. Clicked on search. And once in the search bar right here, I found my product up here. So with that, I was able to open this in eBay. I made sure to save this in a folder, just like the usual things we used to do. So with that said, now let's look into the next section. Now that I am in the eBay store, I'm just going to go for the first listing right here. And I'm going to, first of all, before even entering to ZIK Analytics again, I'm just going to analyze the title. And I can see that already this part right here, hard drive adapter, cable, is repeating with every single one of them. So yes, USB 3 to 2.5, SATA 3 hard drive adapter. So USB 3, and I can see that already is repeating. So in this case, you can see that the rest is what's different. So cable / UACP - SATA to USB 3.0 converter. And you can see right here, this as well is kind of similar. Actually, it looks very identical at this point, even though it's different stores. And I can see that this one also is kind of the same, but here it says the 2 instead of the dash, and it doesn't have the slash right here. So minor changes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the template of this. So I'm just going to take the template. I'm going to click on here, and I'm going to remove this at this moment. I'll go back to all of that later on. I'll click on search. So right here in search, I can find relatable terms. So here now I'm going to copy my title. So it contains 80 characters out of 80 characters, as I showed you previously. And by the way, what I suggest you to do is actually to take all of those products inside of ZIK Analytics and create a folder, just like we usually do, just to keep track of everything when you're trying to make a listing, which we're going to cover in this chapter. So right here, we can see that the average searches for this keyword right here are 599, the competition is 667, and the sales are the following. So there is 2 ways to go about this. The first way is to try and find gaps in the keywords and in the titles. So for example, if I found that there is a word right here that's not being used by a lot of people, I might try to plug it in. But otherwise, what you might do is do the opposite. Is try to find things that people are not going for and that are relatable to the product. Now, the problem with this is it might be the opposite, because sometimes you find keywords that might seem like they're related to the products, but they're not. So I don't really suggest this strategy as much as the first strategy, just trying to find gaps, just trying to reorganize things, just trying to make it different from others, and just trying to get a shot at trying to rank in the algorithms. So as I've explained also in the previous lesson, you've got the long-term keyword searches and you've got the short-term keyword searches. I'm not going to be focusing about the ZIK Analytics tool here rather than the title building more. So the first thing that we really care about is this first part. So in other products, you might notice that the first part makes sense and the second part does not make sense for human. Well, that's on purpose, because the first part is for readability, it's for other people to read. But the second part is for the algorithm, it's for keywords and so on. And you will notice that with every single listing right here. So keep that in mind. So again, back to the title building in this case. So we can see that this product right here, I might change this for 3. So that's the first thing. I'll go back to the AliExpress listing. I can see SATA 3 to USB 3.0. So as you can see here, USB 3.0 to 2.5 SATA. I might change the order because this tree actually might be conflicting with this one. So what I might do right here is go for this kind of title, so SATA 3 to USB 3. And let me see if people are searching for that. So to USB 3 converter, adapter, as you can see, to 2.5 SATA, 3 to 2.5. Okay, that has some volume right here. It has some sales. It has less and less competition than this. I might go down for something like this. So 3 to 2.5 and then have a description about it. So 3 to 2.5 SATA to USB. Okay, let me delete this bottom part right here. I'll get back to it later. To USB. And let me see this as it says here 3.5. So we have that in our title. And then we have to USB 3.0 converter. So I like that. So yeah, we'll do that to USB 3.0 converter right here. And now that's good. So this kind of makes sense to the person that's reading it. So 3.0 to 2.5 SATA to USB 3.0 converter. So this is a part and this is another part. So yeah, that's good. So also another thing to really take in mind with this. So for example, if we go back to here, we will try to avoid any duplicate keywords. So USB 3.0, USB 3.0, this is really not that useful. We have SATA and SATA as well. So those keywords are already detected by the algorithm. So repeating them does not make sense whatsoever. So we'll try to avoid that as well. So what we will go for here is maybe I'll keep this generic title right here, and then I'll have, for example, drive adapter. So those keywords right here, drive adapter. I'll have cable, this cable slash thing right here. And then, for example, let's go to second page to find the short. So external cable. Now that doesn't make sense. So hard disk slash SSD. I will type in just SSD because this is not for the hard disk. The hard disk requires power. So let me go down even more. So we can do also data. Let me see. I think I saw that at the first page, maybe. No, not really. So we'll remove that. So right here we have got to 3.0 to 2.5 SATA to USB. So I'm going to remove this and actually I'll type the tree just like they typed this in their titles. Converter drive adapter cable. So right here, USB 3 to 2.5, USB 3 to SATA 3 hard. So we can see, do I have hard? Let's put that there. Let's put that the word. So adapter, let me just look at some other long-term keywords. Yeah, okay. This is enough keywords for now. It makes sense. I think what we will do right now is actually optimize this first title right here, because actually if you try to read it, 3.0 to 2.5 SATA to USB 3 converter, this makes sense, but it could be much clearer than this. So if we head here, you can see USB 3 to, so right here, USB 3 to 2.5 SATA. And yeah, so USB 3 to 2.5 SATA. If we do that, we might have to compete with all of those people. So we might actually just leave it like this. And I would like to keep in mind that the most important things is, as I said, look at other competitors, look at what they're doing, take that title either from eBay or AliExpress, and then try to add things for it. So as we said, we took that title, we removed any duplicates because it does not make sense to include duplicates. The first part makes sense to the reader. The second part is just for the keyword and the algorithm. So keep that in mind. So I'm also going to take just some inspiration right here from AliExpress. So we can see SATA 3 to USB 3 adapter cable. So do we have the keyword adapter? Yep. We have the keyword cable. Yep. So speed data to USB adapter with power port support. So let's check if it actually has that in the product, just so we don't have any mistakes. So I'll also include SSD, HSD, hard drive. So let's include that here. So SSD, HDD, hard drive. I think we have already the keyword hard drive. Yeah. So now we just lack one more keyword. So let's try and do this one, dash SATA. So right here. Yep. So 3.0 to 2.5 SATA. Right here we have SATA 3 to USB 3. And then we have here, so we can actually SATA 3 to USB. SATA 3 to USB. Let me delete this, rearrange right here. USB 3.0. So 3.0. I'll delete the 2.5 right here. So that will make us at least stand out from the eBay sellers right here. That will make a better sense to the viewer. Also, it will. Now we have done this in ZIK Analytics. Let's look at another tool that we can use for this. So there is another tool called title-builder.com in your favorite browser. Type title, builder, eBay. It is a free tool that you can use. Click on the first link right here and you'll be good to go. Click get your item title. And also from here, we are going to click this, get your item title. And from here, what we are going to do is I'm going to go to eBay. I'm just going to search this keyword right here, the main keyword. So describe your item in 2 to 4 keywords. I'm going to click the search button right here. So as you can see right here, now I have some more data. I also have SATA, USB adapter cable, and we can see that I've already implemented all of those. In some cases, you might find that ZIK Analytics might have some other data and this website might have some other data. There is no problem if you can see some small keywords that are different. Otherwise, you might be looking at the wrong product. So you might be searching something here and you might be searching something else here. But in this case, I'm searching the both things. So the results are going to be very, very similar to each other. So we have SATA right here, USB adapter cable power. What we have the extra right here are the following keywords. So hard drive, this tree right here, or eyes, HDD converter, SSD, USB 3, cable. So yeah, all of those are also included in our title. So yeah, and that's about it for today's lesson about title building. We have covered it in more depth than we have previously done, but this just to emphasize the importance of the title because it's the only way you can rank on eBay and it's the only way you can be seen by others. And if you remember, being seen is one of the most important steps to be successful at dropshipping on eBay. And thanks a lot for following alongside with this lesson. I will see you in the next one. In this lesson, we are going to be talking about another important point that follows the title, which is item specifications. Item specifications are as simple as the condition, the type, is it a custom bundle, the type connector, the brand, and so on. So all of those things are also playing a big role. So what are also other things that might be in the specification? Well, it literally can be anything that describes the product or specify the types of products. So in this case right here, we can see, as I said again, the condition, the brand, and all of those types are what's called item specification. So right here, if we open eBay and we search, for example, for an item, which is the same type of item we were looking for. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it, I'm going to click search. So right here, I will be able to find type of products. But right here, as you can see in the left side, eBay helps me find the exact product I'm looking for using item specification. So those right here are in the following side at the left are what's going to help us sell in eBay. Because if we get item specification right, we might find the exact what we're looking for. So for example, if our item is USB 3.0, it will declare that right here. So yeah, all of those things play a big role when it comes to item specification. So let's get into finding the right item specification the right way. So first of all, search for your item in ZIK Analytics. Right away, you're going to find a couple of products that are relatable. So I'm going to open 2 to 3 products at least. And I'm going to understand, first of all, are they the same products I'm trying to dropship? So this is my products right here that I'm trying to dropship. And I can find right here that these are similar products. It looks very, very similar. The description is very similar. And I can find specifications also in the AliExpress listing right here. So yeah, I can find right here that when I scroll down to item specifications, I'm going to do that with every listing right here. So I have 3 listings. Let me make sure that those listings are not duplicates. So we have this seller, we have also this seller, and we have this other seller. So those 2 sellers are the same, but I believe the title is different. So yeah, we can learn something from it. So yeah, let's scroll down from here and let's scroll down here as well. So we can see the condition is the following. So this is the condition. So new, a brand new, unused, unopened, and damaged item in its original packaging where packaging is applicable. Packaging should be the same as what is found in retail stores unless item is handmade or packaged. So this basically just protects himself from a couple of things. So right here we can see that it's going to be the same thing for everybody. So this basically just new. The item is new. That's about it. The condition is new. And we can see here that, for example, this seller has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And this guy has much more specific items listed. So he has connector A, cable length, type, modified, no, output, and so on. So we would be looking at this listing first of all, and we're going to just be ignoring this because it does not have much details as this one. This one has much more details, and it includes details from this one and more. So this is much better. So I'm just going to keep this one, and I'm going to look at this one, and it's gonna be the same, I believe, since it's the same item. Yeah, that is the same. So I'm just going to stick with this listing right here to build my item specifications. And yeah, I'm done with ZIK Analytics. I'm going to look at AliExpress. So I'm looking to high concern chemicals, non-packaged, yes. So I will include package. Does it have the packaging? Of course, in the condition, it has the packaging right here. So original packaging. So type is SATA cable. It's gonna be something right here. So USB specification 3.0. So in my specification, I can add this as well. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this right here. And what I suggest you to do is save everything in an online notepad or like a notepad. So I'm going to type online notepad or the app notepad on your computer, whatever works for you. So I'm just going to save the title that we have done so far right here, so that when we try to list the item, we have everything we need to find. So I'm just going to copy the URL of the eBay listing so I can refer to it when I'm trying to build my products right here. So I'm just going to copy the URL and I'm going to keep this in items. And since I know there's no difference, there's no need to copy the URL of this AliExpress products, but just copy it for safety. So I'm going to have it right here just when I'm trying to order the product or something like that. So I'll keep that in mind right there. So item specifications, as I said, it's as simple as that. It's the way people search for our products and try to find exactly what they're looking for. And if our product matches that search result, it will be matched with it. And that's about it for today's lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, we are going to cover everything related to images that we are going to be required in eBay listing. So right away, we can see that I have this image. And if you try to download this image, so if I click save as, you will see that this image will try to be saved by this .html. So we didn't really want that. So what I would suggest you to do is, first of all, head to your browser and type in AliSave. In the browser, you'll find AliSave. It's only for Chromium-based browsers, so Chrome, Brave, and so on. So if you don't see it in your browser, I would suggest you to download Chrome and just click on it, click add to, in this case, I have Brave, but in your case, you'll see add to Chrome. So I'll add the extension and then I'll be able to see the extension soon. So here it is. I'm going to pin the extension in this case. And if I go here to AliExpress, let me reload the page right now. I will be able to see the extension right here. So I can see there is main images 8 and variant images 2, and all are 10 images. So in some case, you might find images like this under the description. So those images, most people, they don't grab those images because they're just take too much time to grab them. So in this case, we will also be grabbing these images and I'll show you how to do with them, because there's 2 methods. The first one, because if you do open image in a new tab, we can see that this image right here, here it is. It opens and you will have to do save image and then click on save, and then you'll see it, and the extension is really not the same .avif. and then you have to convert it. So if we open it right here, in this case, it's also going to be the same. It's going to be AVIF, and it's really not going to be open. Like even if I try to open with images, it's not going to open. So what you have to do is head to browser and type AVIF to JPEG right here. Click on the first link and then drag it here to be able to convert it. So you can see this is too much hassle, too much time to just get one image. And now if I click on download, I'm going to be able to get that image right here, as you can see. So now if I open it, it's going to be able to open. So now moving on, as you can see right here, we have the extension that's going to cover everything for us. So in the extension, we are going to be first of all downloading all of the main images. So let's go up all the way. So if we go ahead and click main images right here, it's going to download all the main images for us. So I'm just going to press save right here, save, save, save for each one of those. I can see that the file here contains all of those images. So let me open them with photos. You can see that here they are. So now that's pretty good. We can work with that at least, but still we need to grab the rest of the images. To do that, we're going to scroll down as I mentioned before, and we are going to click on the icon right here, and we are going to click on description images. So the description images download will start right now. So it will have to do the same thing. So I'm going to save in the same location for everything right here. And right away, I can see that those description images will be saved in my folder, in the downloads folder. So right here, if I go back now here, if I go to description images, here they are. So this is the description image 2, this is the description image 4, and that's already very, very good. So now I'm just going to make sure to label this folder right here by the SATA to M.2 cable images, so I don't lose any of those images. So this is a way to basically just get the images from AliExpress, because as we mentioned, AliExpress is going to be the most used method. For Amazon, it's going to be pretty similar. So let's say we are in Amazon and let's say we found a specific product. Let me just grab any random products right here and we want to download the images. So if we click open image in new tab and we click save, the image is going to be actually saved in the WebP. So you can also do WebP to JPEG and you will be able to do it. But there's an extension that saves this as well. So it's called Amazon Save. If you type Amazon Save right here, extension, so it's going to pop up. So it's called images downloaded from Amazon. Click add to Brave and it's going to be the same usability as the same one. So, and it's going to be the same for every other website you try to use, Walmart and so on. You will be able to download these pictures. Good to go. You can even download the video and so on. So with that said, now let's go back to the listing. We have the images right here. We have all the images we need right here. So now we will be able to do some image editing, image manipulation on those images. So first of all, head in your browser, type canva.com. You should be able to see this website. And let's create an account. Click on sign up. In this case, I'll be using just the email. Put your email. Otherwise, you can use Facebook or Google. I'll put my email and I'll be back. So now that I have my email, I'm just going to skip. I'm just going to put small business right here. I'm just going to do it for marketing and only me. Skip, skip. And you've got Canva. Well, what's Canva? Canva is simply put Photoshop for people who have no idea about Photoshop. It's very, very easy and very, very simple. I'm going to show you how to use it right now. So let's create a design. So let's create a design and let's choose it to be Facebook size, because Facebook is a square and that would be very, very good for us. So let's type in Facebook post. So right here, Facebook post square. So this is exactly what we're looking for. If we go ahead to our folder where we have the images, and I'm going to choose an image right here. Let's choose an image that doesn't have much text. So let's say, for example, we want to add text to a specific image. So let's take this one. Let's take this one. Let's remove the text from the image and let's add text to it. So for example, we are going to take this image and just click it or drag it here to Canva, or you can click on the uploads right here, click on upload files and then choose where you want to upload this file right here. So you can see that this is the file right here and it contains the image. And now I want to remove this right here. So there's two ways. There's the way that costs a little bit of money. Click on background remover right here, and you can try the Canva trail for 30 days for free, and you'll be able to edit them. Or you can type in Google remove.bg or remove background, and you'll find this. So I'm going to click upload image. I'm going to go to downloads, SATA, description, images. I actually forgot what type of what was called. So let me just check what's the image. So right here, let's check back what is it's called, description 7. So I'm just going to drag it right here, and you can see that the background will be removed, and I can click this erase restore. So for example, let's say that I wanted to keep the text. I'll just click on this and it will restore the text right here. But if I want to remove it, I would have just click like this and it will remove the text. So in the case that we don't want the text, we will click on that and then I'll click download, or you can even click create design with Canva and it will be automatically good to go. So in this case, I'm just going to click download. I'm going to click for free, download it, head back to Canva, upload the image right here, and then remove it. So now we can see that this image does not contain any background, which is very, very good. Does not contain any text, which is very good for us. So let's say we want to add some text right here, and we can just click on text on the left corner, click on add a heading, and then drag it wherever we want. So I would keep it right here. I would make it a little bit smaller, and I would keep it right in this box. So I would type, for example, SATA to USB 3.0. So as you can see right here, let me capitalize SATA as well. So SATA right there, and we have it good to go. If you want to change the color, you'll click on here. You'll be able to change the color to any color you'd like, but I will keep it black. You can also add other things to the text, make it italic, make it an underline. So now that seems even better. I'll move it a little bit to the left so it's more visible. And finally, also, I would like to also add that you can add something called trust badges. So if I go into eBay, for example, I search SATA to USB 3, so USB 3.0. So you can see right here, for example, this user is typing USA, US seller, fast shipping. So if you want to add badges like this, so fast shipping, or if we want to add, for example, as you can see, this guy right here has like an icon, so 2.5 SSD. So what we can do is, first of all, I'll show you how to add the icons, then I'll show you how to add the badges. So for the icons, just head into Google and tap in flat icon in your search bar. So I'll tap flat icon right here. I'll click on it. And so, for example, I'll type SSD. And if I type SSD, I can see this icon right here. And it's very, very good. So if I go back to the eBay listing right here, it's going to be very, very similar. So SSD, so this one or this one. And I'm just going to grab this one right here. I'll click on download, PNG. I'll click on free download. I'll click on save, then X, and then I'll drag this into Canva right here. And we can see that I can resize it up to the size I want. And here it is. I have SSD logo right here. And here it is also the SSD logo. And I can also add text. I can also make it smaller, the size I want. So I'm going to also search for HDD. And I can find similar, very, very similar image to it, which does the job for us. So I'm just going to take it right here, going to put it, I'm going to make sure that it's the same size as its counterpart. So it's a little bit smaller. I'm going to resize it a little bit more. Yeah, perfect. So now we have two images right here, and then we are good to go. We can also add anything else we want. So if we want, for example, fast shipping, this is not where we're going to be getting the badges from, but we can type this here, click and drag, and then have it right here, good to go. Sorry. So let's do that again. Yes, here it is. I'll resize it, and then I'll have, for example, some text, which is, for example, fast shipping, and then smaller text, because obviously it's not that important as much as this. So I'll resize it, and here we go. We're good to go now. We have these logos right here. Let me move them to, sorry. Let me put that there, and let me move those two small ones to the corner of the left. And yeah, now our image is looking much better. But I will show you even a better way to have this fast shipping, which is going to be called badges. In your Google browser, type basically convert full trust badges. It will give you 60 free trust badges that you can use. So I'm going to click on them. I'm going to add my name here. So for example, I'm just going to be typing test, your best email. I'm just going to put the email and I'll be right back with you. So once you put your information, you'll be able to click download the file. So click download the file, save the file to right here. I'm going to open my folder right here where I have the downloads. So this is it. I'm going to click extract all if I'm using Windows. If I'm using Mac, the process is also the same. So once you have done that and the extraction has been completed, I'm going to close this folder now and I'm going to close this. I'll go back to Canva, open the folder, and I can find these trash packages. So I'm going to be using Vintage, for example, and right here, if I change the view to big images, so extra, as I can see all of the images that are right here, and I can see all of the ones that are right here. Let me change that as well. So for example, fast shipping and whatnot, you can find also the gold coins, which ones are very, very good for you. So I'm just going to be using the vintage ones right here. And I'm going to be using, for example, this one, fast shipping. I'm going to click and drag it, or again, we can click on uploads and then upload file and it will be good to go. So I'm going to put that seal right here, going to move it right here. And now we are good to go. It's as simple as that. Canva is a very useful tool that you can use for any type of images you want to work on. So then I will go ahead to the top right corner. I'll click on share. I'll click on download and then I'll choose the size. I'll just keep it the similar size and I'm going to download right here and we can see that our image is successfully downloaded right here. So I'm going to call it main image right here and we have it right ahead. As you can see, guys, this is the main image. It looks clean, it looks very simple, and it's basically what we want. We just want something to stand out. We don't want to copy paste everybody. We want to get ideas from people and we want to get inspired from them. It's like the book Steal Like an Artist, if you know it. So just get ideas from other people and then implement it and change on it on your ways. So that's pretty much it for the main image. For the other images, what you can do, so for example, if I open my download folder again, I'm going to open my download folder. I'm going to go ahead to the other images. So for example, I'm going to be choosing some images. So in the main images, I'm going to be choosing one of the main images. So this, I'm not going to be using this. I will use my own image as the main image. So right here, I'll be putting a new folder and I will call it my images. And I can either go ahead and I will move this one to the file. And inside of the file, I'll move it to my images. So in my images, I'll find the main image right here. And I can either do two things. I can either go throughout all of the images and make them as unique as possible, but I wouldn't really suggest that. Just the main image is enough. And just doing that for the main image is more than enough. And just taking the other images, maybe just adding something small to it will be more than enough. So I'll take the description image. I'll choose one from here. For example, let's choose this one. Let's move it to the other folder right here. Let's go to the main images. Let's look at this one. Yeah, I will move this one to other here as well. I'll look at this one as well. Let's move it to there and so on. You get the idea. So I'll move a couple of images there and I will move them to my images folder, which is the images folder I'm going to be using when trying to post the products into eBay. So those are all the main points right here that I have covered. Again, just to recap, we have used Canva, we have used Save Ali or Save Amazon for saving images from the website. And other than that, we're good to go. We used Canva to edit the images ourselves. We've downloaded the badges file. And that's pretty much it for today's lesson. Thanks a lot for following alongside with me. I'll see you in the next one where we'll be looking a little bit briefly more about a couple of other images that we can use. Thanks a lot for watching and see you. So in the previous lesson, I showed you how to basically create an image like this, but I would like to show you two more other things. So in this case, we have 4 images. So I've got this first image, I've got the second image, I've got this third, and I've got this fourth. So actually, let's change this one because this one is vertical with a square one. And let's make sure that they're all square, because what we're trying to do in this lesson is I'll show you how to do 2 things. I'll show you how to create a collage, which is basically an image that contains 4 images. So basically like an album of images that's very, very good. And it's going to make your listing stand out from the rest of other people. And also I'll show you how to add watermark, especially on your main image, so nobody steals it. So let's suppose that those are the 4 pictures you've chosen. So inside of Canva, right here in the same one, I'm going to click on add page right here. And I'm going to go to my file, or I'm going to go to those images specifically, and I'm going to click and drag them all the way here. So I'm going to do that for the first one. I'm going to go do that for the second one. Going to go do that for the third one right here, and I'm going to do that for the fourth one. So 4 images, all of them are right here. Or again, you can click on upload files, choose the files location, and you will be able to upload them all. So we can see that if I move this right here and here and here, I can see that this is 4 images, and it's very, very messed up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a very first image in the corner right here, and I'm going to resize it accordingly until I can see that Canva has showed me an outline of what the size would be. So I would stick to this exactly. I would move this image back right here all the way to the corner, and I will resize again until I am perfectly met with my image. So that's good right there. I will move also this one to the corner. I will resize it as well, and you can see that this is all looking much better right now. And as you can see, these are all the 4 images aligned together. But now it might be a little bit confusing since we're all using white. So what I'm going to do is resize just a little bit more, as you can see right here. So just a little bit more. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be looking at elements, and I'm going to add a line. So this is the line. And what you can do is basically buff this line and make it like this. So I'm going to add this line like this, and I'm going to click a duplicate. I'm going to move it all the way vertically until it's 90 degrees. I'm going to resize it again. So resize it again, and now it's much better. So now I'll resize my images until the line appears, and we can see that we have created a very, very beautiful image where all 4 images look together, which is very, very good. And to download this image separately in Canva, what you can do is click on share and then click on download, but make sure that you choose only, as you can see right here. So in the select pages, choose just page number 2 and click on done, click on download, and you'll be able to see your image downloaded successfully. So let me close all of these images. I'm going to click save, going to drag it into my browser, and I can see this beautiful image. And we can make it even better if we head to Canva. I'm going to be looking at basically adding, I'll be looking at adding basically another 4 lines. So I'm going to import these lines right here, going to add them just like this, going to duplicate it once again, and then I'm going to move it all the way down. So now it's looking even better. I'm going to duplicate it, move it up, and then rotate it all the way vertically like this, and put it right here exactly. So right, this one is not showing. So now, yeah, now it's much better. Duplicate again and move it all the way to the left, and we can see that our image looks even more cleaner than it's looking at the start. So I'm going to download this image again. So I'm going to choose page number 2, download. And once the image is downloaded, simply what I'll do is open it in the browser right here. And you can see that this is the first image and the second image. There is not much difference right here, but when you're trying to do it in the eBay listing, it will show because the corners right now are black and the background is black. You get the idea. But right here, you can see already the difference between this and between this. So let me remove it. Yes, between this. So there is much different to the eye. So yeah, that's the first thing I showed you in this video. The second thing is I'm going to show you how to do a watermark. First of all, head to your browser and type free watermark generator, and once you're there, click make watermark for free. So right here I'm going to click make watermark for free. The website is makewatermark.com. So select a file. In this case, if you have a logo, if you have something, you're going to be adding this to the folder. In this case, I don't really have a logo, so let's really make one very quickly. So the first thing to do is go ahead, click free logo maker. So I'm just going to do that, and I'm just going to type in, for example, electronics store. So I'll do that. Click make logo. I'm going to skip all of this. So I'm just going to do business owner. So right here, I'm just going to do e-commerce and then keywords max. So I'm just going to do electric and technology. So I'm going to click next, and that's about it. I'm just added 4 keywords. You can add any keywords that are related to you. And as you can see right here, all of those work. So I'm just going to grab the simplest one right here. I'm going to grab this one. So I'm going to click get logo and then create this brand and then add the email right here. It's very simple. So once you add your information, you'll be good to go. And there's also a very simple way to do it again with Canva. So I'm going to go with Canva. I'm going to go to the home and I'm going to create search for logo right here. So logo, and I'm gonna find a couple of templates. So what you can do is basically go to this one. For example, I like this one. It's very simple. It's very good. And click on the text that I want to change. So this coconut, I'll make it so, for example, electric right here, and this cosmetic will be store. So for example, that will be very, very decent, very simple. I'm going to remove this image, and I'm just going to put this one in the middle of the image. And that's about it. I've created my business logo. It's as simple as that. You can do that with either the free tool that I showed you or with Canva right here by finding a free template that you can use. So once you have your logo, so for example, I'm going to use the Canva logo, click on share again, click on download, and you will be able to download this image right here. And we have this logo. So now we have a logo. Let's go to makeawatermark.com. So now that we're back in here, we'll click select file. I'll click from computer, and I will be choosing right now the images that we have found for the listing. I'll click on main image. So I have this right here, and I can add all the other files that I will have. So for example, all of those, and I'll click next step. So right here now I'll click add logo. So even in the case, by the way, you don't have logo, you can just type text on top of it. So I'll click add logo. I'll click from my computer. I'll find my logo right here. So once I have a logo, this is the logo I'm going to be using. So I'm going to make the size much, much smaller. I'm going to change the opacity so it doesn't really look that much. So I'm going to change this. So actually, let's make it a little bit bigger right here. And let's just leave it on the top right corner. And for rotation, let's do it something like this. So it's less visible for the buyer. And yeah, that's about it. We can also find effects. So I'll just keep the normal effect. I'll play with the opacity a little bit. And yeah, now we have a watermark on our logo, which is very good. I'll click next step. And all you have to do is, if you want to buy this tool, you'll click buy full version. You will be able to do it. And the other method that you can do it is with Canva again, because as I said, Canva is that powerful. So I'm going to go back to home, and so inside of home, I'll be able to find my main images that I've used previously. And right here, I'll be able to import my logo. So right here now, I can click on this, and I will lower down the transparency very, very low. I'll change the direction of the image, and I will put it all the way up. I'll change the size, and I will keep it just about here. And now if I click share, download, that's about it. I've made my watermark in the image. And in this lesson, as I said, I've showed you how to do both of those things. I hope that helped you a lot. So there's the paid method and the free method. Thanks a lot for following alongside. I will see you in the next lesson, where we'll be creating our first real listing. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, I'll show you how to list your first real product in eBay. We will be showcasing two methods in this lesson. The first method is the manual way of doing it, and the second way is the automatic way. So for the automatic method, we'll be using a tool called AutoDS. So in your favorite browser, type the following URL, trackerbot.me/AutoDS, or you will find it in the lesson resources. So simply type enter. You will be redirected to the appropriate page right here. You can simply create an account by either linking your Google account or by typing your email address. Keep in mind that we have partnered with AutoDS to offer you a full free month of free trial. So make sure that you use the appropriate URL to get that offer. After registering and everything, you will be redirected to this page right here, where you choose your eBay target. We're going to choose United States, for example, but you can choose any of those countries, depends on you. And I'm going to click finish right here. Right after that, you'll be redirected to eBay. Click I am a human, and then you'll be able to see this and just verify the CAPTCHA. So right after verifying the CAPTCHA and signing in on your account, I'll click skip for now. And then click on agree. And once that, you will be back into this page where it will take some time to load. Wait for it. And then you will have AutoDS set up. So right here, I'm going to click here. And now I have three methods to add a product from AutoDS. I'm going to show you all of them. So the first method is going to your favorite browser and typing AutoDS extension. And right here, you can see this Chrome extension. You'll click on it. And then you'll click add to Brave or add to Chrome. I'm going to click on add to Brave. So once you have done that, you'll be prompted into this page. I'm just going to close it. I'm going to close this one. And we can do this first method by, for example, heading to Amazon.com and searching for any product that, for example, let's go for dog products. Let's go for this product. You will see this icon right here. So there's 3 ways we can use this extension. The first way is click on the product right here and it will be able to import it to AutoDS automatically. The second way is open the listing in a new tab, and then right after a couple of seconds you will see the AutoDS extension right here. You can click on import. Or for example, let's say you want to import a lot of products. What you can do is on the bottom right corner right here, click on AutoDS and scroll down all the way to where you want to see your products. And right after that, click on extract. You see that it's products 14. So this is going to be the second method. Click on export as CSV, save that file. As you can see, it's saved right here. And now when I'm back to AutoDS, if I go to click on add products, I can click on multiple products / stores. Right here, I can choose either to also upload with the URL. So for example, if I have this specific product and I want to upload it, I'll copy this and I'll paste it right here. I'll click add as draft. Or if I want to upload it directly, I can choose create and publish or schedule for later or edit upload settings. So all of those are viable options. I can also choose the supplier source. So for example, I can choose Amazon, AliExpress, Costco. All of those suppliers are valid for AutoDS. Also ship from warehouse, so from United States and whatnot, so on. Or you can click on upload CSV, and in your download file, just drag it, and you will see right here. So then you can click add as draft, and it will be able to add it as draft. So let's go back to multiple products right here. You can also add the AutoDS finders, but this will require credits, and it will basically find products for you. So also in add products, if you click single products, import one product right here, you'll be able to add that one product using the URL, just like I showed you. Go to the browser and copy this URL right here, and then paste this right here and publish to store or edit. So it will be basically, you can click on edit and you will be able to edit the information of the products right here. And you can see those are all the products I have created drafts for. And it's this one, for example, it says finish. And if it's not finished, it will be having a loading icon that you'll have to wait for. And that's about it. This is the method with AutoDS. It's very, very clear, very, very straightforward. Now I'll show you the other method, which is the manual method. Say you don't want to use AutoDS, or for example, you just use the pre-trail and you didn't like it or something like that. So this is the other method. So in your eBay store, click on sell. Once you click on sell, if you remember, we had a notepad right here where we save the product name that we have built and the product listing and the AliExpress product listing. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to create a listing. So I'm going to click single listing or multiple listings. It depends on what you want to create. So I can already see that this draft I've created previously, but let's create a new one. So I'm going to copy the title that I would like for the product. So tell us what you're selling. I'm just going to type this and I'm going to type search right here, and it's new. So basically, of course, it's going to be new because it's shipped from AliExpress. So I'm going to click continue to listing. So right here, click on got it. And now we have the pictures. For the pictures, as you can see, if we click upload from computer, it will give us the folder, but I already have the folder open right here. And these are all of my pictures. So I'm just going to choose all of them or click Control A in the keyboard and drag them to eBay. So it will be able to drag all of them automatically here. And now I can see all of those products are right here having the main image. And I want the main image, which is the image we have edited on, to be right here. So what I can do is basically just click on it and drag it into the main image place. And this is the main image, just like we did it. And eBay also helps you with a lot of stuff. So you can rotate the image if, for example, the image is wrong. You can add the brightness, move on. All of those things are basically adjustable in eBay's also tool. So I'm just going to keep everything as it is. I'm also going to add another picture right here, which is the collage picture that we have done. So let's add that right here, those two pictures. So yeah, now we are good to go. So I have the title right here. So you can list fights faster right here. So select all applicable item specifics pulled from your title. So I'm going to type cable connector A USB 3, and also item category is automatically chosen right here. So for example, it's item category, computer tablets, computer cables, drive cables, and adapters. So that's true. And if you remember, we have the eBay listing that we got inspired from for our project. So I'm going to pull the eBay listing right here. I'm going to be sure. So it's electronics, computer tablets, and yes, it's exactly the same category because I don't want to break any eBay rules. If you do that, it might give you a problem. So for the brand, you can basically type either your store name or something like that. So in this case, I'm just going to do unbranded. So, but in your case, it's better to have your store name. That will be very good because I believe if I go down into the item specifications for this, and if it says the brand, okay, it says also unbranded. So never mind. Unbranded also works in this case. So the UPC, enter a number. So those are all optional. So connector A, if I go right here, I see that the connector A is this specifications. So I'm just going to copy that right here. So right here, connector B, I'm just going to copy this right here. So that cable length, it says in the AliExpress listing. We go back to the AliExpress listing right here. Let's open it. We can see that in the item specification, it actually doesn't mention any detail here. So I'm just going to go back to the eBay listing and we might not. Yeah, exactly. So we'll just go and copy this again. Cable length. I'm sure that it's the same product. So that's why I copied the same link. But in your case, if it's not the same product and you did not find that detail in AliExpress, I would rather not have something wrong about the product, because in the case of a refund or something like that, and for example the buyer says, hey, he says it's this distance and it's shorter, it's not worth it. So in this case, I'm very sure that the product is exactly the same thing, because we can see that it's the same images from AliExpress. So I know that it is the same listing. So yeah, we have connection split duplication. Let's see this right here. Connection split duplication, it's not right here. And by the way, a good trick is that you can press Control F and search for specific things. So I'm going to show you how to do this. So let's go for features. I'll type features right here, and I can already see that this is the features, and there's no need for me to keep looking for each one specifically. And features right here, portable. So output voltage, I'm going to do the same. So I'm going to just type voltage, and it says 12 volts. I'm just going to copy that once again. And you guys get the idea. I'm not going to spend more time on this, but I would do this for every other thing. So I would add custom item specification, and then what is it? So the item condition is new, as we said, and then here comes the description. So for the description, there is a way to do it with ChatGPT, which is basically, I'm just going to give it this description right here because it's already a very detailed description. And I'm just going to actually copy it from the upwards all the way here. So here I'm going to be putting my title. So I can either do this, and it's going to be copied with HTML because this is HTML and it makes the description clear in a certain way. So I can just copy this right here and head to ChatGPT, and the prompt will be as simple as make sure that you reuse this description right here, and then add a couple of things like based on my title and stuff like that. It's going to add that to the keyword. So you'll take your own title, this title right here, and you'll give it to ChatGPT. It's as simple as that. So you can choose that the format right here is an auction, it's buy it now. And for the price, we already know that this guy is selling for around $3, I believe. Yep. So $3. So as you can see, $3.25. I'm going to have require immediate payment. So because if we go to this listing and we click buy it now, we can see that it will require the payments directly. So let's go back, and then right here, allow offers. I'm going to disable that, schedule your listing. In case you don't want to list it right now, you can do that. So for example, you want to schedule it for tomorrow or some other time, you can do that as well. So yeah, we have standard shipping, small to medium items, cost type, flat rate, same regardless of buyer location, rate table, just keep it at none. So here the preferences is basically the handling time. You can choose 7 to 10 business days. So it would really matter on the AliExpress shipping. So you'd go to the AliExpress shipping and you can see that delivery can be done by March 14 to March 19, and today is March 7. So that's about 7 to 10 days or 7 to 12 days. Yeah. So I will do around maybe 14, 15 days. So right here, you can do basically 14 days or 15 days. That would be perfect. You can click accept returns if basically some stuff happens and so on. So I'm just going to keep those as default. I'm going to keep them off. I'm going to click done. basically. And that's pretty much about it. When you go down here, you can click list it and it will list the item automatically, or you can click save for later and it will save the item if you want to edit anything on that item. And that's pretty much about it for listing your first real product. Thanks a lot for following alongside. Hello there and welcome. In this chapter, we are going to cover order fulfillment. So let's get started. First of all, let's assume that you have already got an order. Obviously, you have listed some items and you have got an order. So in your eBay dashboard, if we head to the sell button right here, which is going to redirect us to the seller hub, inside of the seller hub, if we go to overview, we are going to be able to see that in our case, we got an order. So this order has been a little bit in the past, but in your case, it will pop up right here and you will be able to see that particular order. You will also get a notification, which you'll see right here on the top right corner, that you have got an order. So in your case, you will head to the orders tab and you'll look for waiting shipment. But in my case, just for the sake of example, I'm going to go to all orders to show you how it exactly looks, because currently I don't have any items awaiting shipments. So inside of your awaiting shipment, for example, you see this particular order. There's a couple of details right here, but the most important thing is the order number. So this is the order number. And if we click on it, we will be redirected to the page that covers this order in more details. So this is the order page. You can see the item right here. You will be able to see the order number, the sales record number, the date that this was sold at, the buyer has paid at this particular date, the buyer name and their username, and also their feedback. So if we click on show contact information, you'll be able to see a couple of information for contact regarding that specific buyer. Here you will see, instead of refunded, you will see ship by X date. So you have to ship it by that particular date. And this will be pretty much relevant to your handling time. It will be relevant on your shipping policies that we have configured previously in this course. So as I said right here, in your case, it will say ship by X date. So in that particular case, you will have to add the tracking number by that particular date, or at least before it. And to add the tracking number, you'll be able to click add tracking right here. And that's about it when it comes to the shipment. So basically right here in this page, you also have the shipping. So in the shipping, you will be able to find the shipping address and the phone number. You will be able to use this information to basically order from your supplier. In this case, this particular item is from Amazon. And when you are going to be going to the Amazon page, you'll be able to order this item based on the information the buyer has provided. So how do you do this process? We are going to cover at the moment, and we are going to be using a tool called TrackerBot. So we are going to be showing you how to sign up to this tool, how to use this tool, everything related to this tool that will help you automate the process of adding the tracking number and ordering that. Well, it's an automation tool that helps you with a couple of things. The first thing that it helps you upload tracking numbers automatically without you having to browse the orders, match them, and upload them to eBay manually, which is a dull process and very, very time consuming. So let's assume that this particular order that we have given the example to has been shipped, and that we have went to Amazon, we have ordered the product. What we have done is add to cart, and then we go to our own cart, and then we basically order that particular order. And then once that order has been sent and we have a tracking number, all we have to do is head to here and then head to orders. And then once we are in orders, we will be able to see basically the order that we have done. And inside of that page, we will have to also take that tracking number. We will have to go back to eBay right here and click on add the tracking right here for that particular product. Well, if we have one or two orders, this is not a problem. But in this case, as we have covered in this course, we need to be doing a lot of volume to be able to have some profits when it comes to eBay, because the whole game is a volume game. So if we have to do this manually all of the time, we can mess up tracking numbers. We can put the wrong tracking number in the wrong area, and then that will cause a lot of trouble. To avoid all of this, we use the TrackerBot tool. So basically, in regard of all of this tracking information, what TrackerBot does is it will check your Amazon orders via email. And basically, whenever an order happens, it will match it with the orders that you have in your eBay account. So it connects to both of your eBay account and your Amazon email account. So it will keep tracking both of your email for the Amazon buying account and both of your eBay selling account 24/7. And then basically it will match those orders so that when you get the tracking number from Amazon, you will be able to automatically get that tracking number from Amazon to eBay without having to do any manual work. TrackerBot will just basically do that automatically for us. So all you will have to do is when setting up TrackerBot, you will have to link the right accounts, which we will go over through. Once you have done that, TrackerBot will be able to do everything for us automatically. Whether it's the middle of the night, whether we're asleep, whether we are awake, it does not matter. All of this will happen in the background. All of those processes will happen automatically without us having to bother with anything. And that's basically just one of the features that TrackerBot has. The other feature is regarding the tracking number conversion. So if we go ahead to the TrackerBot, we can see convert your Amazon tracking numbers to Aqualine and VD-Track. So let's first of all explain what's going on. When Amazon ships an order, it will provide you with the tracking number that we've mentioned. And that tracking number, we can use it to track the status of the package. Where is the package currently? Where is it being shipped from? Is it delivered? Is it not? The issue is that that tracking number is not readable for eBay or for the buyer. So if we upload that same tracking number, it will just cause us problems because that tracking number, nobody can view the status of our package using the tracking number that's provided by Amazon. And that happens especially with products that are being shipped from the Amazon warehouse. Because as you know, Amazon has different sellers also on the platforms, and some sellers would use the Amazon logistics service to basically ship their products so they don't have to handle any shipping, and Amazon will handle any one-day shipping and whatnot, stuff like that. So it's quite important for us to have this tool at our hand and at our disposal so that whenever we get an order that's unreadable format that has the tracking number that's coming from Amazon, we can provide a number that the buyer and eBay can read so that they understand where's the package and what's the status of the delivery. So uploading that specific tracking number will just be useless and it might even cause us a lot of problems. So let's say that the buyer says that he did not receive the delivery. What will happen in that case? What will happen is basically you will lose the dispute, even though he might have gotten the delivery, but the tracking number says otherwise. It says that he did not get it. That's where this second feature of TrackerBot is very, very handy. It converts your Amazon trackings to basically readable format, which is called Aqualine and VD tracking. And we will cover them in more details, the difference between them and everything of that sort. So when you go ahead and take that tracking number, perhaps you copy it, you go to your eBay order and you click add tracking and you put that number right here. It's basically like you're putting random numbers. They have no value. They don't represent anything. And as I said, that will cause you a lot of the trouble. That will cause you a lot of the problems. The buyer wouldn't know when he would receive the package or an estimated time of receiving the package. It will just cause you a lot of problems. And as I mentioned previously, it will also cause you problems if the buyer opens a dispute and you have nothing to show up for it. So that tracking number serves you as a proof of delivery, and that shows you the importance of it. If you have no proof of delivery, you will lose any dispute when it comes to you, and it will come because stuff like this happen. The buyer might have actually not received it, and you will be able to at least resolve the problem. Maybe look at your supplier. Did something happen from their side or whatnot? But basically, if you have nothing to show up for it, you will lose that dispute on the go. Whenever the buyer opens it, eBay is just going to check that tracking number and it's just invalid. So the most important point when it comes to those tracking numbers is that we need to use a tool at the end of the day that's like TrackerBot that will be able to convert those tracking numbers from something that is frankly useless to eBay, to the buyer, to something that's readable, to something that will show delivery estimated by or delivery has been done at exact date, so that whenever you face a dispute, which you will face at some point, you can resolve this. So those two are the main things and are going to be very, very important for us. What follows is also automatic messages. With the automatic messages, you can have basically templates that are set up. So in case, for example, a buyer buys something, that product is shipped. So the template message says, hi there, X client or username, or your package has been delivered. If you kindly like the product or something like that, you might leave a review. I'm going to go through this in more details in the upcoming lessons, where I'll show you how to set up those automatic messages. So this feature alone will help you to get basically a better experience for your buyers, and that automatically will lead to a better customer support experience, which we have emphasized in this course. And it will also lead to feedbacks, which will boost your sales. So it's a win-win situation in this case. And it's quite important, frankly, to set up those messages and have them done automatically, because you don't have all the time in the world to keep copy and pasting for every single buyer. So TrackerBot comes here to save us and to basically take a lot of manual work and manual load from our hands. And the fourth feature of basically TrackerBot is this tool. It's a Chrome extension. It's called Paste Me, which will help you to copy this address right here with one click, and it will help you paste that address in the right location with also one click. So what you will have to do when you get an order, you will have to copy each address or each of those fields one by one. So you literally have to copy this, head to Amazon, paste it, copy this, head to Amazon, paste it, copy this. You get the idea. This is just a lot of time. And imagine you have 10 orders, 12 orders. This will automatically take you like at least maybe 5 to 10 minutes per order. And that will be automatically maybe more than an hour spent in just copy and pasting. And the paste me will add a button. It's the button, you will be able to view it right here. So for example, if I go to all orders, you can just click on copy and then paste in Amazon. I will show it to you in more details in the upcoming lessons, but I will just give you a general idea. All you have to do is click on copy right here. It will copy that address right here, and the extension will be able to paste it in each field accordingly. It was about it for this lesson, where we have discovered the general idea when it comes to order fulfillment, and we have also discovered the tool that we are going to cover in this chapter, which is called TrackerBot. Thanks a lot for following alongside. I will see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, I'm going to do a deep dive on how to use the TrackerBot from the start till the end. So with that said, try to stick around till the end. So make sure that you are in the website of trackerbot.me right here. And the first thing we are going to be clicking is get for free. You can get a 14 days trial, and that will do for now before we get started with the tool. So right here, you'll simply enter your email, password, repeat the password, and basically where did you hear from us? Just basically you can say the course, and now you can click on create an account right here, and then you will be redirected to this page. So in this page, we are going to be just covering basically the eBay thing. So I'm just going to click I sell on eBay, but it's basically the same process for Amazon as well. And right here, we have basically two things that we can be working with. We have the full automatic package, which includes everything I've talked about in the previous lesson, from basically automatic messages, automatic feedback, as you can see right here, feedback reminder, auto feedback for buyers, auto messaging system, the tracking monitors, and everything else. Also API connection to eBay, which is a very, very safe method to basically work with eBay and have this whole thing automated. But if for some reason you're afraid of using the API, you can use with the non-API. I really suggest you use the automatic one. It's pretty good. You don't have to worry about anything when it comes to your account getting any flags or anything like that. So I'm just going to go with the automatic one right here. And once we have done that, we will be prompted into this page. So I'm just going to click X on this, join us on Telegram. And right here, we have complete setup to activate your free trial. Simply head to activate free trial right here. And now we have 4 simple steps that you will need to follow to basically activate the free trial, which is first of all is the seller account. So you need to connect your eBay seller account. So if I go ahead to the browser right here, I type in ebay.com, you need to be logged in into your eBay, and I'll simply click on connect eBay. And it will automatically do the process for me. It will go ahead, check that eBay is connected, and then it will prompt me to the right page. And then it will review and grant application access. So I'm just going to click agree and continue, and then I'll be prompted to connect the Amazon. Just make sure that whatever email you use for the Amazon, you are using for the basically the TrackerBot. So all you have to do is connect the Gmail, which I can click connect Gmail right here. I can use my account, and then right away I'll be good to go. So I'll click on continue. Once that is done, it will basically prompt me to download the Chrome extension, which is exactly what we are going to be using in depth for this task right here. So as you can see right here, download the Chrome extension, click on get Chrome extension. And by the way, if you get lost at any point, TrackerBot has a very good detailed video right here that will help you to follow alongside. So now right here in the Chrome, I'm just going to click add to Brave or add to Chrome. I'm going to click add extension, and then right here in the extension, I'm just going to pin this to my extensions. And as you can see right here, here is the extension. We have the Amazon checker, make sure that it is on. So basically right here, you can see that this updates the shipping status of your Amazon trackings and sync them with VD track, which I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. Keep opened in a separate Chrome tab and make sure that it's active for every Amazon profile you have. And the way you can do it is right here. If you remember when we connected the Gmail account, later on after configuring this, you can add multiple Amazon accounts by adding multiple Gmail accounts or by forwarding your existing Amazon account's Gmail inbox to this one right here. It just depends on your behavior, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So right here, as I said, make sure that the extension is downloaded. I'm going to close this tab right now, and we can see we can also enable for AliExpress. All you have to do is click this and it will be enabled, and you will have to connect your AliExpress as well. So we can see that here is the Amazon account. It is actually connection status is active, which is awesome. I'm going to see also that the next button is available right now. I'm going to see that this is the email right here, and last synced is following. I'm going to click on next, and then right here where we have the conversion thing. As I explained in the previous lesson, Amazon will not give you a valid tracking number for eBay. So that's very, very important. This is one of the main reasons we are using this. So what we can do is basically use one of those options. So keep in mind, the best option is Aqualine right here, which uses 2 credits. I'm going to explain this in more depth in a little bit. But we have also VD Track, which only uses 1 credit. It's accepted by eBay, and this basically will win you item not received cases, but it will not show as delivered when the item gets delivered to the buyer, basically. But with Aqualine right here, it will show that. But Bluecare was a very old system. It's no more accepted by eBay, and it will not win you item not received cases. So in case that the buyer opens a dispute, which we have talked about in this course, it will happen eventually. It can happen to anybody. When that happens, having the right tracking number or the right tracking tool will literally make or break your business. So that's quite an important point to keep on for. So keep that in mind right here. As I said, just make sure that you are using this. It's the best. But if your budget is tight, you can use the VD track. Keep in mind that it will not show as delivered on eBay, which can be a little bit tricky, but it will win you item not received cases. So keep that in mind. So now that we have chosen the Aqualine right here, which is basically what I suggest everybody does, now what we can do, this is an optional setting that you can do, is for example, whenever you order something from Amazon, it says shipped from XYZ to your location right here. So what can this do is that when converting that tracking number, instead of saying China, it might say some other location. So it's optional. You can click on it and then click add address. And then you'll be able to add the address where you're shipping that item from. And inside of that tracking number, it will show that. I'm not going to be doing that because it's an optional setting. And right here now you have from Amazon. So if your supplier is Amazon, you have a couple of options. So of course, I'm not going to do the disable. The suggested option is the first one. I'm going to be explaining it right now. So we have convert Amazon carriers to tracking Aqualine. So we can see under the help right here, it says that all trackings from orders shipped with Amazon carrier, so Amazon AMZL, Amazon Logistics, or etc., will be automatically converted by Aqualine. So what does this mean? So basically, the problem that we have with the tracking numbers is with this specific supplier, is with the Amazon carrier supplier right here. So the thing that happens is that this tracking number is not valid in eBay. Therefore, we need to convert this tracking number. But in this case, in the next case, for example, let's say that the product is shipped by something else. So any tracking coming from Amazon, regardless of the carrier. So the problem is with the carrier. So for example, let's say that that product is shipped, for example, by FedEx or USPS or UPS. It does not matter. In that case, we don't really need to convert that tracking number. It depends on your business case and so on. So I would really suggest you just go with the first option. You can save yourself some money on the credits right here, which I'm going to be explaining later on. And we can see that there is also the option for other suppliers right here. So we have other suppliers. We have convert the following trackings to Aqualine regardless of the supplier. So we have right here, you can click on this and it will enable all of those, or you can choose individually. So for example, USPS, FedEx, or so on. So it really depends if you're also using other suppliers in the first case. So that will be the case for you. So now we have here the upload settings. But before I jump into that, just remember that as I explained in the first thing, those are readable by eBay. So it's not necessary for you to enable them. The tracking numbers that come from UPS, USPS, FedEx will be valid in eBay. So you don't have to worry about that. And now basically the final settings, which is regarding the upload settings right here. So this one is basically kind of useless, but it might have some cases in your case. I don't know what it would be. So right here, if you remember at the start, we have chosen the conversion settings. What we can do is, for example, if you have it as disabled, you can just upload that same Amazon tracking number that you're going to receive from basically the Amazon tracking number to eBay, which is going to be ultimately useless for your business. It's not suggested because, as you can see right here, you will not win the cases. It will basically say win item not received cases. You will lose those cases because the item or the tracking number is not valid by eBay. It's not accepted by eBay anyway. And this is just basically an option that disables the tracking up to eBay. So the conversion can be active and your trackings can be converted based on the setting above. But if you disable this option, no tracking number will be uploaded from TrackerBot. So regardless if they're converted or not, they will be not uploaded. So it's like a master switch for the tracking uploader to activate/deactivate the feature. Finally, we have to activate tracking from AliExpress. Follow this instruction. I'm going to go quickly about them. As you can see right here, the add-on, we already have the AliExpress. I can just click on this and basically it will be good to go. If you're using a different marketplace right here, you can choose that marketplace right here and change it. So for example, if you're doing from UK, if you're doing from Germany, France, Italy, and so on. It depends on your case. So right here, finally, in this PDF, we can see that you have to add AliExpress email. And just make sure that it's the same email. Download and install the TrackerBot, which we've already done that, and activate AliExpress tracking uploads, which is simply this right here button right here. So yeah, make sure that you're also logged into your basically AliExpress account and that it's logged in the same browser for it to be functioning very well. And once you have done all of that in the case of AliExpress or Amazon, finally you will hit the done button right here. And once you have done that, it's a simple, smooth sailing from here. You have basically the free trial that you can pay for $0 because obviously it's called a free trial. You'll have to enter your credit card information, debit card information, click the start free trial today, and you can cancel at any time within this period and you will not be charged. And that's about it for this in-depth lesson regarding setting up TrackerBot. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, I'm going to cover the TrackerBot UI in more details. So with that said, I'm assuming that you have already activated your account by inserting your credit card, and you will be met with a dashboard that looks something like this. So in your case, you might have no products right here. And for example, the total tracking will be limited to 1,000 and the conversion credit will be limited to 10. So let's explain everything in more detail. So the total tracking right here is basically the tracking number upload. And you can see right here that you will have a limit. In your case, it will be 1,000. The conversion credit, in the other hand, is the tracking number conversion, as we have explained in the previous lessons. So right here, if we go to our eBay settings, under profile, we go to eBay settings, we can see that in our case, we have set up the settings for Aqualine, which costs 2 credits per conversion. That means for every conversion that we do with Aqualine, it's going to add the 2 right here until we have reached that limit, basically. So going back to the main dashboard right here, we can see the other thing that's called bonus conversion credits. So if we go ahead to the TrackerBot pricing, we can see that you can only get basically the conversion credits in the business tier right here. So basically you can get that either with the business tier right here or the higher pricing tiers. And you can see that right here more in details with the starter, but not have convert Amazon tracking numbers and with the professional. So you only start to get it after the business and the higher. So, and we can see right here that we have 200 monthly conversion credits, which I can see in this dashboard right here. And this means I can get 100 tracking number conversion because each tracking number conversion costs 2 credits. Sorry. And let's just suppose that, for example, that you've reached that limit of 200 and you might need just 1 or 2 or even 10 more tracking conversions. And you don't want to get the other tier because it might be more expensive for you. It might be having features that you don't need. Maybe you don't need 350 monthly conversion credits and you just need maybe 210, 220. This is where bonus conversions come handy. So for us, if we want to convert one more tracking number, it will cost us for each credit 5 cents. So that means for 2 credits, it's going to cost us 10 cents. So that means for every conversion with the aqua line basically done here, it will cost us 10 cents moving forward. That's more than the 200 monthly conversion. And so this will only basically be valid, of course, if you hit the 200 monthly conversion credits. And it basically resets every month. If you'd like to buy the bonus conversion, you can go ahead to the dashboard and you can click here, buy more conversion credits. And it will basically lead you to the page and you can choose how much you'd like. So for example, for 100 bonus conversion credits, it's going to be $5 and so on. And then you click on purchase and you'll be good to go. And right here on the right, you'll be able to see the number of eBay sales, which you can define by the period. You can do the 24 hours one, you can do 90 days, you can do 30 days. It depends on your preference. And right below here, you'll be able to see all of your orders. And let's just minimize this dashboard right here to be able to see everything more clearly. And down here below in the dashboard, you'll be able to view the overview of the product. So if we head to eBay, we are going to find the same details that are in here are going to be in here. So the date, the sales number for this product, the product itself, the customer address. So everything will be right here in our hands. And if you'd like to do it manually, you can basically add your tracking number right here. You can add the carrier right here and simply hit upload and it will upload it to eBay automatically. And then right here, the other action that we can use is this button right here for actions, which says convert tracker. Let's say you just did not set up the automatic tracking. You would like to keep it manual. So right here, you choose, for example, Aqualine and you choose Amazon if you are ordering from Amazon and other supplier if you have the other supplier. So for example, let's assume we are using Amazon and then you will simply, once you have ordered the order, you'll simply head to Amazon, go to your cart, go to your account and then click on orders right here. You will be able to see that order. You'll copy the link for that order and you'll be good to go. So it will basically take that tracking number from Amazon. It will convert it to Aqualine or whatever you have chosen and then upload it to eBay. So that's the manual way of doing it, but we have done this automatically in the previous lesson. And as if you recall, it will basically look into the email account that we have connected. And that email account will basically be the same thing as the Amazon account as we have explained. And once you get an order confirmation that you basically have the tracking number for your order in Amazon, it will basically go ahead, check that email. It's automatically checking that email. And then it will be basically able to pull that tracking number from your email to basically convert it and upload it to eBay. Just basically doing what we have shown right here in the actions, but it will be done automatically. And as I said, under the hood, you don't have to monitor anything. So that's about it when it comes to the dashboard. So moving on from the dashboard to the messaging, we have the first thing right here. It's called auto messaging. The idea is that you basically have 4 templates right here for 4 different things when they happen. So we have item purchased, item shipped, item delivered, item shipped with public tracking link. And the idea is when you click edit this template right here, you'll see that this is a message that will be sent once an item is purchased, meaning that when your buyer purchases a specific item on your store, meaning when your buyer purchases an item, it will send this automatic message. And the idea right here is you can see hello first name. So this first name will correspond to the buyer's name. So if we go ahead to eBay and we can see that this person right here, Michael Knox, we can see that this is the name. It will say hello, Michael. It can already see that thing right here, which was called first name. So you can see that the message, thanks for using our service, your order, and then it will go ahead to the item title, which is basically going to be, in this case, this particular item title right here. So this item title, it will be inserted right there, and so on. You get the idea. So you can see right here in the right section, tip, use the following codes to include buyer name, feedback link, or more. So you can see that the name will put the full name, the first name will put the first name, last name, and so on. And then feedback link will leave feedback right here. So that's basically, we can use those things, and TrackerBot knows what they need. So it will use them automatically and just replace the corresponding value to the other value. And here, as I said, you can edit the template for every type of action. And these are the 4 different type of actions. So basically right here, again, this is item purchased when the buyer buys an item. This is shipped. That means we can see right here, it will be sent to the buyer once your order is shipped and has tracking information. And as we have covered, eBay will consider an item shipped when there is a tracking number. So this will be a different template right here than this one. So you can see that this one contains this particular message. And if we click edit template for this message, it will have different message right here, and it will have even different values. So we can see right here that the tracking number will correspond to the tracking number. We can see that the carrier will also show up, and the item title, again, just the same thing as the usual. And then moving on to the third one, which is called item shipped with public tracking link. So this will be basically valid for the VD track, as we have explained previously, since VD track does not show delivered on eBay and it does not show the status inside of eBay. But the buyer can still see basically the status of this item right here using the VD track website for the tracking number. So for me to explain a little bit further, if we head to our browser, we type vdtrack.com, we'll be redirected to this page. And inside of this page, you can input the tracking number and click on track, and you'll be able to track the status of the package using the VD track number. So if we go ahead just to this edit template to be able to see what kind of values it uses, we can see right here, this one is called public link, which will give URL to the public tracking, which is to this right here. So yeah, while obviously inputting automatically the tracking number without them having to manually input it, it will basically show the status of that package. And finally, right here for the fourth one is item delivered. If we click edit this template, we can see right here, this one specifically for the feedback link. Please use the link to leave your positive feedback. So basically when the item is delivered, when the buyer has received that item, they will receive this message right here, and it will send them a link for feedback for your eBay store. And that will basically boost feedback. And finally, to activate any of those messages, all you can do is basically check mark those settings. So for example, I would like those 2, or I would like just the final one. I'll just trigger this one right here, and then this will be active. So when the buyer receives an item, it will send this automatic messages, but it will send none of those messages because they are not active. And we can see right here under this tab right here, eBay store, you can click on the eBay store that you would like, and you will be able to choose what eBay store, and those messages will be customized for every single eBay store that you would like, and you can customize it however you would like. Or if you click right here, you'll be able to see the option to apply to all eBay stores, and that will just apply everything, all of those messages to your all. And this will simply apply all of those messages to your eBay store, of course, making sure to respect this check mark right here. And the same thing goes for the country right here. So if we choose the country, and for example, let's say we are doing United States, we are doing Belgium, you can change the language. So for Belgium, it will be in French. The message template will be in French, and you will be basically, as you can see right here, it will show in French right here. So yeah, it really depends on your case. If you're most likely just working with United States, it wouldn't really matter that much. That's basically it when it comes to the country functionality. And once you have done configuring your messages, make sure to click on save to basically save those settings. So moving on to the upcoming settings right here, which is the feedback reminder. It's pretty similar to the auto messages, but it has more features. So we can set this to whatever we want. So for example, 10 days. And this will send the feedback reminder. It will be like, hey, can you please, for example, do a feedback after X days? It will send this message after the item is purchased. And the message that will be sent is this message right here. So right here, you can send a second reminder after an X amount of days from the first reminder that has been sent. All of this will be helping you basically to get more feedback, which is quite important for eBay. And right here, we can also see, don't send a reminder to the following eBay users. This is basically like a blacklist or a block list where you basically not send a reminder for following eBay users, and you can input their username right here. So for example, test123, and then you'll click on add, and then it will add this right here. This buyer right here won't receive a reminder from you. So you'll only want to use this in case you have an issue with a buyer and you would not like to send them a reminder. And then you can have multiple ones as well. For example, test 2, and then test, you'll click on add, and then test 3. And maybe, for example, if you want to remove one of those, you would click on the X mark right here to remove them from the people who won't receive a reminder from you. And those people will just not receive a reminder from you. And then finally, you can also choose the eBay store if you'd like to have this for specific eBay stores, or if you'd like to apply this for all of your eBay stores. All you have to do is click on save after making sure that the settings are applied. And yeah, you're basically good to go. And finally, the third messaging feature right here, which is called auto feedback, which will leave a feedback automatically on the buyer. So for example, the buyer can leave a feedback on your store, and you can also leave a feedback for the buyer. So we can see here, if we check the automatically leave the following positive feedback, we are going to be looking at the stored comments, which are 5. So those 5 messages, you can obviously change anything you want with them. So you'd come here, change anything you would like. And those 5 messages will be sent automatically to the buyer. It's not going to send all of them, obviously, because we can't leave 5 comments as once. We can only leave 1 comment for the buyer. And the way it's going to be working, it's going to basically choose one of those randomly. So basically, it does not look spammy for your page. It does not look like you're just copy pasting, and it looks like there is different messages with each person. So yeah, this is quite important, because once the buyer sees that you have left a positive message, they would be more encouraged to also leave a positive message on your page. And you can also check this mark, which is only send the feedback on the item shipped. So once the item is shipped, it will leave a feedback. And again, you can choose the eBay store right here. So in this lesson, we have simply covered the dashboard and the messaging, and that was about it. I'll be seeing you in the next lesson. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, we are going to go through some other features which come with TrackerBot. So stick around till the end. Right here in the left corner of our TrackerBot, we can see the Paste Me extension, which is a very interesting extension that can help us really reduce time when ordering things from Amazon for our buyers. So right here in the page, again, the left side, we are going to find Get Chrome extension. All you have to do is click on it. Once you have done that, you will find Install Chrome. Click on it and you will be good to go. At the top right corner, we can see the Paste Me right here. And in this case, I'm going to be clearing it because I want to show you how it works from the start. I'm going to head to my eBay page. I'm going to go to the Seller Hub right here. And let's just, for the sake of an example, look at the order that we have. So let's look into orders and let's look into all orders. And I'm just going to give you an example of the usage of this extension in your case. So right here, what we can see is the following button, which is copy. So you can see this address right here. Whenever we are trying to buy an item and ship it to the buyer from Amazon, for example, we will have to copy all of this, head into Amazon, find our item, add to cart, and then put that address manually, which is very dull and a boring process. So what does this extension do is it saves us a lot of time. How? So basically, right here, we can see that if I go back to my eBay Seller Hub, I can see this button, which is copy. And if you remember right here, we can find a couple of things. So first name, last name, and whatnot. All I have to do is click on copy. And if I go back right here, we can see that all of those information got copied right here. And it's basically good to go. So Once I have done that, all I have to do right now is just follow the process, which is pretty straightforward. Just go back to Amazon and let's say again, I'm ordering this specific item. All I will have to do is add the item into cart. As you can see, like this specific item that the buyer wants to sell. So it's already in the cart. And let's just say that the quantity is 2. So all I have to do is basically click add to cart right here. I can do that. It's going to add it to cart automatically and I'll be good to go, or I can clear the cart. So this extension really helps me automate and basically streamline a lot of things. So let me say that the quantity here is a 1 quantity, and all I can do is basically that I can click ahead, proceed to checkout right here. And once I am here, I will have to give my, as you can see, the delivery. I'll click on change right here and loading your address information. I'll click, for example, add new delivery address. And all I have to do right now is come here and click on paste. And as you can see, instead of filling the information one by one, which is a very, very dull process, trust me, all you have to do right now is click the paste, click use this address, and it really saves you those minutes that are very, very safe. So that's of the features which comes with it. And if we go back to our eBay Seller Hub right here, we can also see notes. So for example, we can see that this is our product. And let's say we have put the delivery, we created on the delivery, we added the payment method, and when we just ahead and paid for it. So right here, if we go back to our eBay store, we need to make sure that we don't order this item once again. How do we avoid that? We can click add not order, and let me refresh the page right here, and it will tell us that, hey, this is actually ordered by a note via note. You can see it right here down below, my note ordered. And you can edit this note however you want, order 2 times or something like that, and click on save, and that's basically it. Or you can edit the note from here, which basically will do the same thing, order test, and if we click on the yes icon right here, it will change it to order test. And this is pretty much it for the paste me, as you can see, extension right here. We'll go through the rest of this in a minute. So now moving on basically to the rest of this, which is we can see accounts right here. So under the accounts section, you'll be able to see all of the relevant information, such as the business plan right here, last payment date, the seller accounts, how many accounts that you are eligible for, and the Gmail accounts. All of this, if we head to TrackerBot.me right here to look at the pricing, will explain itself. So basically in the pricing section, under the starter, you have 1 seller account, 3 Gmail accounts, and the professional 2 seller accounts, 10 Gmail accounts, and under the business, 3 seller accounts, and then 10 Gmail accounts. So yeah, that explains it right here. So in this case, this is a business account, 3 seller accounts, and then 10 Gmail accounts. And obviously with much higher tiers, you can get also much more benefits, as you can see right here. And yeah, we can also see our eBay account, the account here. As you can see, we can delete it. We can make sure it's active. We can add another one right here by clicking add eBay account, and then it will redirect us to the appropriate page. I'll not be doing that right now. It's the same process like we have done in the previous 2 lessons. And then we can also add another Gmail account. So if you remember, for a Gmail account, it's basically for Amazon and AliExpress. This is the way that we can receive those information. So right here, we will also see our Amazon buyer account, which we will be able to see down here. So this will be the email of this account. And in case you don't know how to connect it, there's a video here showing it, but we have already went through this. So hopefully you have connected an account already by now. And then we can see how to fix an inactive account for Amazon. You can just click on this video and it will explain everything for you. But if you have the right Gmail and the account is working, it should show active here, just like it's showing active in this TrackerBot right here. It will give you the status active down below here. So yeah, that's pretty much about it in this page. You can also change the password. How you can see the active status right here. And as I said, you can also do it for AliExpress. This is the same Chrome extension, and we have went through it briefly. So you can also change your password by putting the current password and new password. And under the eBay settings right here, you'll also see that this is the same for the onboarding process, but we go down below. This is the only thing that's different. So let me explain this thoroughly right now. So if tracking was uploaded manually, So this is the case where there happens an overlap where you, for example, upload tracking manually just to fill out the space or the bar, and then the other tracking number appears, and then TrackerBot tries to add that tracking number. So what would you like to happen in this case? So there's three options. So don't add the new tracker. It will not add the new tracker, obviously. So add new tracker to existing one. So add it to the existing one. So you will have two tracking numbers, which is not optimal, or overwrite with the new tracking right here. So as I said right here, even if we hover this icon, it shows the scenario in case you upload the tracking manually before TrackerBot gets the original one, as I explained to you before. So this one mark orders as shipped. So let's say you are working with some international people, you are shipping to internationally people. In this case, you might be able to not require a tracking number, and in this case you will have to enable this option. So you will enable it and you will choose a couple of days after the purchase. So it's just basically automated shipping without the tracking number, but it's really not suggested for you because you will most likely work with US, which will require the tracking number. And right here we can also see under the affiliate tab, TrackerBot has an affiliate program which will give you 50%, I believe. Yep. So earn a one-time payment equal to 50% of the user subscription plan value. So if we go back to the pricing, let's say, for example, you refer the friend for the package, the following package, you will get 50% of that as a one-time payment, or it depends on what they get. So it's pretty straightforward to do that. All you have to do is copy the affiliate link right here and send it to your friend or whatnot, and you will be good to go. And also we can see under the partners tab right here, TrackerBot has the PasteMe partner, which we have already walked through in this tutorial particularly. And we can see an all-in-one platform for Amazon dropshippers, which is Reprise Hub, which will give you 50% off your first month. So yeah, it's just cool partners that you can also utilize if you are jumping to Amazon dropshipping and whatnot. So we can also find here the frequently asked questions. It's just frequently asked questions that you might find here. We can also find a couple of video tutorials that you can look at, as I showed you how to connect to Amazon, how to create multiple Chrome user accounts, and so on. And lastly, we can find right here the live supports that will help you with anything you have a problem with. And finally, we have some socials that you can utilize and connect with other people, Telegram, Facebook group, YouTube channel, and so on. And that's pretty much about it when it comes to this videos. In the next lesson, I'll show you how to work with the non-API version of basically TrackerBot. With that said, thanks a lot for following alongside, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, we are going to do a recap on what we've did so far in this chapter. So basically, the process of order fulfillment should be memorized into 3 steps, basically getting the sale and then going to the awaiting shipment page, which we did right here by going into the orders. We can go to awaiting shipment, and then you will see the order details and everything else related to it. So you need to always ship the item as soon as possible. So that's the whole thing, is that you need to be fast. You need to go ahead, order the item from Amazon so that your handling time is low. So handling time, again, is the time frame in which you must upload the tracking number. And to get the tracking number, you need to ship the order quickly. And to do that, you need to go to Amazon and buy it, or your supplier basically, to ship the products and provide the address to Amazon for them to send it. So once you receive it, you can then add it into eBay. And this can be manual, but it could also be automated with the bot that's called TrackerBot that we have follow alongside in this basically course. So again, bottom line, ship fast as you can, benefits the customer, and ensures smooth tracking updates. So once you have this information, as we have done throughout this course, you will go into Amazon, you will find the products. In this case, this is already a product. I already have it in my cart. So I'm going to click on the cart right here, and I'm going to minimize to one quantity. Click on proceed to checkout. Sure that when you have the order here in eBay, you have copied the order. So it has copied right here in the PasteMe extension. Go ahead, click on change for the address, add a new delivery address, and then basically click on the PasteMe extension, click on paste. and you're good to go. Use this address, and then you would go ahead to the payment method and make sure that you pay for this particular item. So once the order is basically complete, once this order is filled out and you have paid for it, TrackerBot will start working and it will monitor your email and Amazon account for tracking updates. It will find the tracking number if it's available. It will match it to your order. It will convert the tracking number based on the settings that you have done in the profile. It will execute those settings right here. All of this happens again automatically. However, to ensure everything runs smoothly, make sure you keep your Chrome extension active every day. Even after getting the tracking number, we still need to check the Amazon's tracking page to monitor order progress. The shipment goes through multiple status, such as item received as logistics, item transferred to carrier, in transit, and out of delivery. So these updates are only available inside the Amazon buyer account, which is why the Chrome extension is very important to keep everything intact. And we have worked through it again, and that's the Chrome extension right here. This is the tracker. It will open a page which should say open, so TrackerBot does a job in the background without you having to monitor everything. So once the order is delivered, your job is completely done. It's a good idea to have some automated messages configured as we've spoke about previously. Set up request buyer feedback, and that completes your part of the order fulfillment process. Thanks a lot for following alongside in this lesson. I will see you in the next one. The importance of customer support. In this lesson, we will explore why customer support is the backbone of your dropshipping business and how it can make or break your success on eBay. By the end of this video, you will understand the critical role customer support plays, how it impacts your reputation, and why going the extra mile for your buyers is a non-negotiable part of running a thriving dropshipping store. So let's break it down into 3 key areas. Why customer support matters, how customer support impacts your eBay business, and the long-term benefits of excellent customer support. Let's dive into each of these. So basically, first, why does customer support matter? Well, think about it. When a customer buys from you, they're not just purchasing a product. They're investing in an experience with you. And that experience does not end when the click buy button now is done. It's continuous through the delivery, the unboxing, and even after they've used the product, how good the product is, does it do what it claims to do, and so on. If something goes wrong, like a delayed shipment, a damaged item, or a misunderstanding about the product or its features, your customer will look to you for help about it or questions. So they have questions and they require the answers from you. So basically, how you respond in those moments will determine whether you leave a good review even though something went bad, or a bad review. So basically, in dropshipping, you are the face of the business your store is. Even though you are not manufacturing or shipping the product itself, your customers see you as the seller of it. So it's your responsibility to ensure that they feel heard and valued. So yeah, keep that in mind. So yeah, the second point is, how does customer support impact your business eBay? eBay's algorithm takes customer satisfaction seriously. Positive reviews, quick response times, and low case rates can boost your rankings in the search results by amazing amounts. So in the flip side, you have poor customer support that can lead to negative feedback, disputes, and even account restriction or, God forbid, suspended. So the reality is that the competitive world of eBay dropshipping, your reputation is everything. It's literally everything. A single negative review can scare away potential buyers, while excellent customer support can turn one-time shoppers into loyal customers. That's the reality of it. And don't forget, eBay buyers can see your response rate and feedback score. So if you're consistently providing top-notch support, it builds trust and credibility, making shoppers more likely to choose you over competitors. So keep that in mind. And finally, the long-term benefits. Well, when you go above and beyond for your customer, you're not just solving a problem, you're building a relationship with them. Happy customers are more likely to leave positive reviews, recommended your store to others, and come back for future purchases. That's the reality of it. Over time, this creates a snowball effect. The word of mouth is very, very important. So positive reviews attract more buyers, repeat customers, reduce your marketing costs, and the strong reputation sets you apart from the competition. So in other words, customer support isn't just about putting out fires, it's about laying the foundation for long-term success with your business.
So yeah, just to recap a little bit before moving to the next point, as I said, customer service play a critical role in two ways. Well, first of all, boosting your account in eBay search results because the eBay algorithm, as we discussed, Cassini promotes sellers with excellent customer service. If your customer support is strong, your listings will be ranked higher. Simply, that's it, leading to more visibility and sales. However, if your customer support is poor, that will reflect on your business and your account won't be promoted, limiting your potential reach. The second point is that ensuring long-term account survival. As I said, the poor customer service is one of the primary reasons sellers get suspended. Many dropshippers who complain about account suspensions in Facebook groups often don't realize that their accounts were shut down due to poor customer service and a high defect rate. Well, also, let's try to understand the defect rate before ending this lesson. So one of the key factors that eBay tracks is the defect rate. This metric measures the number of complaints and cases against you. Here's how it works. Well, you got customers, they file a complaint, you fail to respond in time, you got the time to respond, so make sure to always respond in that time by having eBay on your phone, by being accessible and having notifications on to understand when to reply and how fast you should reply. So yeah, the customer escalates the issue into eBay, so you're no more discussing the problem with the customer, and that's bad because at the previous step, you could have resolved it at that point. So yeah, eBay rules in the favor of the customer. Of course they do, because the customer has some good argument or something like that, because you didn't even respond in the time. So yeah, you receive a defect on your account, and that's bad. Accumulating too many defects will lead to account suspension. That's the reality of it. So there's two types of defects. There's the visible type. Basically, these appear on your seller dashboard, showing you warnings about unresolved complaints. And there's the hidden ones. So these don't appear explicitly, but eBay still tracks them. If you consistently provide poor customer service, will lower your ranking, and it will limit your visibility and eventually suspend your account. So how to avoid service issues? It's pretty simple. Keep your account healthy and thriving. These are the golden rules. Always respond to customers, whether before or after the purchase. Reply promptly to all your messages. Make sure that they are professional. Be quick, aim to respond as soon as you receive a message. Fast responses lead to better customer satisfaction and higher ranking in eBay. And third is that learn to handle customer service efficiently. In this section, I will teach you all about it, the techniques, how to respond faster, how to manage customer inquiries more effectively, and so on. Also, prioritize excellent customer service. As I said, it directly impacts your feedback score, so it does not make sense if you skip it or if you try to just make a quick response that doesn't really effective the sale. So yeah, the power of customer feedback as well. So your customer support quality directly affects your feedback score. Great customer service equals more positive feedback. Slow or poor responses equal more negative feedback. Even if a customer does not receive their products, good communication can lead to positive reviews. Ignoring or delaying responses guarantees negative feedbacks. So yeah, I hope everything is clear so far. In this section, I'll talk about everything related to customer support. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Return cases and cancellation. In this lesson, we'll break down everything you need to know about handling returns, resolving customer cases, and managing order cancellations. By the end of this video, you'll understand how to navigate these situations professionally, protect your seller reputation, and keep your customer happy, and make sure that you don't lose money as well. So even when things don't go as planned, you can refer to this lesson to make sure that you handle them the right way. So there's three things, as I said: understanding returns, how they work, when should you return, and so on, handling customer cases, and managing order cancellation. Let's get started by understanding returns. So as you can see, returns are a normal part of any commerce business. People buy stuff, sometimes they want to return it, sometimes the item is damaged, and there is, as I said, different scenarios and different cases with this case. So there's no exception. Customers may request a return for various reasons. Maybe the product didn't meet their expectations, it arrived damaged, or as I said, any of the reasons that I previously mentioned, or they simply changed their mind. People change their mind. So yeah, as an eBay seller, it's important to have a clear return policy in place. As we mentioned in the previous lesson, eBay allows you to set your own return policy, but keep in mind that buyers often prefer sellers who offer hassle-free returns. But if you're doing AliExpress, for example, that cannot be the case because it's very, very difficult to ship back to China, and that might cost you the product itself or even more money that you have spent already on the shipping. So yeah, a generous return policy can actually boost your sales by making shoppers feel more confident about purchasing from them. But as I said, in the case that you're, for example, getting the products from China, I suggest that the return policy is that basically that the
a buyer have to pay for the shipping themselves. They have to pay from it in pocket. And in most cases, they will just drop it because the shipping is too expensive back to China.
Just a quick reminder. This free dropshipping course is brought to you by TrackerBot. When you are dropshipping, making sure your tracking info is valid is crucial. TrackerBot makes it easy by automatically validating tracking numbers from suppliers like Amazon and AliExpress directly within eBay. That means better protection for your seller account and happier customers. To help you get started, we have arranged a special deal for course members only. Get 50% off your month on any TrackerBot subscription plan. Sign up at trackerbot.me/free course. All you have to do is in your browser type in www.trackerbot.me/free course, as you can see it right here. And then you'll be good to go.
Back to China. So yeah, as I said, review the reason of the return. So for example, if it's due to a mistake of your part, like sending the wrong item or something else, well, in that case, I would really urge you to accept the return because then it might be escalated to something bad. So yeah, communicate promptly and professionally. Let the buyer know you're working on resolving their issue. Let them know that, hey, maybe my shipping preferences or my shipping policies does not allow me to return this item because you've changed your mind. I'll lose a lot of money on it, and so on. And so, for example, if you're also returning from China, is basically returning from US to China or other country to China, all you have to do simply is just give the address. Don't give a shipping label because that's difficult. It's not like Amazon where all you have to do is give the customer a shipping label to print on the package or something like that, and it will be good to go. So you will have to tell them to send it to a specific address if they would accept to send it in the first place. So yeah. Coordinate with your supplier as well. Understand what your supplier accepts as return. Does your supplier even also have a return policy? They might have that in place. In the case they do, make sure that you respect it as well so you don't end up being charged a lot of money. So if the product is being returned, check with your supplier to see if they accept returns and what their process is. Issue a refund or replacements in the case if the item is damaged. Once the item is returned, process the refund or send a replacement as quickly as possible. So yeah, remember how you handle returns can turn a potential negative experience into a positive one, and a smooth return process can lead to positive feedbacks and repeat customers. As I said, especially in the case that you've made the mistake or the item has been damaged, make sure that you resolve it as fast as possible. So yeah. Now let's discuss handling customer cases. So yeah, a case is opened when a buyer escalates an issue to eBay because they are unhappy with how it was resolved or how it's resolved from your end, or if they feel their concern was ignored by you. Common reasons for cases include items not received, item not as described, or issues with refunds. So yeah, here is how to handle cases effectively. Make sure that you respond quickly. eBay tracks your response times, and a delay response can harm your seller performance metrics, as we explained in the previous lesson. So stay calm and professional. There is nothing to worry about. Things like this always happen. Even if the buyer is frustrated, your goal is to de-escalate the situation and not trying to combat the buyer themselves. So yeah, try to find a solution in the middle ground. Provide evidence if needed. If the buyer claims that the item was not described or was not delivered, you may need to provide tracking information or photos to support your case from your supplier. Offer a resolution. In most cases, it's better to offer a refund or replacement to close the case quickly and avoid any negative feedback. So yeah, many cases can be avoided by proactively communicating with the buyers. For example, if there's shipping delay, let the buyer know as soon as possible. So now finally, to talk about managing order cancellations. Cancellations can happen in a variety of reasons. There's also a time window that the buyer can cancel without any hassle. So make sure that you don't ship any products within that window. I think that window is around 1 hour, but I think that might differ from your shipping policy. I am not very confident about it. So yeah, as I said, 1 hour they can cancel without any hassle. So cancellations can happen. Maybe the buyer changed their mind, or perhaps the item is out of stock from your supplier. Whatever the reason, it's important to handle cancellations professionally to maintain your reputation. Here is how to manage it. So first of all, act quickly. If the buyer requests a cancellation, process it as soon as possible to avoid shipping the item unnecessarily. Communicate clearly. Let the buyer know the cancellation has been processed and apologize for the inconvenience to just be as professional as possible. Also, update your inventory. If the cancellation is due to an out-of-stock item, make sure that you mark it as an out-of-stock. As cancellations are often unavoidable, but how you handle them can make all the difference. A polite and professional approach can leave a positive impression even if the sale didn't go through. So yeah, As I said, returns, customer cases, order cancellations, those are all pretty important to have a general idea about. And your shipping preferences also declare how those things are going to happen most of the time. So make sure that your shipping policy does not cost you money, does not lose you money, especially if you notice that you are returning a lot of items. So yeah, that's about it for this lesson. I will see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, we'll be talking about how to get a refund from AliExpress. So first of all, right here in the AliExpress dashboard, all you have to simply do is click on your account, and then you will have this basically where you can open disputes and reports. Click on it, and simply, as you can see right here, if you encounter any issues, we encourage you to contact the seller or the buyer first. If you can't reach an agreement, you can apply for a refund by opening a dispute. Or right here, if you think that seller or a buyer has violated AliExpress trading rules, you have the ability to send a report to our team to review. This will help us to make sure we provide you a safety shopping experience. So this is basically for really bad cases. For example, if the seller doesn't send anything, you'll have to submit a report here. Otherwise, if, for example, the item is defective or it's the wrong item, you'll click on open a dispute here. But as you can see right here, you'll have the orders that you have ordered. For example, this is a very old order of mine. So basically, the first important thing is that the order doesn't have to surpass 15 days. I'll go through the details right here, as you can see in buyer protection. So let's go through this page. To first of all see this page, all you have to do is click on your user and go to buyer protection, just right here. So yeah, how long does buyer protection last and how can I initiate a return/refund? It lasts 15 days from the moment you confirm that you have received the item, and any item with the label buyer protection on its detail page is covered with the exception of items that you have damaged yourself, personalized and custom-made items, perishable items such as flowers and maybe something like that, something that dies, items unsuitable for return due to hygiene or health reasons, and so on. So yeah, the first thing, is to let the store know what the problem is and upload any supporting info if needed, images/screenshots. That's why in the next lesson, you will see me talking about this very importantly. Make sure that whoever you're selling the item to makes you and sends you images and screenshots. So yeah, to help you reach a satisfactory solution with it. So make a return/refund request. As I showed you right here, you'll click on here return/refunds, and then you will be able to make that request. So yeah, get refunded, choose the reason for return/refund from the list provided, upload any supporting info needed, pictures/videos. I'll show you this right now in a second, and submit your application. You can check back regularly under the return/refunds tab on orders to see the progress. So meanwhile, if you have a defective item, you will execute all of these steps as I said in detail. But I would like to also mention that you need to actually refund the buyer immediately, because AliExpress can take a long time to process that refund for you. So if an item needs to be returned, who pays the return cost? Well, if you decide to return an item due to change of mind, then it will be up to you to cover the return cost, as I mentioned. And as I will mention in more details in the next lesson, that in this case, you'll have to really do it in your selling policies, shipping policies, that if the buyer doesn't like the item, they're just going to have to pay for shipping themselves. And that ends up costing like half of the product itself. So it's not really worth it for the buyers to even return it. And in most cases, they will just say, there's no worries, I'll just keep the item. So yeah, when will I receive my refund? Well, it can take 1 to 10 working days to arrive, dependent on your original payment method. Any due refund can be sent to your original payment method. Alternatively, you can get a much faster refund to AliExpress bonus account. So basically, you can get the money in your AliExpress kind of balance, and that will be much faster. So if you do choose that option, it will keep the money in AliExpress so that whenever you order again, you will have the right way. So what other scenarios fall under buyer protection? Well, there are 2 other situations in which you can use and benefit from the buyer protection service. First is when sellers break their promises. Transaction or after-sale services, such as failure to follow up with warranty on your order as promised or as required by any relevant laws or regulations. So yeah, or logistics, for example, if they have to pay you or ask you to pay additional for shipping costs, that's breaking the rules. So yeah, when there is a case of unacceptable behavior from the seller that could affect your rights as a shopper, use the abusive language during communication or so on. If you experience any of this, as I said, you would click on the other button right there, not the first one. So yeah, this is about it. If you want to go to the chat, live chat here, this will help you resolve problems. This will be a direct contact with AliExpress. As I said, in the case that you have to go and do a refund, refer back to this video in AliExpress, click on your username right here on the top right corner, go to the disputes and reports, click on it. After clicking on it, you will be able to open a dispute. Open a dispute right here. And right after that, you will choose the item that you want to have that. So for example, you would go right here, click on order details, return/refunds, and then basically you would click OK. In your case, it will redirect you to this page right here. As you can see, request a refund by opening a dispute. You'll see the item, the price, everything about it. So you'll have two options, either refund only or return goods. You would most likely do refund only because, as I said, return goods is really not worth it for you nor the buyer. So just make sure to communicate that very clearly right here. Then you will see this page. In this page, as you can see, you'll see the item, the unit's price. As I said, you would do I want to apply for a refund only. Did you receive the item? You'll click yes or no. The refund amount that you want. Do you want a full refund, a partial refund? What exactly are you requesting? Please write your request details. As I said, that's why it's very important to ask the buyer for more details about what exactly happened. And then please upload your evidence. You would upload at least 2 or 3 images, and then a video will also be a strong evidence for it as well. So yeah, right here, as you can see in this next screenshot, you have, for example, opened the dispute. AliExpress steps in if you haven't cleared things with the seller, and then you have basically the item and you're just waiting for negotiation to finish. This process can take anywhere from 1 day to like 2 weeks. Realistically, it will never take 1 day, but that might be possible. So yeah, buyer paid per order. As you can see right here, the seller got it, and then the seller shipped, and then buyer requested a refund. No tracking information. According to the tracking number, the package was rejected by the airline. As you can see right here, logistics, yes, and the AliExpress proposed a new solution. And then right here, you can see in this other case, basically AliExpress processing the proposal, and then they refunded $10.64 right here, as you can see. And yeah, the process is pretty straightforward. It takes a lot of time. That's the main issue that you will find out with AliExpress. So that's why it's very, very important to just give the refund immediately to the buyer so you don't have any problem with eBay. So with that said, that was it for today's lesson. I'll see you in the next one where I will talk in more details about what exactly to do in a couple of situations. Hello there and welcome to this lesson. We'll be discussing how to provide excellent customer support with Chinese suppliers. So yeah, a common myth in e-commerce space is that providing good customer support while using AliExpress or this Chinese supplier is impossible and will lead to account suspension. However, this is not true if you do the right things and follow the course as we've mentioned, everything from choosing suppliers, from choosing the products, and so on. So the key is to handle customer issues promptly, quickly, and professionally to maintain a strong eBay seller reputation. So that's very important. So in this lesson, we will learn the best practices for handling customer support effectively when working with the Chinese suppliers like AliExpress. By following these steps, you can maintain high customer satisfaction and protect your eBay account from defects or suspension, as we mentioned previously. So, the strategies outlined here will not only improve your relationship with customers, but also help you streamline the operations, reducing unnecessary disputes and maximizing profits. So, the first thing is understanding customer expectations. Customers buying from your eBay store expect timely response, clear communications, and hassle-free return process. Unlike local suppliers, working with AliExpress comes with additional challenges, so keep that in mind, such as longer shipping times and communication barriers. Therefore, setting clear expectations with buyers before and after purchase is crucial. That's exactly what we have mentioned previously with your shipping policies, so keep that in mind. So, preemptive measures to avoid disputes. So first of all, minimize issues. Clearly state shipping times and return policies in your product listings. Use high-quality product images and descriptions to set accurate expectations, and provide tracking numbers as they are available to assure buyers about their orders. By being proactive, you can reduce the likelihood of customers opening disputes and returns, thereby protecting your eBay seller account. So yeah, the second point is handling requests and disputes. When a customer opens a return request due to damaged products, an incorrect item, or item not as described, you have to do the steps. So first of all, you have to request proof from the buyer themselves before processing any refunds, before giving any refund money or anything like that. Make sure that the buyer exactly saying what they are, and make sure that they have at least images and preferably video as well of going through the angles with the item. So yeah, as I said, always ask the customer for the proof on time of the issue. This can include a video, a high quality image, detailed description, text of what happened. So yeah, this documentation is essentially for filing a dispute with AliExpress later, because if the buyer is hesitant to provide proof, kindly explain that the supplier requires evidence before issuing a refund. So yeah, also make sure that you issue an immediate refund. Once you receive the necessary proof, the buyer refund their money right away, even if the return request is still open. Here's why. Because AliExpress, first of all, takes a lot of time. So if the customer waits too long, they might escalate the case to eBay, and you don't want that. You want to keep it between you and the buyer. So if eBay steps in and rules in the favor of the buyer, you risk receiving a defect on your account, which can eventually lead to account suspension. So it's not worth it. So fast refunds improve customer satisfaction and prevent negative feedback. A smooth refund process increases the likelihood of repeat business. And as I said, what you have to do is that after refunding the customer, you should open a dispute with the supplier on AliExpress. The dispute process can take up to 2 weeks or even more, but in most cases, AliExpress will actually refund your money, especially for those situations. So how to file it, I talked about it in the previous video, is that you go to your order history on AliExpress, select the affected order, click on open dispute, and provide the proof you received from the customers, video, images, text, and so on. And then you wait for AliExpress to process this dispute and refund your money. So if the supplier refuses the refund, you can simply escalate it to AliExpress support for further review, document all communication with the supplier to strengthen your case. So yeah, now, handling returns due to buyers' preferences. As I said, you need to control your selling preferences and, for example, do not provide refunds if the customer simply doesn't like the product. If you don't have this enabled, well, in this case, the customer wants to return the product simply because they don't like it. So here's how to manage it. Well, first of all, refund the customer without return. In most cases, AliExpress doesn't require a return for cheap products. Simply refund the buyer and consider it a business expense. This approach maintains customer satisfaction and prevents negative feedback. For frequent returns, analyze product description and customer complaints to identify potential improvements in your listing and make sure that you are exactly selling what you are promising. So yeah, option number 2, arrange a return with the supplier. So for higher value items, AliExpress suppliers may provide a return address if this happens. Obtain the return address from the supplier, provide it to customer via eBay messages. Once the supplier receives the return, they will refund you. You can then refund the customer if you haven't already. Well, in this scenario, as I said, less than 1% of disputes, as most customers will not want to pay for return to shipping to China due to the high cost, which might be the cost of the product itself. So clearly communicate these costs in your return policy to manage buyer expectations. And here now we talk about strategies for maintaining positive customer relations. To build trust and encourage repeat customers, provide quick response times, as we've mentioned already. Be polite and professional, offer partial refunds when applicable, follow up with the buyers. Sometimes you just have to think about it as business expense, because realistically, if your product is what it is, most people wouldn't return it in the first place. As I said, key takeaways basically for customer support is that you need to act quickly, request proof, refund immediately. As I said, those 3 are very important. Open the dispute on AliExpress, manage returns wisely, improve listings based on feedback, make sure that your policy is set to be right, be proactive with communication and quick. So yeah, by following these steps, I hope that your customer support will be on top of its game. As I said, it's one of the most important things when it comes to selling on eBay, because at the end of the day, they came for the experience and they know they could have gotten the item cheaper somewhere else. So yeah, keep that in mind and don't let those things fool you. As I said, I'll see you in the next lesson. Have a good one. In this section, we will be talking about eBay seller limits. So we've talked previously about insertion fees and whatnot. So those are kind of correlated with the previous ones, but those are selling limits. That means what? The maximum roof you can sell. So if we go ahead in eBay and we can find this article called seller limits, all eBay sellers have a certain seller limit. It means that during the calendar month, you can list or sell up to a certain number of items or of total certain amount. So as you can see right here, you can either sell 10 items or $500 of value, meaning that if you, for example, if we go to AliExpress and we find a specific item that we would like to list from AliExpress, and for example, the item that we're going to list is going to cost $20, and we list 5 of those items right here. We list 5. So that means that this is going to cost $100, and this will remove $100 from here. I hope that makes sense. So for example, if we go ahead and we find sunglasses or something like that, we will find that, for example, we're going to sell them for a specific price point at eBay. The listing price, not the profit, not the revenue, no, the listing price multiplied by the number of items is going to be deducted. So for example, if I'm listing something for $100 and I list 5 of them, that's going to be $500. And this all is going to be minus 500, which will result on 0. Which means even though I can list 5 more items, because I only listed 5 items in this case alone, that means I cannot list any more items. So let us go through it more. So a lot of factors are determined into this: the age of the account, the identity, if their identity was verified, the account was linked to another established account, the registered address, the site, the selling performance, the volume the account has managed in the past and how good it was, the risk associated with types of items listed in the account. So think maybe if you're doing, I don't know, propane, that's going to be very dangerous. Unless different accounts have identical information for the criteria listed below, then we will likely have different selling limits. So exactly, if an account is doing thing and another account is doing something, there will be different selling limits. So there's something to consider, is that each item of your active and sold listings is counted towards your monthly limit. So as I said, whether you have an active item or sold, so whether you have sold one of those items or you have only have it as a listing in eBay, then it will be counted as well. So another thing is, if you have reached your sell limit, you will not be able to create additional listings, raise prices, or add items till one of active listings end, or till the first of the next month, because this resets, as you can see right here, this thing specifically keeps resetting each month. If we go right here, yes. So for example, here it will be 250 in my case, but it will reset at April 1. It started at March 1. And for example, in the past month, if I listed items, it will reset again. So keep that in mind. Let's go back here. We can also good till canceled listings count toward your sell limits as well. So that's just type of listings. To see your eBay, you can go to the eBay selling overview, which is this page right here. You will see the limits down if you scroll below, right? It is right here exactly. So also you can see the seller hub right here exactly. You'll see it in the seller hub and so on. So eBay also tells us that it will review the account every month and adjust the limit automatically based on the sales volume and the feedback. So please remember that you cannot increase your sale limits by purchasing a store subscription package. The store subscription package that we have talked previously about, let's find it. So we have talked previously about on this. It will not increase your limits. It will just decrease the price you pay for insertion fees if you can insert more than 250 items. So keep that in mind. If you reach your monthly selling limits, you can request a limit and eBay will consider it. To request it, go to the eBay seller overview, or you can go to this link and click request a limit increase. You can find this link by typing selling limits in Google, eBay selling limits, and you will find it right here. Pretty simple. So we've also talked about zero insertion fee and fee listing. I'm not going to talk about this anymore. Let me just cover this page right here. As you can see, you can also see that the eBay helps you by requesting more limit increase, as I said before. And if you have more than one seller account, you may also be able to raise your limits by linking them to each other. More established seller account, if your accounts are not linked, then you'll see the option to request the higher seller limits in it. And that's basically about it for eBay seller limit. It's very clear. If you reach this seller limit, it will not help you. It will not allow you to scale much more for that specific month. At the end of the other month, you will be able to get the more listings. It will reset to 0 and you will have more listings to do, and also request a higher limit, and eBay will automatically check if you are able to sell more items in the store. That's about it for this lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, I'll talk about how to increase the selling limit. In the previous lesson, we talked about what is selling limit and what is the limit, as you can see right here. But in this lesson, I'll give you specific strategies on how to increase that selling limit. So I've showed you in the previous lesson that you can go to this page and you will search for selling limits on Google about eBay, and you can find increase your limit. You can click request a limit increase, and then you will be prompted into this page. So unfortunately, you are currently not eligible for a selling limit increase. This is most likely what you will see, because as I said, you need to at least become a seller that hits the limit. First of all, as I've showed you previously, you need to at least hit the 10 items limit or the dollars limit. Now, let's say you are coming to the end of the month and you actually about to hit this dollar limit and you don't have any more items to list. What you will do is simply go to your existing listing and edit the pricing of that item and try to make sure that you hit the dollar amount limit. So once you do that, you will be able to next month get either prompted or asked to basically increase the limit. So that would be very, very good for you. But in the case you don't see this, you will be able to see two things: either contact us by email or by the phone. So if you can contact by the phone and you can speak fluent English at least, that will be very good. You can hop on the call and talk with them. Otherwise, I would suggest you to do the email. Now, what to type in the email is pretty simple. Just say, I have a lot of inventory that I would like to sell, and I have reached the limit and I would like to sell even more on eBay. Can I please get an increased limit? But in the phone, otherwise, you will have to ask about some other things. So right here in your eBay, go to your accounts and make sure that you have your personal information ready and your addresses ready, because that's quite important for eBay. So in address, just keep it whenever in the call they ask you about the address, give them the address, give them personal information, and then they will ask you, why would you like to increase this limit? As I said, the same thing you said in the email, you're just going to say in the call, I have a lot of inventory and I would like to sell more on your platform. Don't mention you are a dropshipper, because that might actually get you in trouble, because eBay doesn't like it that much. But yeah, you don't mention that, and just make sure that you say that, hey, basically, I would like to increase the limits because I have a limit on this and I have more inventory that I would like to sell, and I'm getting some attraction on eBay. Can you do that for me? Now, if they say yes, that would be good. After the call for a day or two, they will increase that limit. If they say no, in that case, simply you will have to wait for next month. And that's really about it. You can get one increased limit per month, and you even get it automatically per month if you are eligible for it. And that's about it for today's lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. In today's lesson, I'll talk about a big problem that you might encounter when starting your eBay business, especially with PayPal. So we can see right here that this payment says that it is on hold, or for example, action required on hold, as you can see right here, or another one on hold, as you can see right here. So what is this thing? Why are you seeing this thing, first of all, and how can you fix it? Well, first of all, for the fix, you really don't have anything to do but to wait, because since your PayPal account is new, you will be able to receive your amount after some amount of time. So you'll have to wait for the payment to process and to take some time, because the account is fairly new and you're still receiving items. This is in the case of example, a buyer makes a dispute and the money has already been sent to your bank account. So why would PayPal trust you? Because you have no history, you have nothing like that. And plus, PayPal is really for the buyer more than is it for the seller. It does not support the sellers as much as the buyer. So keep that in mind. That's why I really suggest Payoneer or the managed payment system, which will be much better for you. So right here, as you can see in this case, it says that the payment might be delayed 21 days in the future. This one, it says action required. If you get action required, that's very, very bad. What you can do is basically go to your PayPal notification and make sure that you verified every single information. Other than that, the account might be at risk of getting locked out. If you get on hold, as I said, that's not really a big issue. All you will have to do is wait. So it will take some time for you to get those payments, and it won't be a problem after a couple of payments you received, because the account is fairly new. And what you can do actually is, before receiving eBay account, is that you send your money yourself by a friend or something like that to warn the account and make sure that PayPal knows that the account is valid and that you can receive some money on it. And that's pretty much about it. Payments can get on hold. That's really not something you can do anything about. As I said, maybe warn the account by sending some money or something like that. But that's pretty much the whole consensus with PayPal. Thanks a lot for watching. I will see you in the next one. If you are a non-US citizen, you probably have this problem for fees. So in this lesson, we are going to be discussing shortly fees, how to avoid them, and how to pay the minimal amount of fees when it comes to credit card conversions for non-US citizens. So stick around till the end. So if you have a non-US citizen bank, that means that you're not holding the USD in your bank. You're probably holding your local currency. And that's not a problem because it's local for you. But when you're trying to buy from AliExpress or when you're trying to buy from Amazon and so on to ship to the customer, this you will have a problem. Which is the problem is that the conversion from the local currency to the USD currency, it will apply a fee. And this fee will have quite problems. This fee could be high. This fee could be not stable. So to avoid this, all you have to do is contact your bank. Let your bank know that basically, hey, I would like a checking account in USD where I can hold USD. Make sure you convert your local bank currency to USD and make sure that you hold USD directly so that when you get a charge in your credit card or your debit card, you don't get the crazy high fees and stable and so on. That's pretty much it. Or you can use even Payoneer. For example, when you receive money from eBay, keep a USD balance that you use to buy in new orders. That's about it for this lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. In this lesson, I'll show you how to withdraw money from PayPal. So first of all, make sure that you are on PayPal, whether on the mobile app or the web. So in PayPal right here, you have two options. You have the first options, which is basically to withdraw to your card. And to do that, all you have to do is simple. So the first method is I'll hit my wallet. And then inside my wallet, I'll click send payments and then transfer to your bank. Right here, you can choose the account you want to transfer from to the account and then click on next. And then here you will be able to choose the card. So this is basically the fees are already mentioned here. This means that what you're going to send from your PayPal is going to be received in your credit card or your debit card. So example, in this bank account, the fee is $5 and here the fee is almost $4.8. So, and it will take also 1 to 7 days and fees also may apply. So here this is instant and this is standard. So this will take typically in minutes and this will take 1 to 7 days. So you'll click link an eligible debit or credit card here. And once you are here, you'll enter the information. And if that card is eligible for the late transfer, then it will show right here. And that's pretty much it for sending to your card. If you want to send to your bank, it's pretty much the same thing as well. You'll click send payments. You'll click transfer to your bank and then you'll choose the wallet. If you don't have a linked card or bank, we have done a video about it in the previous videos. Go back to one of those. You will find linked card or a bank. Click on it and then you'll be able to follow the steps to link your card or bank. That's about it for today's lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there. In this lesson, I'll explain Payoneer usage in more details. So with that said, stick around till the end. Inside of Payoneer, I'll show you how to connect either Payoneer to eBay or Payoneer to PayPal. So in the first case, we have Payoneer right here. We'll go ahead and click on Get Paid. Once you are in the Get Paid section, click on the Receiving Accounts. Now you can see right here that this is US based in US. Click on it. You'll see all of your account information right here. Mine will be blurred, obviously. But the important metric is the Citibank. As you can see, if you can see that your bank name is Citibank, it would be very, very difficult for you to basically connect payments with PayPal. What you can do in the meantime is go ahead, close this, enter into Payoneer customer support by clicking on this corner right here, and basically you will create a ticket. To create a ticket, go all the way down, click on Contact Us. And right here, you can send a message. Enter all of your information right here. And inside of the message, answer the following. Hello there. To request a bank account that is being able to connect with PayPal. Right here, Payoneer support will understand what you're looking for. Because the Citibank, as I told you before, this bank is probably dissected by PayPal, and since they are competitors, it will not allow it. And at the meantime, you can try connecting it. If you don't have Citibank, go ahead to PayPal, click on Wallet in the top corner, click on Send Payments, transfer to your bank, and then right here, choose the currency, and then link an eligible debit card or a bank right here. And once you are on this page, you will be filling the information for it. You can also have another thing set up. For eBay, you can click Request Accounts, and inside of this page, you will have the option of either having a local bank account or a Swift. Click on the Swift option and click on Continue. Once you are in the Swift option, you will see it right here in the pending accounts. Click on it, and you will be able to provide some information to be able to verify your details. As you can see right here, company ownership structure and so on. It will be different for you. In the case if you have personal accounts, make sure that your eBay also is set up in personal accounts. If you have a business account, otherwise, make sure that your eBay is also set to a business account. And that's about it. You would go ahead to eBay, and then you would go to the settings by going to the top left corner, account setting, and then you would be going to payments. And inside of payments, you will be able to see this page. You'll click on add cards or bank. You would click on auctions or either checkout. In your case, if the account is active and you're selling already on eBay, you'll have also the payout method. You'll click just on continue, and inside of this page, you'll be able to choose either credit card, PayPal, and so on. And the option of bank will also be provided right there. And that's about it. Now, you might ask, why is this important? Well, Payoneer, as we've talked previously, helps you really manage the payout fees. It makes the payout fees much, much less, and it's very, very friendly when it comes to the fees. So if we head to Payoneer, you can see right here that the exchange rate is the following. But in PayPal, you can see that if we go ahead to the wallet, we can go to the currency calculator. And inside of the currency calculator, let's put the same price of USD right here. And you'll see that it will not provide us with €1. €1. Okay. So if we click on this, you can see that it will give us 97. So it's really not the same. And it's that PayPal really takes just more than, as you can see, if we do this again, it will take much more than Payoneer. So that's 3 more cents. So Payoneer would be better for exchange rates, for payouts, and as we see in PayPal again, if for example I try to do a payout, let me do for example send payment. I'll click on send payment. I'll click on transfer to your bank, and for example I'll choose the USD balance. You can see right here that to do that it will take $5, and to do it with the other card it will take also about $5, which is very, very bad if I'm trying to pay out a lot of times. But in the other hand, in Payoneer, it's much less. And that's about it in today's lesson. I've explained to you Payoneer usage. I will see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this lesson, we are diving into a topic that can significantly impact your profitability, saving on fees with eBay store subscription. If you ever felt like eBay fees are eating into your margins at this point, this lesson is for you. By the end of this lesson, you will understand how eBay store subscription works, how they can save you money, and how to choose the right subscription plan for your business. So let's get started. So the first thing is, let's talk about insertion fees and the selling fees or the final value fees. We've talked about them in very, very, very much details in the previous lessons, but here I will just remind you briefly of it. The listing fee, which is basically charged when you list an item, and the selling fee, which is a percentage of the total sale amount, including shipping. That's about it. So now let's head into eBay store subscription, which is the way that's going to let you save money on your store eBay fee.
Just a quick reminder. This free dropshipping course is brought to you by TrackerBot. When you are dropshipping, making sure your tracking info is valid is crucial. TrackerBot makes it easy by automatically validating tracking numbers from suppliers like Amazon and AliExpress directly within eBay. That means better protection for your seller account and happier customers. To help you get started, we have arranged a special deal for course members only. get 50% of your month on any TrackerBot subscription plan. Sign up at trackerbot.me/free course. All you have to do is in your browser, type in www.trackerbot.me/free course, as you can see it right here. And then you'll be good to go. eBay fee. To follow alongside with me properly, head to your favorite browser and then simply type eBay store subscription and then head to this page and you will be good to go. So you can see right here, this is the eBay store subscription and we've got right here the different packages. We've got packages ranging from $5 per month for an annual subscription. Keep that in mind. Those are all annual subscriptions. And the basic store 21, 59 or 60 bucks, 300 bucks and $3,000. So I'm going to disregard this two right here because as this refers, this is for enterprise store and this is for anchor store, and I'm going to be explaining those first three. So with the $5, you get 215 months free auction listing or fixed price listings and 30 cents insertion fee for additional listings after that number. With the $21 right here, you've got 1,000 per month free fixed price listing and 25 cents insertion fee for additional listings. And the 250 per month free auction listings. So yeah, keep that in mind. And then you've also got much more with the basic store right here. So in the basic store, you have the lower final value fees or the selling fees that we talked about, free subscription to some tools right here, and then $25 of eBay branded shipping supplies per quarter. Also, premium store right here has 10,000 per month more and 10-cent insertion fee after that. Also 500 a month for the free auction listings. You can also see that it has lower final value fees, free subscription and $50. Also, those are just for bigger people, but you can read them if that's the case for you, if you need more than 10,000. So let's explain a little bit of the difference. So we've got two cases right here. We've got Paulo. It's basically Paulo lists about 1,100 items per month. He chooses a basic store to get extra free monthly listings and unlock a discounted final value fee. The rate is 12.7% for antique sales compared to 13.6%. So in this case, he's saving about 0.9% in the selling fee or the final value fee. To figure out how to do that, you can get ahead and click at this lower final value fees, and then you will check your category and you will see if there is any lower case for you. So keep that in mind. As the category differs, of course, it's going to differ. So his basic store gets him 1,000 free zero insertion fee listings each month, and it only costs him 25 cents per listing. So the 1,000 he's paying nothing on, and the 100 is paying 25 cents per listing after that, or $25 a month at his current volume. If he upgraded to a premium store, he will get 10,000, but it will also add $13 more for him. So it made more sense for him to keep the basic store with lower monthly fee. So we've got also another seller right here, which is doing much more volume. So he chooses premium store because of the freedom and having 10,000 free fixed price listings per month. Since she sells multiples of 100 different products, she also likes the $50 coupon per quarter, and supplies give her to customers a consistent, seamless shopping experience. So yeah, you've got two cases right here. It will really depend for you. And you've got also right here a few things to consider is that how many free listings do you need? Have you checked your final value fees? And what level of support do you want? So in this case, if you're still a beginner, I wouldn't even consider heading on eBay store subscription. I've explained some other things as well in the previous lesson. If you have followed alongside when I was explaining the seller fees and the insertion fees, which is a very important lesson to go back and really understand very well. So right here, as I said, you need to understand how many free listings do you need? Have you checked your final value fees? Do you have any fees that can go down? As I said, you can click on here. You will be able to see it right here in the category. It depends really on what you're saying. I can't say in general. So right here, for example, this is the normal starter store subscribers. So right here, you have the starter store subscribers. And if you go ahead, for example, if you look at most categories, it's going to be 13.6% and 2.35% on sales over $7,000. And if we go down right here to basic, premium, and anchor, basically all the other than starter, it will give you 12.7%,
and 2.3 is going to stay the same. So you're going to lose 0.9 right here, but this is for the antiques category. So for example, for the babies category, it's 12.7% right here. It's going to be probably considered under the most categories. So yeah, exactly. So I hope that makes sense for you. eBay store subscription can really save you a lot of money. That was it for today's lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome. This is the final lesson of our eBay dropshipping course. Over the past lessons, we have covered everything from setting up your account to optimizing listings, handling customer service, and so on. Everything that is in the course. Now it's time to tie it all together and talk about the final goal of an eBay dropshipper. By the end of this lesson, you will have a clear understanding of what success looks like in this business and how to build a sustainable, profitable dropshipping operation. Let's dive in. So, let's start by defining success for you. So, one of the pillars out of 3 pillars, which is very important, is profitability. Earn more than you spend, obviously. If you can't do this, your business is not a sustainable business. So this means consistently earning more than you spend on fees, products, and other expenses, and knowing how to manage them. We have taught you that in the eBay store subscription and what plan to choose depending on how many listings you plan to list. What you can do is calculate basically what are you paying and how much do you need to earn for each product or per each listing. That will give you a good and rough understanding of what profitable means for you. In your case, it could be different from another, and so on. You might be selling items that cost more, for example, from Home Depot and Walmart, other than people will be selling items that cost less, so they will have to do much more volume than you, obviously. So that's point number 1. Scalability, grow without limits. So this is the ability to grow your business without being limited by time, resources, or eBay's selling limit. That's understanding when to contact eBay about your store limits, when to get an eBay store subscription, and so on. Just make sure that whenever you reach the limits of your box, you go to another space and don't stay comfortable in your position. It is a very, very important thing. Because if you do, you're not going to grow. And if you're not going to grow, what's the purpose of running the business anyway? Keeping it at the same level is no use. Make sure that you grow and make sure that with every step you learn lessons, you learn from your mistakes because they're going to happen either way. We got the third point here, which is sustainability. Not this type of sustainability, but the type of thrive and long term. Even though you're trying to grow, don't grow so fast that you end up crashing. Make sure, as I said, that you learn from your mistakes so they don't compound over time. Because if they do, the mistake might be very, very huge and it might kill your business. So make sure that you also prioritize being in the long term, because what matters is the long term. What matters is the long picture. You might not be very successful right after watching this course, but you might be successful after 1 year, 2 years, after a season. That's what matters. Sustainability is what matters. Consistency is what matters. You need to be consistent day on and day out, day on and day out. 30 minutes a day, 1 hour a day, this is what it takes. And that's about it. So we've got the second point right here, which is about building a profitable business. So we've talked about this throughout the course, and you need to make sure that you understand those points very, very clearly. To build a profitable business, there's 3 pillars again. There's the first one, product selection. I've taught you how to do that with ZIK Analytics. So choose products with high demand and good profit margins. Use tools like ZIK Analytics, as I showed you, to identify those winning products. Find sellers that are doing very, very well, and make sure that you track them and make sure that you visit them every single day. Understand the market, keep up with the market. Don't sleep on it. Make sure that you keep doing this every single day, because one day it will just click. You will have an eye for everything. Everything will start looking very, very clear. You'll understand why are certain products doing well, why are certain products are not doing well, and so on. Because this is just baby steps. This is the first steps that you're going to be taking in your eBay dropshipping business. So the second point right here is cost control. As I said, optimize fees, shipping, and supplier costs. Understand what supplier works for what products. Understand the return shipping policies, the shipping policies, everything around that. Make sure that you have those policies set correctly so that even if something goes wrong, and in the case that you're not responsible for it, you have the right proof and you have the right policies in place for you not to lose money, and make sure that you keep those costs as low as possible. So with eBay Store subscription, make sure that you don't get a tier that you don't need. It might look like you might need the upper tier, but maybe paying more for the additional listings in the previous tier would be much better. So keep that in mind. Everything around this you have to calculate. So minimize your expenses by optimizing the shipping costs, negotiating with suppliers, and taking advantage of eBay Store subscriptions. Pricing strategy. Price your products competitively while ensuring you still make a profit. Don't forget to factor in eBay fees, shipping costs, and supplier prices. So this will be very, very important. Even if you can have $0.50 difference between you and your competitor, you might be doing better because it's still, you are a beginner. It's very, very difficult to price above the competition or to price within the competition. So you might have to price a little bit lower than the competition. So keep that in mind. So multiple stores is also one of the next steps that you might look into. Having multiple stores is a very, very important thing when the first store, is doing very, very well. So that could be, as you see right here, maybe 3 stores or maybe even more, maybe 2 stores, one in the niche and one in a complementing niche that you might drive the first customers to the second store. And that's very, very important once you're doing very well with the first store. Do not try to branch out before you are having a good foundation, because at that point, you will just crumble down. The pressure will just crumble you. So focus on just one and make sure that one is working very, very well. So, and the last thing that I want to really, really, really emphasize in this course about is the long-term game. You are not playing a very, very short-time game. This is a very long-term game. What's going to make you win is word of mouth and solving problems. So your reputation is going to equal your sales. If you have a bad reputation, you are not going to make sales. I promise you that. I promise you that. You can look into eBay, you can look into every seller using ZIK Analytics, and you'll find that every seller that's doing a volume that's 10,000 plus is having a good reputation. That you'll see they have 99% of positive feedback. They don't have very bad feedback whatsoever, because their priority is the customer, because the customer is the person who makes or breaks your business, because you are serving them. They are giving you money for the service that you are providing. So please, please understand that. The long-term game is a very important game that you need to be playing. If you play the short-term game and you don't prioritize customer support, you don't prioritize their satisfaction and so on, you will lose the game overall. Because those customers, if they leave a bad feedback on your store, game over. Especially at the start, it shows that there's something flawed. So make sure that you understand that very, very correctly. As I said, word of mouth is a very important thing. What people say about your store, what people say to their friends about their store is very, very important. And then solving problems. When problem occurs, make sure that you solve them swiftly, quickly. Don't be very late with doing that. I've showed you how to do that, and make sure that you refund when possible, and make sure that you do the right steps whenever the problem occurs. And this was about it for this course. Thanks a lot for following alongside with me in this course. I really enjoyed teaching you in this course, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one.
Congrats on completing the course. You have now the essential knowledge and strategies to thrive in the world of eBay dropshipping. We are confident that you are well on your way to building a successful online business. Remember, the journey does not stop here. Continuous learning and adapting are key to long-term success in e-commerce. To help you further on your journey, we would like to remind you about the powerful tools available to streamline and scale your business. Take advantage of the automation capabilities of TrackerBot to stay ahead in the game. And consider exploring AutoDS and ZIK Analytics to optimize other aspects of your dropshipping operations. These tools can significantly simplify your workflow, saving you a bunch of time and boost your profits. As a special thank you, we encourage you to sign up to TrackerBot. It's free to sign up, and you can see how it can change your business. Again, thank you for joining us. We are excited to see your success in the eBay dropshipping world.